Ladies and gentlemen, finally we are back for day 3 of the Gamers Without Borders event. My name is Max, man. Once again going to be joined by the amazing man himself, Imperium, to bring you the action you all know and love as we kick off things, finally, for the Southeast Asia and South Asia part of things for this tournament. And boy, things are going to get sweaty.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to what's going to be happening on these 16 teams. As of course, they fight for a share of the charity prize pool. What is going to be $750,000 going to charity, guaranteed.
Guaranteed. We already had like $750,000 getting shared yesterday with all the different charities involved, of course. So definitely that's going to be coming back up today for a total of $1.5 million of charity prize pool. You can see a few of the charities involved here. You've got Direct Relief, Gavi the Vaccine Alliance, the King Solomon, International Medical Corps, and ITU, which is also the International Telecommunications Union. Those are all the charities supported by this this esports event. And this is not only the first game, this is the first game of the first week. We've got still 5 more weeks after this. 5 other games are going to be supported by this event for a total of $10 million shared to different charities to fight versus COVID-19.
And this is how the charity prize pool works. The distribution, you have $12,500 going over to 8th place team, and it works its way up. 3rd place will be able to donate $125,000 to a charity of their choice. 2nd place, $175,000 to a charity of their choice. And that golden number 1 spot will be able to donate $250,000 to the charity of their choice.
Who might that be after these 2 days for Southeast Asia and South Asia? We'll have to see, but definitely like that. Yesterday we saw that for EU and MENA, and like, damn, that's still a hefty amount of money. $750,000 extra will be shared after these 2 remaining days by some of these top 8 different teams, and man, another hefty amount. And once again, like 10 million, I have to say, because you don't have many chances of saying that in your lifetime, right? But like 10 million charity prize pool to fight against this global cause of fighting against COVID-19, and couldn't be any happier to be here, really.
Yeah, it's an incredible honor, to be honest, to be in any way a part of this. But look, we can talk about what we might see over the next 2 days, but let's kind of harp back on what we saw over the last 2 days and the overall standings that it ended up showing up. 1-2-1-8 putting on a hell of a performance, finishing in 1st place overall with 176 points and only 1 chicken dinner, followed closely by the Real Deal, who got 3 chicken dinners and 169 points.
This really shows them consistent results are more important than actually securing those dubs most of the time. The Real Deal, despite getting 3 chicken dinners, Team 1218, I mean, they were just completely outstanding through and through from start to finish. Like, at the start of like day 2, like most of their games like had 5 games that ended up being in top 5, and that's like some insanely consistent results. So Team 1218, they were the team to share $250,000 over to the charity of their choosing. We'll have a little bit of a sneak peek once more of the charities that did get decided by these top 8 teams once again. Before we do that, I recommend let's go quickly over memory lane to see some of the insane plays we had happen yesterday for EU and MENA.
They're going to go by really quickly because a hell of a lot happened over the 6 games. But I'll tell you what, it was really exciting. Some individual moments of madness and craziness. Like this was Kudor in behind the door, confusing and taking out a member of an opposing team. Incredible play from him.
Yeah, that was the Sanhok game where it was actually won by Unicorns of Love. Great game from them at the very end, able to take it away from that one remaining member. There was Solke, I believe, of the Footballist, and also the one remaining member of Kanina Power, so great job from them. And then that was the insane game of Wrangle, where legit every single team was just magnetized towards this Rosok compound. I had no idea what the hell was happening. We're like, in the first few minutes, like 5 teams, 6 teams going there. Like, why?
Well, actually, no, this was less of the Rosok and more of the north side of the river, but it still ended up with that play, and it was so hard to control, and at the end of the day, Real Deal took this one out. But then this was a game that footballists really showed up on in Vikendi.
Vikendi was a great one. No, they had a little bit of a hard time later on down the line to actually cross over to the riverside, but they made that rotation with 2 members. I gotta say, like, Solke, what an absolute legend in that game, getting so many flank plays. And also you had, the law usually play from abode of Oshtek Warriors, getting the entire team squad wipeout on Kanina Power, but at the end, Footballists were the ones to come out on top.
And this was the game where we had 5, 6, 7 teams in Rozhok. It was Rozhok madness, but in the end, it was Azzy that came in and got the job done, securing the 3rd chicken dinner for the Real Deal.
Yeah, at the end, the real deal, getting consistent chicken dinners. They got himself 3 over the course of the entire event. And then we finished with the Miramar end up. Like, Chumacera, what the hell happened there? Like, just so much action there.
Yeah, but this was the moment Bandita showed up. That was the moment that Bandita shone and took 1-2-1-8 to overall first in the standing and secured that $250,000 for the charity of their choice, which was the IMC.
I mean, Bandita, and that guy is scary at the end. When he needed to have the most impactful performances, that's when he shined the most. And of course, here are going to be all the charities chosen by all the different organizations. Team Unique in 8th position sent $12,500 over to the International Medical Corps, but then all the teams just saw it right there coming up. And also number 1 position, 1-2-1-8, sending it also over to the International Medical Corps, $215,000 over to that charity. But you're just talking about Bandita, Imperium, and I say let's go get a little bit more information about Bandita, as you did interview him yesterday.
Congratulations on your victory. A lot of people think that they aren't contributing to the fight against COVID-19, even though it's one of the most important things that they can do in this time. What makes today's win more special than the others?
Сначала спасибо за поздравление. А как эта победа отличается от других турниров? Ну, мы считаем, что это турнир на мировом уровне. И я не думаю, что он отличается от тех, как Club Open и все остальное, как уровень игры. А он отличается по одной другой причине, из-за того, что все здесь делается для благотворительности. И мы очень рады помочь за всего это, которое происходит в нашем мире. И с этого отличается тот турнир, что мы можем помочь с проблемой в мире.
Awesome. That's really amazing. And I can tell that it means a lot. Let's take a moment to talk about charities. Each charity supported by Gamers Without Borders, supporting the COVID-19 relief efforts in their own way. Whether it's providing PPE equipment to frontline workers, helping regions hit the hardest, fueling research and development, and so on. Tell us why you've chosen to support your charity with the $250,000 of the prize pool.
Мы выбрали этот фонд, потому что мы именно хотим, чтобы не бил коронавирусом в этом мире, потому что это мешает на нашей жизни, это мешает на много людей, что они болеют этого, могут умирать этот вирус. И мы думаем, что эти все средства помогут предотвратить коронавирусом, и поэтому мы выбрали тот фонд.
Thank you very much to you guys for participating and helping to fight COVID-19. And I wish you much success, Bandita, and to the rest of the team for the upcoming year.
Спасибо вам тоже большое, что мы смогли участвовать на таком турнире. Мы очень рады, что мы сможем помочь для всего этого. Мы боролись за каждую минуту, каждую секунду для этой победы. И мы очень счастливы того, что мы реально можем помочь с какие-нибудь там средства, $250,000. И надеюсь, что это поможет весь мир.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bandita, for joining that interview. Also, thank you very much, Imperium, for all those questions. A lot of great insight there for 1-2-1 and Bandita. But man, those sunglasses, that deep accent. I feel threatened, and I haven't even talked to the guy, but Jesus. But how did the conversation go on, before and after the interview?
It was relaxed. It was also, he had a translator there as well. So I was asking the questions, translated. But it was really relaxed. His English that he did speak was really good, and it was just great to have a conversation with him, especially when you've just done 6 games of this magnitude and secured that 250,000. Emotions are always going to be high, but what I loved about him was that he seemed quite cool and collected, and you can tell that shows on the battlefield, right? You can tell that shows in game. That's always going to make a huge difference to a player in the heat of the moment, and Bandita showed that.
Yeah, he sounded like very serious, like very focused on his move. We saw that happen on that Miramar game specifically. Like he was solo HP, yet able to clutch at the very end, able to take down even the remaining member of the Real Deal. Like huge plays coming up from Bandita. Congratulations to him. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him, in this coming year in the full split potentially, because that's a team you definitely want to keep on your radars if you do watch European PUBG Mobile esports. Now, Imperium. I recommend we do. Maybe you should try and change our focus a little bit to the games that will be happening for the next upcoming 2 days. That's going to be, of course, for the SA and the SEA region coming together here. And before we do go into that real quick, we're going to go over the point system if you did not already follow suit really too much what happened for the past 2 days. You're not really too familiar with PUBG Mobile esports. Here are the rule set. One chicken dinner is going to be yourself 20 points. It does trickle down from 11th position and below is going to be 1 point. But of course, Imperium, 1 kill equal
1 point.
Let's go.
Yeah, we always know how important that 1 point per kill is. It can make a huge difference in the overall standings, how we see these teams end up. It can make a difference if two teams are on the same points. The team with the highest amount of kill points will overtake that spot.
Yeah, like those kills are definitely going to come into impact. Like we saw 1218 absolutely shredding the competition almost purely because of those kill counts being consistent throughout every single game. But here are your contestants for South Asia and Southeast Asia coming together to fight versus COVID-19 in a Gamers Without Borders event. You got some big names here. You got Fnatic, you got TSM Entity, you got Megastars, you got Soul also that are going to be joining the party. I'm sure there are a lot of fans. Spam the chat if you're a Soul fan. But also some team that I haven't cast in quite some time. That's Elementrix.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces overall in the world of esports, but especially for yourself and myself. We know Elementrix all the way back in 2019 Spring Split, as well as Team Hype when we casted our games, and I've casted the likes of Soul and Fnatic, as well as all the other teams back in November. So there's a lot there. What's absolutely amazing about these two regions coming together right over the fight for COVID-19 is that you have the likes of Mortal from Soul, who has over 3.5 million YouTube subscribers. You have the likes of Scout OP, who has over 770,000 Instagram followers and over 1.2 million YouTube subscribers. And you might think, well, what's the significance of that? It's awareness. It's bringing people that might not be aware of this event and what they're doing to help raise money for the fight over COVID-19. It's bringing people to the masses to view and see what's going on and see what the charities are doing.
3.5 million subscribers. I'm not jealous. I'm fine. But like, you're also gonna have Megastar here with Anchor, Paradox, Swag, and Vexy. Like, that is the team that currently in the last PMPL scrims for India actually arrived in 3rd position. So one team, these guys are ready to dive straight into the action. And also you got TSM Entity and Fnatic, two big oars that recently just joined the PUBG Mobile esports scene. And boy, are they ready to shred some teams. Yeah,
TSM are the newest incomers to the world of PUBG Mobile in the India scene. It was previously Entity. Entity really put up a showing last year in the PMCO regional finals for the full split. Gaddick is known, and Amaya is easily top 5 best IGLs in the world right now in the world of PUBG Mobile, along with Jonathan, who is an absolute insane fragger. And at the end of the day, helped bring the attention of TSM, who entered in the world of PUBG Mobile, partnered up with Entity, and you see the team for yourselves.
Yeah, I remember watching that event. Man, they absolutely shredded it. Can't wait to see what they can do here. Man, they're one of the teams you want to look out for potentially taking that $250,000 charity prize pool for the charity of their choosing. We'll have to see. But also another few names here. VSG Crawlers. You also got Extreme, Tamilas. Just all these teams once again coming together. 16 teams between India and Nepal, and just going to be fighting once again against COVID-19. Going to be a great show off. And we got 12 games to show for that, which is going to be epic. Once again, 50% of your games will be played on Erangel. As we go over the schedule for today, we'll be kicking things off on the green pastures of Erangel, one on Sandhawk, one on Vikendi, and also one on Miramar to close things off.
And, I said yesterday, I love the fact that the games are ending, the last game is in Miramar. It's a little bit different. It adds an unfamiliarity overall. I know the map will be played either way, but I just like the way that the days ended on a different map than Erangel. Yeah, okay, it starts there, but it ends on a different map. It just adds a little bit of uniqueness to it.
Well, Imperium, with that said, we went over everything we had for today. We're slowly going to be loading into our very first game for the Gamers Without Borders event here for South Asia and Southeast Asia. We have all these teams coming up together, once again to fight versus the global pandemic of COVID-19. If you want to get also more details about all the different charities supported, about the event itself, or you maybe want to do a donation of your own, you can go check out the link down below. That is gamerswithoutborders.com. You can get all the extra juicy pieces of details you need over there. Imperium, question for you right now.
Okay.
Okay. You already casted a bunch of these teams. All right. You went to
Come
India,
on,
which I'm very
man.
jealous about. I'm going to ask you because you can't send it back to me because you know what? I didn't cast them. So I'm going to ask for you, man. If you had to choose one team, like, man, we want to keep an eye out for these guys. Which one might that be?
Come on, you're because so many of these teams are good. That is an actual evil question. It's got to be Elementrix. Just because, you know, we know them all the way back in April 2019, and hell, even with all the other Nepal teams, they really put on showing the support that Nepal creates for their teams is absolutely immense. And so I'm gonna have to say Elementrix. I don't think it's the most competitive choice because I think some teams are stronger, but for me, it's gonna be Elementrix.
It would be like your heart choice, just your own decision because.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, you know what? Elementrix, like a team that was when we casted it like last year for the Spring Split 2019 of Wildcard, like they were a team that was very renowned for their rotations.
Yeah.
Want to see if that's still going to be unfolding for them to do. Also, we've got Poopy Man. Like, man, I absolutely love saying that name through and through every single time. I don't know why. It's just something that I absolutely loved. And he's going to be playing again today. So let's see how that's going to be unfolding. But Erangel will be your first game of the day. We're going to have 3 of those totals, so you better get used to it. And of course, 1 on Vikendi, 1 on Sandhog, and 1 on Miramar. Miramar will be the one to close it up. You mentioned you liked it. I like it too. It's one fun map to close things on. But yeah, Erangel will have to see. But we had all these scrims also recently for all these teams getting involved. Like, these guys are ready for sure. And you mentioned it, right, also before the broadcast. Like, these teams have been playing against each other. EU and MENA didn't really face each other too much. But these teams, they know each other really well. So these drop-in locations are going to be absolutely on point every single game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you know, if you're not too aware, anybody watching, you know, most of the teams are in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And they, like you said, they've been scrimming against each other regularly. They've been streamed, and there's a lot of awareness, and there should be a lot of familiarity on where these teams drop. And outside of teams dropping generally near each other, I don't expect to see too many surprises. I am, of course, looking out for the fact that, yeah, this is a charity event and the $750,000 is guaranteed to go over the charity. So will we see teams maybe just play a little bit spicier and a little bit different compared to what they might do in scrims and competitive tournaments?
Well, Imperium, here we go. First game out of 12, and the playing path is going to be focused a little bit down south next to Sosnovka military base, going straight up to Mansion/Lipovka. Most teams should be able to get, a decent drop in location. Teams that like to go up north towards northern George Pole, Severny might have a little bit of trouble up there. But otherwise, this is definitely like, we saw worse, really, in terms of first, playing paths.
Yeah, no, it's nice and clean. You're going to see Elementrix go to a military base. It's normally what they're known to do between kind of the west edge of military base and maybe just over the bridge, go for that split drop. So going for the west side of the map, that's normally what they do. TSM Entity should rotate up to North George, and then Fnatic possibly up to North George as well. At least that's based on what I've seen in the past. Might see it different, but that's kind of what based on my information.
I'm intrigued to see where this first phase circle is going to be popping off. Also, if it's going to be on the other side of the map, would be a little bit troublesome because of this phase one. Hey, no, it does go a little bit away from most of these teams, but otherwise it shouldn't be too harsh of a circle. The harsh circles, they always arrive on Vikendi on phase one. So when Vikendi arrives, maybe we'll have a little bit of messy early game action. Otherwise, this should be completely okay for the squads involved. But I'm actually seeing a pretty big concentration of players on Lipovka, which is something we don't usually see too much. So intrigued to see if we're going to have some early game contestment fights over that location, because a lot of teams packed together, really.
And that's normal compared to scrims. From what I've watched, that's normal. Synergy and Jaya Mara, they both land in Lipovka. They like to play a little bit passive on their drop spot, but there's no point in dropping in a passive spot if you're dropping with another team and you're engaging on each other. But like we know in the world of competitive PUBG Mobile, you don't want to give up a drop spot because it can be considered a sign of weakness.
Synergy and Giant Mara are going to get dangerously close to each other in Lipovka. That's the area I was talking about earlier. How will things unfold early on? I mean, you got some shotguns coming out. You got some Uzis also on the other side. So really, shotgun, not as powerful as the Uzi, depending on if you hit your shots or not. The Uzi is going to be a little bit more consistent. Also, they're very dislocated, a little bit all around the compound. Taking a fight head on, you could easily get backstabbed so quickly. This fight really is unsure of who might actually take it because they're so dislocated from each another.
Well, and also Synergy has another player kind of a little bit to to the east of the Lipovka compound. So if he joins in, that might be able to blanket the members of Giant Mara right now. But still, it's a bit of a standstill between these two teams, and just going to have to wait for what's going to go down. At the end of the day, both these teams are quite far away from the circle. They do have a nice, easy entry point. They can just shift up towards the north of the river and come in via, let's say, shooting range. But the longer you leave it, the longer you're waiting as Ted gets knocked down and confirmed by Gunnar.
You know what? I said Uzi better than shotgun, but I mean, if the shotgun hits, it hits, boy. You're not going to do anything against that. Gunnar gets the first knock and instant shutdown in that fight, and now that's going to maybe put Synergy on a more of a thought process, like, do we really want to take this fight in Lipovka? I'm not too sure. I mean, you got also Austin a little bit further away, got a car for himself, could try and just go and pick up his car, serve as an Uber right there, but this is definitely a fight that I think Synergy want to try and disengage it, because now you got a little bit of a better position set up from the other side of Mara, but here it is, another knockdown with UMP, and that's going to be an instant flush. 2 kills so far for team number 10.
And that was always going to be hard for Schreider to disengage, because he took shots off towards a member of Giant with that AKM. He instantly alerted Gunnar to his location, and you're going to hear those gunshots. You're going to know where they're coming from. Gunner's able to look in that direction. Schreider was trying to disengage away, and he got caught out, and that feels bad, man, but that's going to leave Austin Bot on his own. He does have a UAS. He can look to try and pick up his teammate, but that's going to be incredibly risky, to be perfectly honest.
No. Oh, that is risky, and he does get knocked down. That'll be the third member of Synergy eliminated in this early game phase. I mean, they are definitely not going to re-drop in Lipovka. I do guess they have learned their lesson, and they're going to lose 3 early on. Of course, Austin Bot will just leave the scene entirely, with Zakai just mentioned, and they are out. But man, you know what? I've got to say that position coming out early on from Jamara, they're not scared to take a fight.
Just keep an eye on where these teams are currently kind of located around the map. I did make a mistake when I said TSM meant going to North Georgia. I meant Yasnai. They always drop in Yasnai. That was a mistake on my bad. Godliker and Pichinki. That's where they always like to go as well. So that's pretty standard stuff. One thing I do find surprising is that Fnatic have not made their way up to North George.
Taking a little bit of time to get up there, but you know, it's completely okay. There's still a lot of room in a circle, so you can be a little bit picky on where you like to rotate to actually right now. There's going to be Sir of Deadeye's Guy going to make that rotation. Deadeye's Guy, I don't know why, I absolutely love that name. I think the sonority of it just feels so nice.
It's going to take like about a game for me to not say Dream Eaters. So that's what I'm going to be, so if I do... Yeah, so if I do, I'm so sorry, but it's just you automatically associate a tag with the name of a team when you've been doing it over so many games. But this is Ionias with the pistol whipping his opponent. That was a nice engagement.
No, normally I would say Uzi power, but right there I can't really say that shotgun shot was clean, and they just wiped off the surface of these early game members. And Synergy really struggling that early phase, so they're going to have 3 members down instantly. They're going to have to move away with that 1 remaining member. So really unfortunate. It does happen earlier, but like also this is phase 1. You know, they get into the action, they're getting used to it. Even though they have done scrims, early game action, it happens every once in a while. There's not really much you can go against it.
Fnatic, led by their IGL, the star of the show, Scout OP, incredibly well supported in the world of PUBG Mobile in India and even all around the world, to be honest. And Fnatic, you know, they came into PUBG Mobile. It's been a bit of a tough time, to be honest. Last year it didn't really end the best. They didn't qualify for the global finals, unfortunately. But this year they're in the Pro League. They're ready to fight. We know what they can do. It's just a matter of getting the job done.
I have to say also, like, I'm the biggest Fnatic fanboy. I'm like the biggest Fnatic fanboy. So I've been able to cast my actual first esport tournament, in which you know, Fnatic are actually participating as an org. I'm actually really happy. This is my first. So you know what? I'm extremely humbled to be here and be able to just talk over this team and just see the extreme action unfold. You did say it was a little bit hard for them a little bit last year, but you know, they've been participating in the scrims, so we'll have to see how this is going to be resulting in overall standings in his current game.
Exactly. Marco Polo. It's Marcus. Sorry, Marcus Gaming. They're an Indian team. They're looking to try and find a bit of a better spot. They're just on the north of Pachinki for now, as Tehan gets caught out and VSG Crawlers Roach manages to catch him out.
Gianmara, they left Lubovka. They're going to try and rotate their way through. Unfortunately, they're going to have one casualty during that rotation. So extreme, unfortunately, in the open, chances of a res coming through are pretty slim. And as I say that, there you go. HP will instantly flush that one away. That's going to be their very first point this game so far. But, we're seeing TSM Entity going to go for the breach on Deadeye Sky. And that's going to be, unfortunately, very dislocated repositioning for Deadeye Sky. So they're going to have a hard time defending this compound. They got a lot of information, but they just can't defend this. No way, Jose. And that's going to be now TSM's compound, really. That's going to be theirs to take.
TSM Entity, such a strong team. Like I said, led by their IGL. Gatak, along with the legend himself, Jonathan. Also Clutch God as well. Incredible player with an insane amount of talent. Jonathan trying to spray through, doesn't connect all those bullets. And remember, Deadeye's manages to just about get away.
Man, if he could get prone behind that wall and take the shots from that angle, that would have been an instant kill. But unfortunately, he did have that wall being a little bit of a nuisance. And the circle will be shifting towards Gatka. So, all the teams that's going to be focalized on the eastern side is going to be VSG Crawlers. You're going to also have Gianmara. They're going to have to rotate a little bit further. But Gianmara are going to go for the northern rotation. They did get denied by VSG Crawlers. They're like, we're just going to go for the safer rotation up north and through the river.
Key areas in this phase 2 circle. It's a familiar one right down in the southwest. You've got Everest, which wouldn't be a bad spot, but it's a little bit tricky to disengage from. But it's those compounds in the south of Everest, and you've got Gaka. Those are the really key areas that teams need to rotate to now, sooner rather than later, before they're overtaken, because you want to be able to punish teams rotating around you, or you want to create that extra space for if you need to rotate on phase 3.
Exactly, like when you have a circle shifting towards Gakko, or you choose the high ground, or you choose the compound. You got to rotate early to have really the choice of where you want to go. And we're going to be seeing here Marcos Gaming going to be coming around here. Getting really close, actually, to Team Tamilas. Going to be careful. That nade will be coming out, and I think he's going to hear something. He heard that nade bouncing around. He's not going to go for it. I was going to have Deadeye's guy losing one member.
Wow.
It's going to be Lazy Sir in the open, eliminated straight away by Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, it seems like Deadeye's has been a little bit disconnected with their rotations, to be honest. They've lost a couple of members one by one, and that's a bit of a feels bad man on their rotations. Definitely got to be more coordinated when you're looking to rotate together. The reason why is because if you do and somebody get caught out on a rotation when you're all together, there's a higher chance that the team that is shooting at you are not going to be able to take all of your players down, or only going to be able to take one player down because you're all rotating together. So I hope that guys can at least recover from that in the upcoming games.
Umamba, they're already pretty central in the circle right now. Got one of the better positions towards Gatka in the field section, so I think they can definitely just relax all the time being and maybe pull off a 1-2-1-8, which is basically be lucky, have all the circles shift on your location and not have to move for the remaining 4 to 5, 6 phases. So we'll have to see how that's going to be unfolding, but now we're going to have a little bit of a information up northern side, and we're going to see Marcos Gaming once again trying to push on that position, trying to gain some land, but right now they're mainly scouting, which scouting is going to be extremely important to push on these compounds, because if you go towards Gakko, the closer you go, the more open land there is between every single building, so you must be even more certain of when and how you want to rotate, because if you don't scout properly and a team is in a compound, you're almost going to die instantly.
So they're also rotating to one of those compounds that I mentioned down the south of Everest as TSM Entity. Clutch God connects onto a member of Marcos Gaming. Yeah, there's no point in being all together if you're kind of rotating without actually being aware what teams are rotating around you. And TSM Entity are going to punish Marcos.
And again, some job done. They get a second. Also, look at that. TSM Entity coming out on top right away. You know what? Marcos Gaming, they don't want to be a part of this anymore. No. They have 2 members remaining. Going to be moving a little bit more over to the western side towards Gatka. But you know what? TSM, good pressure getting applied. And no shots. Disgusting coming out on them. But unfortunately, Marcos, unlucky event after unlucky event, crashing into a compound that's already occupied by Team Tamilas. And now they're going to have 1 member remaining. Jesus, that's unlucky.
And, Team Tamilas had actually disengaged from their initial location. Nice grenade knocking down Striker. The counter grenade did confirm the kill onto the 3rd member, Marcos Gaming, but that's still going to leave Carry to come in and possibly engage and take out the remaining player, Marcos Gaming. That's exactly what happens. That is the end of Marcos Gaming going out in 16th place.
You know what? Carry right there, if he didn't get that instant knockout, he was going to go for the flush on Striker. He would have lost his member right there. So you know what? That was a great save coming out from Tamilis, and overall, they're going to remain as a full engagement potential. But now, VSG Crawlers are going to come straight back to the compound. It was getting pushed so far by TSM Entity. And TSM Entity, they're popping off so far up to 3 kills in this early game stage, but they're ready for more. They want 4 more kills up their sleeve. But I like the angle coming up from Jonathan. They don't really expect it, and that surprise factor could be huge in the fight versus VSG Crawlers.
Okay, so Roach.
Oh, there it is.
To rotate around the building. But at the end of the day, TSM Entity have so many angles. Look at Jonathan on his side and Clutch God on that building around. You know, VSG, they don't really have too many places they can go. Yeah, they have the buildings they can wrap around the side. They have a couple of those vehicles, but there's really not much because you have the angles held on by TSM Entity.
We got 2 team fights happening on one single screen, Imperium. This is definitely going to be hard to follow through. We'll have to see an early few nades coming up from TSM Entity. If they can get knocked down, they're going to commit. Those cars are taking quite a hefty amount of damage right there. Not going to be a valid option for them to rotate with after this fight. So they have to fully commit. But VSG Crawlers, Roach is put pretty damn low. Doesn't have time to risk back up. And TSM Entity, they're just going to go instantly for the flush, putting them down to 3 members, 4v3. And they are not stopping down Crawl. Going to be also knocked away. This is looking so strong for TSM Entity. They get even a third. This is so clean. This is so perfect. And now they have to remain on the last lockdown. And he gets it despite being so low. Clutch will get the move done. Does get knocked away, but TSM Entity up to already such a high amount of kills so far as VSG Crawlers will be another team eliminated in 15th position.
That's exactly what happens when you get the angles and when you get the flanking position. You're able to knock them down one by one and there's nowhere they can go. But as we end one fight, we go right onto another. Fnatic rotating into the same compound where the remaining 2 members of Team Tamilis are lying.
Tamilis, I'm a little bit scared. Fnatic, you know, got some smokes out. So that's really blocking actually visibility from Tamilis. They can't really peek out. If they push through these different buildings, they will not be able to replicate instantly. Some nades and some mollies potentially going to be chucked away. If they can get knocked down, they're fully going to commit. But they don't even need that. This is Fnatic you're talking about. They're going to go instantly for the push, trying to get carried down away. We're going to be focalizing on another fight with Elementrix as they get a team squad wipeout in the open. And they're going to be getting themselves a few more frags for themselves. But back on over to Fnatic as they're finally going to be going for the breach onto Millers. Going to have a few members put pretty damn low, but Striker's going to be left alone. That smoke is buying him primordial time to be able to survive this engage versus Fnatic. As now he's got to try and heal up his wounds, trying to heal up if he can. He will have time to do that. He's playing around the Uzi, but Fnatic, you know what? Having 2 members remaining, 1v2 definitely possible with Uzi here.
It is. He's doing a great job. He's really putting the members of Fnatic at bay. That first knockdown has helped at least to stave off the engagement from the members of Fnatic. The revive comes through. Scout, he's got to lead his team to get this win because time is ticking for these teams, right? Because the circle has shifted back up towards the northeast. These teams are outside the circle, and the longer Fnatic leave it to engage, the more space, the less time they're going to have inside the circle.
Yeah, look at TSM Entity. Seem like they want a piece of that cake, slowly pushing on that position. If they can third-party the engage with 4 members, there's nothing Fnatic or Tamilis will be able to do about it. As you know, Soul in the distance, they're just going to be looking around. They're like, okay, we're hearing gunshots. We're not going to join, but here it is. The fight's going on. Striker put so damn low, but it will be a one-on-one trade-off. No flush is happening. Unfortunately, Ash will still be in the game, and the res will be coming on through, but they have to rotate straight through TSM Entity.
Well, they can go into rooms, but it's not gonna be easy, and I certainly would recommend it. On a side note, yeah, we did see a Nepal team engage onto another Nepal team, which is a bit of a feels bad man, with Team Hype not having a good start to this game. We also saw they've been able to stay relatively quiet. Their rotations are being clean. They set themselves up quite nicely inside the circle for now, but it's definitely not going to be over with teams rotating in left, right, and center. This time it's Elementrix just going right through the teams to try and find a spot, but one member gets knocked down.
I was about to say, if Elementrix puts all these teams on the western side without losing one single member, I was going to call that extremely lucky. But you know what? They do lose one, unfortunately. They're still going to be pushing forward a little bit more central, but now we have to remain on this team down in the southwestern section. And unfortunately, we're going to be seeing the prototype of Hype knocked away by that nade and instantly flushed out. That's going to be Hype losing an extra valuable member.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a bit of a mistake I made. Hype are definitely not out of this game as Kamal is the last player standing. Look, you know what? He still has a breath in his mouth and a pocket full of dreams as he's going to throw all those smokes to try and heal himself up. Plus, Godlike, such a fantastic team, ready to get this chicken dinner.
I mean, it's not looking good for the last member of Hype. He's only got 4 bandages. he's only got 4 bandages at that stage. You're a little bit scared for K-Mod. But you know what? It's not over until it's over. As Elementrix, they got a little bit of a more central position. They did lose one, but Poopyman, Hyozu, and Shigar are still around this. They got that smoke, able to buy them some time, but it doesn't matter. As TSM Entity, they're coming out on top and getting a headshot, instantly connecting onto Mr. Hyozu, and they're not given any time to pull off that res. They're just spraying like their life depends on it. I mean, it does, technically speaking, in game, but TSM Entity, they are not letting them any time to breathe. That Shigar is also going to get knocked away. Boy, look at that. Elementrix get absolutely shredded to pieces.
Because of that late rotation right by Elementrix, they just put themselves in a position where they're surrounded by teams in all angles. So being able to survive that is so incredibly difficult. And that's where that late rotation went against them. Of course, the circle shift didn't help. Plus, God being engaged on gets knockdowns. That's going to be not the best. It's going to push back TSM Entity as the blue zone is closing in. Team Extreme. They're on the south side. They have plenty of space in front of them. They're on the high ground. They're in a pretty good position. I'd say even if the circle shifts up north, Team Extreme, they have a pretty nice chance to make their way into the circle rotating around.
They do, but if it does hard shift up north pretty heavily, they're going to have to go down here. And you know what, TSM Entity, they're not going to allow that to happen too easily. Even for Mega right there, as the circle's going to be shifting towards TSM Entity and also Mega. Mega Star's going to be having to hold that position. They got the only compound remaining in this game. And you know what? If it's the only compound, it is extremely valuable, but extremely hard to hold on to because many teams will be trying to aim to take it over.
There's also a lot of little dips and crevices and hilltops that teams can kind of hold on to inside that next phase, so it's not completely flat land as Mortal gets clapped with the car 98 by Godlike. You peek, you get shot out. That's a nice bolt action coming out.
You peek, you die. That's Godlike coming out on top, and they're going to get an instant shutdown headshot on the car 98. That was absolutely... Seeing some players, popping back into the feed, and especially that's going to be John Mara. I mean, they were in the northern side, they're trying to rotate through, but now TSM Entity and Megastars both have an angle on that squad. That might actually be the end of their journey in this game, but we'll have to see if they can rotate their way through. But now all the teams on the western side, they have to rotate. Oh, Soul, they're going to get really close on the northern side of that position. I'm not too sure how that's going to be unfolding.
Yeah, we have lost Hype. Kamad got taken down. He was on his own. He's outside the circle. He had nowhere to go. And he got taken out as Sola made the push. Fnatic are coming in from the northwest side. Like I said, using those dips, using that little hill to get in closer towards the circle might be able to surprise attack TSM Entity. As TSM Entity are engaging onto INIS.
We're still 4 members and they're surrounded by teams. How the hell are they making that work out? As Deadeye is unfortunately going to be dying out. They'll be taking 11th position, but now TSM, they'll be holding the angles against Godlike. They get the first knockdown instantly, getting done on Smixy OP. But they have a little bit of a dip. They have a little bit of terrain to work with, but still they got another team that's an angle on them. That's going to be Soul. So again, an engagement upon Elementrix. Going to be down to only Mr. Hyozu, and Elementrix might die out in a few upcoming remaining seconds. Things are not looking great, but TSM actually for the first time in this game actually getting threatened by Fnatic on the backside.
It was Fnatic rotating in behind them and using those dips where they couldn't get spotted. That's what's really helped Fnatic, but in fairness, TSM Entity did return the favor, knock down a couple of members of Fnatic. It's only Ronak and Ash left standing, but you got INES coming in from the side. This is going to be a 3-team fight as Godlike are engaging and taking down the members of Soul one by one.
Gil, are you kidding me? That nade was absolutely insane, and he gets another one. Why are you kidding me? He shuts down the entirety of Soul with grenades. He's not even going to put out his weapon right there. Grenades are all he needs. Great plays from him, but now the circle is going to be upon Fnatic, about to shift to phase 6, and they're going to have to push upon TSM. But Ines, they're joining on the fun. They get a first one, not almost able to get the second. It's going to be a little bit too short. Called on that one. And now TSM, they have to push out. They still got 2 remaining, but you know what? Ines is still there. Fnatic Ash is pushed a little bit further forward, and he's going to try and potentially backstab the entirety of TSM, but unfortunately, that's going to be Ines taken out in 8th position. 17 remaining on the field.
Yeah, that was incredibly tough for INES. It was just too much as Fnatic also go down. So TSM Entity had 2 teams engaging on them, and they still held on. That is such incredible play for TSM Entity to fight in towards 2 teams while pushing in towards the circle. Megastars, they have the prime location. The circle did center up, so they are outside the circle, but with only 6 teams left and 17 players, you got to say they have all the space in the world to pick people off left, right, and center.
I talked about the fact earlier that, Megastars, eventually their compound was going to be very well sought after. Currently, two teams are fighting for that position, but I would say just leave it. It's not in circle, it's not really what you're aiming for, but the open section towards TSM Entity is huge right now. And TSM Entity, they're up to 13 kills, and there's still so many players remaining. They could get already a 20-kill bomb on the first game of the day. That's huge.
Insane. Incredible stuff. They kept themselves up as a full squad while fighting off two teams as the side of Giant Mara trying to hold on. TSM Entity now they're looking in the direction of Godlike with Gil, who got that fantastic double grenade squad wipe onto Soul. He's not ready to give up. Mega engaging on the Giant. This is a couple of team fights happening from all areas of the circle.
Oh no, that's going to be TSM Entity getting one knockdown. The second was secured by Umba, and that's going to be greatly done. Godlike will get indeed eliminated in 6. 5 teams remaining finally in this game. But now, not many are in circle. TSM Entity are going to be there. That will also be the case for Giant Mara. But other than that, really, these teams are going to be fighting for that position. And TSM Entity, they're not giving them any room to push on forward, as a self-nade is going to be happening in the kill feed. A little bit unfortunate, but here it is. The action, the push is going to be unfolding. Which team will come out on top? As unfortunately, team number 19, they're going to be losing Bishma in the distance. Taken over once again by TSM Entity. 16 kills, Imperium.
They want to get over 20 kills. They're ready to take out the rest of the lobby. Joyamara have a couple of vehicles. They've done a fantastic job of making their way in, but you got to think, have they rotated in too quickly to the point where they're being pinched by TSM Entity? And that's exactly what's happening as Neo gets a knockdown. Now he's engaging forward, flanking on the side with Clutch God coming in with the US. But there is a couple of teams looking to take him out. But that's the end of you, Mumba.
No, those kills going to be shared. Of course, TSM going to be taking a bunch of those Megastar. They're put under so much pressure. One member remaining right now. And it's going to be TSM Entity fighting for this chicken dinner. The Megastars, they still got to pull off a res. They got swag back up. Vexy's going to still be in the game. Can they get encore? I'm not too sure. It'll be a harsh one. But I love that positioning by TSM Entity. They got a line to try and deny any kind of protection away from the other side of the circle. Does shift a little bit, luckily, towards Megastars.
Yeah.
But they have to hold on to this with their teeth right now. This is going to be a hard game. But TSM, they're not going to let them any room to breathe with.
The one thing is that Megastars, yes, they're inside the circle, but they're more bunched up together. Whereas the side of TSM Entity, they have better angles, they have better flanks, as Encore gets actually taken out by his own teammate. That's a field. Batman, that's going to give the perfect opportunity for Clutch God to come in and get the better of the rest of Megastar. And in they go, out they go. And that's the end of the game with TSM Entity taking the chicken dinner.
23 kills! 23 kills on the first game. Are you kidding me? That is a record for all of the entire European regional finals and PMCO we had so far. Because they just took it on game 1. Are you kidding me?
TSM Entity. I told you they were an incredible team when I got the Caster games last November, and they've only built up from that. Having the support of TSM, a huge worldwide organization, that support, that does help, right? You're able to focus on other areas on your own gameplay. And that's exactly what TSM Entity have been doing. 42-point game for TSM Entity, and this is only game 1.
Jesus Christ, 42 in one game. I mean, can they actually get the 100-point bomb in like 3 games? That's definitely they're off to a great start, I have to say. But all the other teams did really good. Godlike, those nades on Soul were especially outstanding. I'm really, really happy with their first performance coming into this game. A few unlucky, Endeavors for like Synergy, Deadeye's guy did rotate, got shut down during that rotation. But VSG Crawlers, the first big casualty to the hands of TSM Entity, they struggle because TSM Entity, it's just like a well-oiled machine how they took those fights. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, end of fight. It's done. It's over. Like it never happened before.
20 knockouts,
almost
3,700 damage, 1,000 heal, 9 headshots. Like, look, it speaks for itself. The numbers will show something, but at the end of the day, the actions spoke louder than words on the battlefield in game 1, being dominated by TSM Entity. I do want to quickly say though that run around by TSM Entity actually really helped Megastars in the end. The reason why is because TSM Entity has zapped up all of the, and I know their squad are in the top players. I didn't even want to point that out because, like I said, it speaks for itself. But because TSM Entity basically absorbed so many more kill points than usual, that actually allowed Megastars to get overall a better result in comparison to the teams around them.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Also, like that compound that they hold on to actually was really good, allowing them to just survive for a way longer phase. And the teams that were pushing on them, I talked about it, right? All the teams are going to try and push that location. If you are good on your communication and your synergy against that engagement push, you're going to be able to get so many frags out of that. But still, like Megastars, they were coming in third in the last PMPL scrims, right? And it does show here they got themselves second position. That rotation was absolutely on point. But TSM Entity talked about the shot calling being absolutely on point. They got fought by Fnatic, by ISIS on the background, and they still took that fight like dominant. And he was still 4 members remaining at the very end of that fight. That's huge.
Jonathan getting 9 kills and 5 assists. I told you, the guy's a monster. He's an absolute monster, an incredible player on the battlefield, and the addition of Clutch God as well, that's adding that extra firepower. Like, we talk about individual players being fantastic in a team, but it's actually better to have 2 players who are aggressive and 2 players who are not afraid to go forward because they have each other's back. And that's pretty much kind of what we saw from TSM Entity in that first game of the day.
What I recommend we do is go for the vroom vroom replay of this first game. I mean, there's a lot to go over, that is for sure. Here are the highlights, the early game encounter of, Gian Mara happening there. Synergy struggling early on, losing 3 members in the early stage. That did result in them taking a big L on this first game. But you know what? It's an early game. It's still the game number 1. They can make a comeback from that. It's completely okay. And then, of course, they lost an extra member as they were rotating in the open. But VSG Crawlers, they were crawling in the open and picking up a few frags along the way.
Yeah, they were kind of ticking along nicely. It wasn't anything super crazy, but they kind of were just doing little bits here and there. Seoul were also rotating really well and very intelligently. They played maybe a little bit too passive, right, in terms of they weren't as aggressive as TSM Entity in the way of taking teams out around them, but the way they were rotating when they went from the west down towards the southwest, that was just a nice clean rotation, and it's nothing I don't really expect from a team as experienced as Seoul.
Yeah, and then you saw Fnatic taking that fight in the compound a little bit higher on the northwestern side of the compound where TSM Entity took the fight. Fnatic, once again, a really good engagement. They did lose 1 member during that engagement, unfortunately, but then it was just, once again, very good synergy and communication. They had 1 member knocked, instantly healed back up, but now we were getting to the later stage as Fnatic were pushing upon TSM Entity. But, they were not even taking only fights on those 3 teams, right, TSM Entity. They took also the fights against the teams down south and shutting down those rotation, just like on Godlike. That was huge.
And you gotta say that if it wasn't for, I believe, if I remember rightly, it was INES that were kind of, part of the 3-squad fight between TSM and Fnatic. I gotta think that maybe if they hadn't been there, Fnatic might have gotten the better of TSM Entity, because you saw those on the highlights. They were getting some great engagements on it, but like I said, because of the third party coming in, that just maybe distracted Fnatic enough for TSM Entity to recover as they needed to.
Yeah, because TSM Entity, they had a few members knocked, but they were able to just heal themselves back up because they were the only team remaining at the end, and then you had the great ending there. Surprised that the car actually didn't get exploded beforehand, because that was a casualty that could have maybe been avoided for Megastars, but at the end of the day, still a great performance, 22 total kills on that game specifically. And what a great start, gotta say, for TSM Entity. And once again, all of this is for charity. And you know what? Even though it's for charity, not for their own winnings, they are showing up to the party right here. They want to get that $250,000 to the charity of their choice. If you want to also get, a little bit more details or do a donation of your own, you can go over to the link you can see down below, which is gamerswithoutborders.com.
Yeah, all the information on the charities, what's going on over the next 6 weeks, because we're doing PUBG Mobile right, and it's great, $1.5 million, but at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the end of week 6, it's going to be a total of $10 million going to charity.
Boy, 10 million, that is insane. But of course, we're going to go for a very short break. I think that first game is enough for me personally, but we've still got 5 to come. So boy, you better get ready right now. Get well and seated, get yourself some drink and some popcorn. Some more insane action is coming your way. Next game will be on Sandhawk. See you there.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
Gamers Without Borders is a global community that's united in the fight versus COVID-19.
Gamers Without Borders is a worldwide competition with a $10 million prize pool, all for charity.
There's a different game each week, with the best teams from around the world being invited to compete, and the winning teams get to donate prize money to the charity of their choice.
I'm really, really excited to be part of this because I've seen firsthand what COVID-19 has done to the world, as have we all. We're all in need of giving something extra, of doing our part by staying at home. And we can literally do our part for this by staying at home, watching and supporting our favourite teams, and even by donating to the charities ourselves. So here's just a few things that your donations will be useful. Putting in place more activities to track and understand the spread of the virus, ensuring patients get the care they need around the world, buying and shipping essential supplies such as masks, gloves and protective wear for frontline workers in areas affected by the outbreak, and providing food, trauma medication and supplies to relocated people in conflict zones.
And bringing international communities together through that is what I'm really most excited about. The way I'm going to be able to excite people and help bring a smile to the face to people in this situation that can, of course, be extremely tough for those around the world.
So what excites me the most of being part of this project is, of course, to be able to bring great content to all of you people at home that are in this confinement situation just like us, and to hopefully give you guys just something to think about. It's a little bit different about this global pandemic, and at the same time just watch some good esports and PUBG mobile action. are back. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for waiting, everyone at home. Game one, I mean, Imperium, like normally we just, slowly ease into the games. I think we didn't have any time to relax there. Like even from the early fight in Lipovka, we were straight into the action and I couldn't be any happier.
It's great to see that not only, of course, like I said, these teams are fighting for a share of the $750,000 charity prize pool, but from my point of view, I'm seeing an evolution in the gameplay and the improvements in the South Asia and Southeast Asia regions. Just how much more control they have in engagement, in rotations, and yeah, of course, teams are always going to make mistakes. Teams are always going to be, let's say, in the wrong place at the wrong time. But to be able to evolve and grow, I'm seeing that in these games. I know it's only game one, but I absolutely loved it.
This is my first time, I have to say, like actually casting games for the India region, right? And I gotta say, in one game alone, one thing that I see like that differentiates itself from like EU, MENA, like all the other regions I had the chance of casting so far, is the decision making. One mistake they see from other regions, right, is that like they're not too sure. Sometimes they're not sure where they want to commit. If they go aggressive, passive, they're a little bit unsure of what they want to actually go for as their play style. Here, TSM Entity, they go aggressive, and they go aggressive, baby. You got teams that go a little bit more passive on the side, and it works perfectly. But like a snappy like gameplay they come up with, and the fact that they just commit to decision making instantly when it's shot is awesome, and that's why I personally love on that first game. And they still got 11 games. Like I don't want this to stop. I want like 100 games like this.
It's incredible. It's absolutely kick-ass to see. If I'm going to be like, let's say, critiquing, if I'm going to be a little bit critical, the team that I was maybe a little bit on their engagement was Fnatic onto the last player of I forget who was exactly. Oh my god. Either way, it was that engagement where it was 3 against 2. They got the 1 knockdown, but confirming that last player took way too long. No, it wasn't VSG Crawlers. It was team beginning with T. Oh my god, my mind's gone blank. But either way, my point is that they were too slow in that engagement, and that actually hurt them when they did rotate up towards the north side and went up against INES and TSM Entity.
But damn, I'm absolutely insane. But with that said, we got a little bit of a segment for you guys at home if you want to have more information about the players of EU and MENA. So we're going to quickly go through that information before we dive into the next game, which will be on Sanhok. Let's go.
What is your number one tip for PUBG Mobile beginners?
Best tip is to play gyroscope and try to input a lot of like 4 fingers. It's gonna improve their skill a lot.
Just play as much as you can. Just play, yeah.
My number one tip for PUBG Mobile beginners is to follow their dreams.
My best tip for the beginners are that if they wanna get good and better every time they play, they need to play and watch streams from other better people so they can learn how to play the game better.
My number one tips would be to watch other people, how they play, and try to repeat it.
What was your path from a beginner to a world-class player?
When I started playing, first time I pick up the game, I started playing with 2 fingers, and then in second I knew something's not good. I input my 3rd finger, and that made me a really good player. And everybody started knowing me because I made some results. And in that time, everybody's saying to me, "Let's make a team." And then I made my first team. The name was Alpha, and we were like quite new. Known from Balkan, and that was my first team.
This might sound kind of like arrogant, but from the start, like I was just playing and I was just good at the game from the start.
I become pro player with experience and a lot of ambition and a lot of work too.
Well, I became a professional player like 3 years ago when I started playing another games, and I got signed in a team that I was studying. I got signed for a PUBG Mobile team in EU that the name of the team was Team Queso, and I played for them the first split of the PMCO, and that was my beginning in PUBG Mobile in the competitive and in the pro team.
I became that good by playing every week. So play the game and you will be good.
What's your favorite landing location and why?
My favorite jumping spot on Erangel is shelter. The reason is we loot it very fast and we have a lot of cars.
My favorite landing place is military base on Erangel because there's a lot of loot there and I cannot play without loot.
My favorite landing location is boot camp in Sanhok because you get a lot of players in there, and it's a very good place where you can improve yourself.
On Miramar on San Martin or Pecado because that's the map that I have played the most, and it's my favorite location because it is a hot drop where everyone is landing, so I can take fight there.
So my favorite map is Vikendi, and I like to land to Podvosto. And actually, I like it because I'm used to play it because my friends only like this map.
Thank you for the answers of these players. Of course, they were playing for the EU and MENA region part of things for the Gamers Without Borders event. So thank you very much for all the details. And also a few tips for new players, but there you have it. Imperium. Now, things are about to get even more sweaty. We had an insanely aggressive Erangel game, I do have to say. One of the most aggressive games I had the chance to see yet. And now we're going over to Sanhok, like, things are about to get... You can see my face right now. I'm like, oh my god, how is going to be Sanhok here? I don't know.
Here's the thing, Sanhok is normally known as a map that's the most aggressive or has, you know, the most level of, let's say, third party. But we saw it in game one. I can only imagine how these teams are going to deal with game two. Of course, there is a lot of respect amongst these teams, right? They know each other quite well. We've talked about them scrimming against each other. Even in the esports history of PUBG Mobile in the Indian and the South Asia regions, they've all played against each other in so many tournaments over the last year or 2 years. And we're seeing where opportunities within a game are going to be taken by the better teams. Like TSM, they took opportunities, they took control of the team fights that they were in. Fnatic didn't do that so much, so then therefore they kind of suffered later on. It's that little bit of a snowball effect, and of course I don't think anybody expected a 22 kill game for one individual team, but at the end of the day it speaks for itself.
Yeah, but like you just said, like TSM Entity taking the opportunities. They didn't take the opportunities, they took all the opportunities right there. That's why they got so many kills that game. Like, god damn it, that was insane. Now, we've got like so many third parties. I want to see how that's going to be unfolding, of course, on Sanhok, where like is known as the third party map. Things are about to get really interesting. I've seen how that game happened there on Erangel. I want to see how Miramar's going to be unfolding. I think that's going to be the most interesting map for me to see how these teams actually play and unfold in that kind of map. That's going to be interesting to me. But of course, Sanhok is going to be coming up. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams can unfold on that specific map. But real quick, before we do dive into the action, it's going to be a few seconds before we do dive straight back into that. I've got to repeat why we are here once again for the section of PUBG Mobile. This is $1.5 million going straight to charity for the fight against COVID-19. And for the segment, you know, of SCA and SA team is going to be $750,000 going straight to charity for the top 8 teams. They can try and decide where they want to try and place that prize pool for these current charities involved. And you can see them below. Those are the charities involved. And if you also maybe want a little bit more information, you want to know what this event is about, what charities are involved, or you might want to do a donation of your own, you can go straight on over to gamerswithoutborders.com to get all the juicy pieces of detail you might all need at home.
That's it. It's what we're all here for, right? To raise awareness, get information, and to just help each other kind of stay a bit safer, right? And recover in a better manner and in a safer way. And helping to raise that awareness is a big part of course, you know, always recommend people to follow the guidelines set by the World Health Organization. Stay safe out there, wash your hands regularly. And look, no better time to play some games when you're stuck at home during quarantine or watch some juicy esports action in the world of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, get your phone out there, download PUBG Mobile if you haven't already. I'm pretty sure if you're watching this, you must have played PUBG Mobile at least once. So I think you can already load back into a game, do some TDM if you want to, and just have some fun while watching some esports on the side. But once again, the link is down below if you do want to get all that piece of GT details. That's gamerswithoutborders.com. And you know what? I'm going to say it. TSM Entity, if they make another chicken dinner, I'm going to do a $50 donation on my own because like that team is absolutely insane. If they can take on Sanhok and do 2 chicken dinners in a row, I'm going to do my big donation of my own.
Okay,
I'm going to put a bet here.
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Then, you know, how about if I'll put my money where my mouth is. If Elementrix wins this game, actually, you know what? If any other team wins it, I'll donate $50. That means at the end of the day, we're still giving money to charity. We're helping to raise money at the end of the day, as well as casting this event. So why the hell not?
It's just a friendly bet between casters, try and make some good stuff happen here, of course, and there's going to be some fun and games coming over. But yeah, talking about fun and games, we're going to be going straight into the jungle, baby, and literally going to be diving once again straight into this game of Sanhok. Guys, in the chat, spam whichever team you're supporting. Whatever country you come from, you can still join in on the fun and support whatever team you support the most, and we'll have to see.
I can probably safely say that Seoul is the most well-supported team in these 16 teams. But then again, so are Fnatic are very heavily supported, as well as TSM Entity. And as long as we're all here to fight against COVID-19, that's the main thing.
Yeah, it's really nice to see these teams all come together once again for the better cause. But here it is. We're going to be dropping literally into game number 2 of South Asia and Southeast Asia. Here it is, baby. Who's going to be taking this one? We'll have to wait and see. But this playing path is going to be awesome. Going to be pretty central overall. A little bit focalized down the south. But otherwise, all teams will be able to get their main drop-in location under control.
Deadeye is looking to rotate up towards or land up towards a northwest island, Camp Alpha. We know that Sanhok is a 4x4 map, smallest map, so the circle in Phase 1 nearly always occupies all 3 areas of the map unless it's a hard shift in one direction. And I just spoke about that, and it has kind of shifted more towards the mainland, but it's the northeast, and that's a different kind of circle. Like I said, we normally see a circle that's occupied by all 3 areas of the map, but it means that these teams are going to have a clearer indication on where they want to and where they need to go in this Phase 1 circle.
You know what, for Ian Mena, most of the circles were localized over to the western side. We're shifting regions, and we're going to be going straight over to the eastern side. So we'll have to see how teams can play around that. We're going to be going straight on over to TSM Entity. A little bit scared because they are somewhat split around the map there, but they are also in a location where there are not too many squads around them. They are surrounding Ruins, and Ruins actually talking about that location, going to be overtaken by Elementrix. Let's not forget, the rotating away from Ruins is extremely hard for you to achieve if teams have just a wind of information that you're localized in that compound. So Elementrix, they've got to be careful during their looting stage, not give too much information away. But I'm seeing Clutch God come over around here, and he's going to get information on Elementrix. This is going to be so hard for them to rotate away from this location.
They've just had a game where they got 22 kills. They're not ready to let up. They're not ready to stop. They want to get more. They're greedy guts, but I absolutely love it.
I absolutely love it too. Things are not looking really good. Mr. Hyozi, you're scaring me a little bit. Are they all going to move? Clutch God, show us what you got, baby. He's going to go straight for Shagai. Hits the few bullets. Headshot connects for Clutch God. Go for Poopy Man. Also is put so damn low, but they respond pretty quickly. But now need the entirety of TSM Entity to take this fight early on, as he goes straight for the fight and straight for the clutch. And Elementrix, I think they might die early here. They might actually take 16th position.
Oh my god, I love the fact that Clutch God, okay, he only has a painkiller anyway, so it's not like he has a lot of kills, but now that's going to be on top, knocking down Clutch God. Mr. Hayuzu coming in from the side, so it's going to be up to Neo to be able to kind of push back the remaining members of Elementrix. It's a better response for Elementrix. They're not looking to completely disengage. They want to get revenge onto the members of TSM Entity.
Yeah, you know, he was going to try and go for the rest, but he knows he has to take this fight head on. But unfortunately, TSM Entity going overwhelmed by the response of Elementrix, despite having lost Shagar. It doesn't really matter. And this is maybe the risk that TSM Entity were willing to take. The fact that they didn't have the full squad ready to take this fight was definitely a little bit of a mistake on their side. But now TSM Entity are going to have Jonathan, the clutch god of game number 1 on Erangel, going to be moving up. He has the intel, but will he take the fight? I doubt he will.
He shouldn't. He really shouldn't. But I can't help but think he probably will.
Wait for Zedgod. Like, he's going to arrive soon, and you can still take the fight. 2v3 is definitely possible, but you just got to wait for that man advantage to be reduced to a bare minimum, right?
Yeah, it's very true. And, you know, and the one thing about Sandhawk though as well is that it is a map that you can get an incredibly good result off the back of only being a 1 or 2 man team, because snaking is so prominent, because you have a lot of jungle area that you can kind of dance around and you can prone around and you can keep yourself safe from. So that's something that at least will help TSM Entity, as they've lost 2 members early on.
Yeah, Zed God not going to push because they know they have the high ground, and he would find himself in a similar situation where Elementrix were a few seconds earlier. He would be in the vicinity around Ruin. So going for that push will be a little bit risky, but Mr. Kyozu, the trap has been set up, and they're going to go for the car rotations. He's alone, and you know he can't take that fight. Will he actually take the shots? I'm pretty sure Jonathan will. I mean, that's almost an easy kill, but yet he's not going to go for it despite that car rotation. But here it is, he's getting up, and here it is, Mr. Kyozu. See you later, Alligator. Instant shutdown, and TSM Entity making it a 2v2 fight.
Like, I feel bad for Elementrix, right? Because they've been surprise engaged upon 2 separate occasions now. Of course, the confirmation hasn't come out because Mr. Hozu was able to dance back around the rock. But Jonathan is going to look to cook up a grenade. Is it going to be barbecue time, baby?
Not just yet. Let's just wait a little bit longer. Mr. Hyoji, I thought, he was out of the game. I counted it too early. My apologies for that. But you know what? TSM Entity, despite going up the hill, they're still going to commit. But no, they lose Jonathan. Zedgod's now going to be left alone to 1v3 clutch this round. And this is going to be a little bit harsh for him, but how can he play around this? They're going to surround him. This is a great net set up by Elementrix. But Mr. Kyoto's going to be the first one. Can he get the knock? He doesn't get the last bullet through, and now he's behind. He has to focus on the right, and that's going to be TSM Entity eliminated in 16th position. What a reverse engage from Elementrix.
They bit off more than they could chew, and they paid the price. Elementrix responded incredibly well, right? They didn't let up the fight. They got surprise attacked on 2 separate occasions, but they didn't look to completely disengage. Every time they got engaged on, they clapped back, they bit back harder, and that did work out for Elementrix.
Gonna be seeing this squad of Synergy. No, they had some decent early game strategy on game 1, but did struggle a little bit to keep that man advantage early on, and they're gonna get way closer to this one respective squad, team number 19, Imamba. They're just going to try and avoid each other. They got a little bit of wind of information. The team was there. If you can avoid early game fights in Sandhawk, I would recommend you to do so, especially when you got such a valuable compound nearby. It is actually also in circle.
We also had Team Extreme making for a bit of a unique rotation from the Northwest Island across the river on the early parts, and that's actually, kind of caught out the members of Fnatic. We've seen a kill go over on the side of Ronak, leaving Scout Ash and Frankie left standing, but they're kind of disconnected. Frankie is kind of on his own in the warehouse. So that was a nice rotation by Team Extreme, and that was the benefit of that phase on circle being so clearly in the mainland on the northeast side of the map.
They know that Frankie, she also had another job on side of interview, and she also competitively. That's great to know. You know what?
Max. Yeah. I think it's a different Frankie.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Just to let you know.
Damn it. Oh, man, my hopes are so high right there. I'm sure she's good at PUBG too, to be completely honest. Fair. But Fnatic, they moved away early from boot camp. They're speaking the warehouse of boot camp. You talked about it. You don't like teams really rotating around there because it's such a hard position to play around. And the fact that they left early on is just going to be a great callback for Fnatic. So hoping to have a good game on Sandhawk here. But as I mentioned, one player down. They did lose Sugar earlier as they did rotate away from Ruins. But you know what? Shutdown TSM Entity, getting those 4 kills for yourself as you were rotating away from Ruins. That's like the huge reverse, like the biggest reverse sweep I've ever seen so far. That was unexpected.
Unexpected, but when you really think about it, what did they do? They took control of that engagement. Instead of trying to run away, they got caught out. They had no time to stop those initial knockdowns coming through, right? But the second they saw it happen, they responded, and that makes a big difference. Whereas if they had tried to completely disengage, there's a higher chance that TSM Entity would have taken them out. So that's the difference maker. Sometimes you're better off, instead of running away, instead of disengaging, fight back, clap back. And that was the confidence that Elementrix showed, and it paid off.
Confidence is key as you play on Sandhawk, but I'm going to take this opportunity as it is early game, not going to be having too much happening for maybe the next few seconds, so I'm going to take this opportunity to say a quick thank you to everyone in the chat on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook. Thank you so much for being here with us today in this fight against COVID-19. Even if you do not do a donation of your own, just being here brings awareness to this kind of tournament and also can bring more people to potentially donate and just support also the global esports scene of PUBG Mobile esports. So for that, from myself and also from Imperium, thank you so much. And also we saw the nice comments in chat. Really appreciate every single one of you guys. Let's go in.
Yeah, of course, it definitely helps to motivate us casting these games. As Marcus Gaming, they're going to be not motivated by the fact that one member has been knocked down, has been confirmed as Elementrix on the back of a team fight, team wipe on TSMND. They're ready to clap right on to Marcos.
Mega Stars, they still want to try and take that fight. Elementrix, they did feel confident on that push. We know what they know that now. This is not a position on which they want to take the fight. A lot of rock's going to be available for Mega Stars, so they're just going to be pushing back to their compound. A lot of respect, despite the fact that they took down the top team of that first engagement. But now they're already going to be trying to reverse back. A lot of respect from this team, which, respect in PUBG, there's never too much.
You can never have too much respect, in fairness. But you also can have a healthy amount of disrespect in the right way. Like when you knock somebody down, you punch them to death, you pan them to death. There's that kind of there's that healthy dose of kind of just BM in terms of, hey, look, I'm going to get one up on you in that state. But phase 2 has shown up and it shifted once again up towards the north. All that space between Tapmock and Mong Nai very easily utilized and accessed by the likes of INES, Jayamara, even the side of Team 17, which is, not going to lie, I totally forgot. I think it's Team Metellus.
You know what? I'm going to say right now, a boat rotation at this stage was actually not too bad for example, Hype, Umamba, also Elementrix, and Megastars. They can just wrap around towards, for example, Kampong, get the boats there and try and wrap up north because there's like 50% of the circle basically unoccupied, which would be pretty valuable. But Synergy in the open, you got to be careful of how you take this fight. You're fighting against Fnatic. You got to be careful of your surroundings as you push for that.
Yes, Team Tamila's in a very nice, healthy spot on the north side of the circle as Fnatic disengage away from boot camp. Overall, cleanly, only losing one member off the back of what was a fantastic rotation by Team Extreme across the water. But now we have Soul and INES. It's 4 against 2 inside Camp Bravo. I call it a poor man's charity. But you know what, Soul? They want to make it the Kings for Soul.
He's mentioned Soul as one of the team to look out for as we go towards Sandhawk. So you know what? I'm going to keep my eyes wide open. I don't want to miss anything about this engagement potentially coming up. The Machine is going to be coming from the background trying to assist it because they definitely got wind of Soul surrounding there. They know that there's one team pushing on their location.
Yeah.
So they're going to be careful. Already prone down. And that nade. Oh, Kobe. Look at that from Viper. Huge play. They get the knock. And here it is. It's engage time, baby, for Soul. They get closer and closer. Getting through this cross-section of every single building. And that'll be turned into a 4v1. He's got the MT49. Absolute overkill from Rigaltos. And he's going to go for the fight. Evil Eye, can he make the work happen?
What?
Yes, he does. Great response from Evil Eye. But he's not going to commit for the flush. He wants to focus on the other remaining members of Soul. He sees them on the lower side.
No way.
Another one. Look at him doing an insane play. Evil Eye doing so much work. But unfortunately, going to be shut down from the back. And that's going to be the end for him. He's going to get instantly flushed. But you know what? That was scary for Soul, I do have to say.
It was a bit of an unclean engagement at the end. After what was a fantastic grenade, they kind of went in one by one and they paid the price. But then the other 2 members of INES coming in and they want to clean up Soul. They don't want to give him a chance to breathe as Moral's got to respond. He's full up on health. Push back the remaining members of INES so the revives can come through.
No, I feel a little bit sad. He just barely got res back up and suddenly, boom, knocked again. No way, Jose, you're not going to be playing some PUBG today.
Ooh.
But Capshi going to be pretty close. Regalto's still going to be knocked away. They've got to go for that res. They're trying to buy as much time, but he heard that. And
oh, no.
Go for the engage. That's over-aggressive coming out, unfortunately, from Mortal. Does get knocked away, but the flush will not happen. If he wants to get that flush, he's got to put himself out of position.
He's trying to bait
He does not want to do that.
He's trying to bait him.
Push them towards him.
And in comes in another one. Puts Viper down to like 5 health. But now he's going to try and dance around. He does get the clap back on. And this could be INES shutting Mortal and the rest of Soul down.
NS, are you kidding me? Soul get absolutely battered right here, but they do lose it barely. It gets to come back at the end, and Death will get eliminated in 15th position as Seoul still have 4 members remaining and no one around to get those flushes. Are you kidding me? That was the closest fight ever.
And did you know Regaltos, after that engagement on the first 2 members of INES, had yet to be revived up because INES didn't push aggressively enough? The revive came through into Regaltos, and who ended up cleaning up INES? Regaltos. When you engage hard and clean it up. So, what an incredible recovery.
I swear if this circle goes up north, these teams are going to be so mad because they're going to have to cross each other and there's going to be so much more action. Hey, you know what? Somehow it does go up north towards Mongnae and Camp Bravo. Some teams don't have to rotate. But right now, there's definitely that position towards Mongnae is going to be extremely valuable. Also, because it's got so much high ground and visibility on all of the south and the western side because it's high ground. And that's huge for the teams that get there first.
Plus, you have that kind of road that right now is kind of dividing the north and south side of that circle directly. And that's actually going to help Seoul. Seoul need to disengage from Camp Bravo to get that information, to get that level of position that they're going to be able to push teams around them. But Deadeyes, they're being punished by Team Extreme.
Yep, Team Extreme doing pretty good on that engagement. They got high ground, but be careful. Elementrix, they got 2 members up. That's going to be Mr. Hyozi.
Nice!
And that great nade from Poo Poo, man. Are you kidding me? That was huge. The grenades of India are insane as they get the team squad wipeout up to 9 kills already, and we're just barely in phase 3.
Oh,
those grenades!
Team coming in. Poo Poo Man with an absolute Kobe 3-pointer. Boom. Job done. An Elementrix wipe out another team, and now they move on forward. They gotta try and find a position inside the circle as teams are rotating up. And so they didn't disengage from Camp Bravo, but I tell you what, Marcus, they've occupied Camp Bravo and they want to take down Seoul.
You know, so I still can't believe they still got 4 members off that fight. They had everyone knocked away, like knock, but yet able to barely survive it. And now back as a full team.
I like that.
Once again, we talked about it. Respect. They know there's going to be megastars coming from the backside. They're not ready. They want to aim for position because it's a little bit more on the edge. So they're going to go straight for the high ground I mentioned earlier.
As Marcus Gaming, they go into Camp Bravo. It's nice by Seoul. Really great disengagement from them, right? They kind of recognized they would have heard the footsteps, maybe seen a pixelated body and deciding, look, we've done what we needed to do the early parts of the game. We've taken out a squad. We've gotten 4 kills on our side. Let's play for the late game, play for the next couple of circles. And that's just better IGLing, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I do really enjoy this rotation coming out. Not the only team, like, you got a bunch of squads actually going for really, really smart rotations. I do really like the fact that they're committing so quickly to those rotations. It's something that I'm really happy to see. Of course, you know, megastars now, they got control. They see a Mamba in the distance, just going to get himself into a bug. You know, buggies are not too great to rotate with. They're going to go for the spray. Can they get at least one? Yes, they can! And megastar's going to get the knockdown. They're going to try and get the flush instantly down onto OB. But, of course, you know, Pansing, unfortunately, just can't stick around. He has to move forward. He has to get to the edge of the circle to stay passive. But that was such a nice shot coming out from Megastar.
Yeah, you Mamba, they've got to try and just disengage and dance away because the blue zone is starting to close in. We're going to see phase 4 popping its face as VSG and Godlike with Existence prone down. Going to have an idea of where the likes of Hype are as well, sending himself forward. That's going to be good stuff from them. They're looking to have that little bit of a scouting forward play to get that information.
Things are going to be moving a little bit faster now. We're going to be having phase 4 coming up in a matter of a few seconds. Interesting to see how teams will be able to respond on that shift. It's Godlike. They got not too much information for that position. There's a little bit of a dip. It doesn't give them a lot of scope on where the teams are going to be potentially located on. Very central. A lot of rows actually going to be still into account here, but the teams that rotated earlier, especially Seoul, that rotation away from Camp Bravo is huge and can potentially secure themselves that second chicken dinner of the day.
It really isn't. That road is still in play, dividing 50% of the north and the south. So that's going to really be important for Seoul as they hold on. Also, Jaya Mara, they have a great entryway into the circle from the north side of the circle. Fnatic are going right through or right near, close by to the side of Team Tamilas.
Therefore, it's incident for action potentially for Hastar. It takes a few shots. Not going to do too much on Hype, unfortunately, just yet from the PAL team. I'm seeing Fnatic popping up into the kill feed right here. It is Frankie and Ash going to be pushed on forward. Scout OP got knocked away. How are they going to commit here? Unfortunately, they can't do too much here, Team Tamilus, because they got two members knocked off their own. They can't go very aggressive. They need to heal up right now.
Yeah, plus at the end of the day, throwing out those grenades are going to push back the members of Team Tamilus, going to create more space for Fnatic to flank around. At the end of the day, these two teams are outside the circle. So it's also more important that Fnatic do not get tunnel vision. Clean up the kills, disengage away, and go into the circle.
And they're in the blue, like you just said, they have to get into the circle. That's also actually an extra ticking time factor to this engagement. Striker, unfortunately, in the open, the chance of him getting res back up are pretty slim. But Megastar, they're going to have Onkar netted up by Synergy. Some action is going to be unfolding. We might have a little bit of a hard time getting over everything here because you've still got so many players remaining in such a later stage circle. The action is going to be unfolding. Fnatic, they're going to try and disengage. They're not quite ready to take this fight, so they're going to go up north to try and find an easy entry point. Reading the circle really on point.
Yeah, and look at that picture-in-picture. It's actually Synergy engaging onto remaining players of Megastars. Megastars have been in that compound, and that is it. Megastars get eliminated. Synergy take over that compound that is inside the circle. That's such a good response from Synergy off the back of what was a bit of a disappointing game one for them.
There you go, Megastars. A little bit unfortunate on that finish, but you know what? It's completely okay. They'll still have a few more games to do some impact, so we'll see them again. No worries right there. But now we got 11 teams. Things are getting more and more settled down, but oh my god, we see still some bolt action coming out. That's huge.
I'll tell you who's the biggest winners of this game so far. Well, you know what? That's okay, because they got 9 kills. Yeah, of course, a better placement result definitely would have benefited them, right? But considering the amount of battles they'd gone through in this game up until this point, to get 9 kills and yet at 1 placement point, that's still a double-digit game for them.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. The action's going to be coming up. A few more shots coming out. And Godlike, they are getting involved once more. They had a very unfortunate positioning on last game, going down here, and they just got picked up by TSM Entity really, really easily. Hoping this one to have a little bit of a better high ground position. If that's the case, that could be huge for them. I'm seeing a Victor. That's Happy Imperium noises right there.
Victor. Victor.
Yeah.
We did see the circle shifting down south right into the palm of the hands of VSG Crawlers, also benefiting Godlike as well. They're the only team on the south side of the circle, plenty of space on the high ground, but it's going to be important that they don't get third party from multiple angles. The best thing they can hope for is all the teams up north between the west and the east take each other out.
Some shots finally. Shiffy's going to take a few shots in the distance, though he is still going to be having another member on this side. They got 2 members up on this one. So I'm going to take a quick opportunity. My apologies, I was apparently mentioning Marcus Gaming has Megastars. They're team 11 and 12, so a little bit of a mix-up on my side. My apologies for that. Won't happen again. We're completely okay, but now let's refocus on the fight as Soul. They're going to have Sangwan be knocked away. Fnatic, they want those juicy frags. A bit of utility will be popped away, but Soul, the res will be coming out, and they'll be back to 4 members taking the fight versus Fnatic.
Oh, and then Scout able to knock down a member of Hype with a grenade. So they're taking 2 team fights right now. Hype and Soul, but Soul are disengaging, right? Soul are saying, hey, look, you know, you take each other out, we're going to get into the circle. We did also lose Marcos Gaming, who'd gone through Camp Bravo. They'd taken down Umamba, but they do go out in 10th place. It's not like looking for the members of Synergy.
Godlike, they got a position which I'm actually really happy. This might actually be the redeeming factor.
But look at this. They're allowing Deadeyes to get close to them. That's something they have to shut down, and they have to shut it down now. Yes, the Blue Zone is closing in. So the members of Deadeyes, they're taking a little bit of Blue Zone tick damage, but they still can't let them get close to them.
Oh, Fnatic, can you get that shot? Ash is put so dangerously low right now, but he can't commit, but he gets the information. Nice peek out from Ash. That's going to be their 4th kill so far, but Ash is left alone. He's got to go for the reses, but they were getting flushed away by Soul so far. And now the circle's going to be still moving up. That tick damage will put an end to those 2 members of Fnatic, very unfortunately, leaving Ash alone, but he has a shack alone on the edge of the circle. Might be the opportunity for him to backstab Soul as they rotate further in the center of the circle.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Can he come out and get the thirst?
He's Viper, unfortunate the backstab was coming out, but you know what? He's still got a few members on the backside. Regaltos and Mortal going to be trying their best to take the fight.
Oh my god, look at
Synergy. Things are looking scary for this squad, but like there's so many teams still involved at this stage. 5 teams still in the game, 15 players all around. There it is. Regalta's going to go out. He's got the M249. Great weapon if you're playing on Sanhok here. The nade comes out, does get a little bit more take damage, but the blue zone is closing up. Regalta's got to move on forward. He's got to go more central, and that might actually be the end of Soul. Regalta's is knocked away, leaving him down to one member, and he still has yet to move away from the shack. I think we might have to say goodbye to Soul pretty soon, unfortunately, Imperium.
Yeah, and Synergy being able to get that little bit of advantage, a little bit push forward into the circle, they were able to shoot and move. But Viper and actually Roach from VSG Crawlers actually knocked down Strider.
Oh, things are looking scary right now. Synergy gonna get clapped back by Ash. You know what? I like it. Ash, despite being the last member of Fnatic, he's not scared to take fights. He knows that Sanhok is not gonna allow you too much passiveness. And now Godlike, they're finally gonna go for the engage. They can still pull off the res. Aren't make COP if they can. So they're gonna have to shut down the entirety of VSG Crawlers right now if they want to go back to 4 members. But they're going to take their time. They're going to scout information with that third person through the window, as unfortunately Synergy will be taking the L in 5th position.
And this is it, with the circle shifting once again into that compound that was held onto by VSG Crawlers. But Godlike, they were on the south side of the map, the south side of the circle, but they moved down effectively. They took down the members of Deadeyes. Now they have all the space in the world to engage on the VSG Crawlers, and that's one knockdown down, one more to go. Just Roach left on his own, and he gets cleaned up.
You know what, it was going to be hard when you're dealing with such a good communication and synergy from Godlike. It's always going to be extremely hard for them. But you know what? Ash, he knows that the fight just happened. Maybe this is the time to strike because they have yet to reload their weapons, also heal himself back to 100 health. So now Ash gets the information on Geo for the second. Actually, he's going to get the first one on Hunter. It's the start of the clutch, baby. He gets first. Can he get the second? No, he can't. And now be chicken dinner over to Godlike with still a full squad remaining. Huge game on their side as they get the second chicken dinner of the day.
Such a great effort from Ash in the end. He was able to get one knockdown, and it was just because there was just too many players engaging on him. And saying that though, that was also great by Godlike, and that showed how well they were communicating together because they pushed in onto the remaining player in the final moments as a full squad. Plus, never mind the fact that at the end of the day, they had done that all throughout the game. Godlike were just pushing forward and took out team after team when they needed to.
That really shows last game, if they got that high ground position and the circle was a little bit more in their favor, how would the game actually ended up? We do not know, but you know what, Godlike, if they got a good position, they use it properly, and they secure the dubs. 27 points total on this second game, able to catch up a little bit on TSM Entity's first position so far, but Fnatic, I gotta say, the fact that Ash was still taking fights despite being alone, that shows a lot of confidence that I was not expecting, but you know what, I'm extremely happy to see him come into second position.
I also love the play by Soul, right? On one hand, once again, you could maybe say it was a little bit passive, but on Sanhok, I actually think it was a much better strategy to pull off because there's so many chances that you can get third party that Soul was just like, look, it's not worth it for us. We can just push forward, rotate in the circle, get information, and then we can look to take a team fight. And that's kind of what they did, and they got a great amount of points for it.
They're going to be going over the top players. Synergy having 2 of their players, surprisingly enough, actually up there. I'm really happy to see that actually unfold. 6 kills coming out from Schreider. He also got himself Austin Bot, which is going to get himself also 5 kills and 1 assist on that. You know, really consistent. I got to say, Synergy, a little bit undermined, I think, on that first game, but on this Sanhok game specifically, the aggressive players were coming out consistently. You know, if you are an aggressive team, it's going to be extremely rewarded as you do go over to Sanhok.
Yeah, like Synergy, they're a team that have showed up time and time again. They've also evolved, much like a lot of these teams, but they've evolved really well over the past 6 to 8 months from when I saw them in November. And look, at the end of the day, being able to be more aggressive and get those kills, that's helping them when it comes to these games and to the overall standings.
Man, that is Sanhok. I was not expecting that. I got the impression almost the Erangel game of earlier was like more aggressive in the
A little bit more aggressive,
yeah. Really surprising, but still great stuff coming out on the second game. Sanhok is done for today. We'll have some more Sanhok coming up tomorrow, so if you do love that map, you know, do want to stick around for that. But now, game number 3. That one's going to be going straight back to Erangel. We had a great finish on that first game, and I want to see, will it be another TSM Entity finish, or will it actually go to another squad? It's going to be interesting to see. But, you know, we got a lot happening in that game, a lot of fights happening at the same time. So I recommend let's go check out the highlights of this second game on Sanhok, because I think we desperately need it.
The vroom highlights, as we call it, and this was the start of the fight between INES and Soul. Soul didn't help themselves, right? They did get a fantastic first knockdown with the grenade, but then they were very uncoordinated and they got their members knocked down, and it nearly went against them on the last 2 members of INES, but Regalto came in clutch.
That was some great plays through and through once again. The flight going over to this side of there. I didn't even see that shot actually that game. That was actually really consistent results. But then PUBG, there was that huge double nade knockdown of Elementrix. That was exactly what they needed, allowing them to take down Extreme, and they were just taking fight and fight again. But like the grenades this game, so good. The best nades in the world, I have to say.
Here's the thing, and again, I kind of asked it yesterday, and I'm actually curious of people's opinions more and more. I kind of think grenades are a little bit too powerful when it comes to competitive play, because I think players are getting far more accurate with them compared to what we saw last year. They're knowing how to use them in a better way, and that's great. But I also think that it's allowing teams to kind of get an engagement when maybe they should be a bit more aggressive, or they should be a bit more in control of their position. Just something to think about. Either way, when they come out accurate, when we see Kobe's come through, you can't help but admire them.
I was really thinking like, man, Ash, he could actually end up taking the win there, because that first peek around the rock was like feeling so confident, yet despite being a one-man army, he took the first knockdown instantly. The second was a little bit harder, it did not go his way, but man, if he was actually able to get those 2 knockdowns on his right, he had to focalize on the 2 remaining members on his left. That could have been actually a really good 1v4 clutch. It was cut a little bit short, but still the great attempt from Fnatic's great performance on their second game. Let's hope they can try and, maybe end up with a chicken dinner over the course of these 2 days for this Game Without Borders event. But man, like 2 games and I'm pumped.
I'm so hyped. Like nothing against the EUCS and MENA regions, nothing against it at all, because I love them, they're in my heart. But there's something about these games, whether it's the fact that these are teams I don't normally cast, whether it's the fact that I'm maybe warmed up after 2 days of casting, but this feels more energetic. This feels special. It feels just a bit more powerful, and we're seeing it from the teams, and it's incredible to see.
Yeah, this is like my first time casting this region, these teams that I've been watching for like month and month now, even years I would even say, for some of these players specifically, and I'm just extremely hyped and honored to be able to bring you guys the action of these teams with Imperium, of course. And I wanted this to happen, and I couldn't be any happier to cast these games, because I was not expecting this aggressiveness to come out. I think nobody could really. No. But there you go. 2 games in the books.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the evolution of the South Asia and Southeast Asia regions. We've already mentioned it. You talked about how responsive they've looked and how well they're quick to react. I think they're also, as a region, have become more aggressive overall. And I think that comes back to when you're looking in the overall kind of worldwide aspect, where we've seen teams from the China regions and from the Eastern regions, they've kind of shown to be very aggressive. That's paid off on the global stage, and these teams have been able to kind of go, look, it's what's working for them. Maybe we need to evolve our gameplay. And with India and the whole of South Asia and Southeast Asia regions being so popular, when that one pickup of an evolution of gameplay comes through, it's like a huge snowball effect, and it swiftly flows through the entire community.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like the reaction plays coming out from these teams was absolutely awesome. But with that said, a lot of action. We got to take breaks, okay? We got to just relax a little bit, just get the steam out of there. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for just a few short minute break. Myself and Imperium will be back shortly for game number 3 on Erangel. See you there.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of BBC Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
The first competition in Gamers Without Borders will be all about PUBG Mobile, and it's going to take place from the 2nd to the 5th of May.
Of course, we'll be going every single map you guys all know and love for PUBG Mobile. That's going to be, of course, Erangel, Sanhok, Vikendi, and good old Miramar. And $10 million. This is what these teams are going to be fighting for throughout all the different games. But for PUBG Mobile specifically, it will be $1.5 million. They will be shared between all of the top 8 teams of their respective regions. So for first position, it's going to be, of course, $250,000 going towards a charity of their choice. Slowly going to be trickling down to 8th position, where it will be $12.5 thousand. Still a pretty hefty amount overall.
Going to be a total of 750,000, and then of course fans can make their own contributions to the charity of their choice, right? Because this is all about raising money for those charities. So if fans want to get involved, you can 100% donate to those charities.
1, 2, 3. Game number 3 is going to be underway in just a matter of a few seconds. Imperium, like 2 games underway. It felt like 20 games packed in 2, and so far it's been absolutely mental. But we got a little bit more information for you guys. We're going to have the overall rankings back up to see which team currently is in that pole position.
I'd say it's still TSM Entity. They've probably done enough to stay up there just about. But Godlike have come back strong after what was a fantastic Game 2, climbed up to 2nd place overall, 41 points, 15 kill points, 26 placement points. But Fnatic and Soul hot on their heels in 3rd and 4th respectively.
Man, like the fact that Godlike were able to catch up to Entity so quickly, I was not expecting. After it was like also because like they had such a hard early game result on Sandhog that TSM Entity did fall back a little bit. But you know what? That first game alone is able to still keep them in 1st position. Like that's still once again a huge achievement. But you say like Fnatic, Soul, they're climbing back up. Like the pole position teams are has gone into it like somewhat a little bit almost expected. But like you got some other teams like who are doing great performances.
Yeah, and like look at this. You got 15 points dividing Fnatic in 3rd and Extreme in 11th. That's nothing after 2 games in. Yeah, okay, as you get through these games, we might see a little bit of a disparity. We'll see kind of groups of teams kind of fighting against each other. But it's also great to see how close these teams are after only 2 games.
Yeah, things are getting really close, and like you just saw the overall rankings right there, the main objective for these teams for this event, if you're not too familiar, is to be in top 8. Top 8 is where the charity prize pool is going to be separated between all these squads, and they'll be able to send it directly to the charity of their choosing to fight versus COVID-19. So that's the main focus. Why? Also, you know, we mentioned it quite a bunch of times, but if you do want to get more details, you got the link that you can go check out. There is going to be gamerswithoutborders.com. You've got all the information about the charities, about the event itself, all the future games that are going to be involved, because no, there's not only PUBG Mobile, we've still got 6 weeks of esports coming your way. And also, if you want to go do a donation of your own, you can go over to the link. That's where all the details will be going your way.
That reminds me, I actually do need to put a $50 donation there for and on behalf of Godlike, who got that game too. I did say if it was any other team that got the chicken dinner, I would donate $50. So I will do that during the break after game 3. But oh my god, I'm just so pumped, Max. It's so good to see these games on the battlefield, to cast these games once again, and for such an incredibly good cause. Of course, we got to look at the teams in the bottom of the standings, right? We got to look at the teams that really need to climb their way up to get into the top 8. They still got 10 more games. When we talk about a proper competitive setting, and we talk about 12-game series, you can have 1.5, 2 bad games, but anything after that, you're really on the back end.
I think you've got to keep in mind, like, when we did cast the past 2 days before this event for EU and MENA, we had the games actually resulting in the last game of Miramar between the top 3 teams, which team will be on number 1 position. And it's still anybody's game. Even teams are currently in last position in 16th. They can still climb back up. So, if your favorite team is struggling on the 2 first games, it's not over. You've still got 10 games coming your way. So do stick around for that. It's going to be absolutely insane over the course of these 2 days. But Imperium, we already have like a general ideas of like which team are going to be performing really well. I think like Soul and the TSM Entity, Fnatic, like they're already popping off really good on these 2 first games.
Yeah, and a team that I'd like to see get another good result in Erangel, which I kind of expect so, is Megastars. Megastars positioned themselves so well on that first game in Erangel. They were able to put themselves in that strong position. Yes, the circle did consistently stay in that area for the majority of the game, but at the end of the day, they did also create that space around them, which did push some teams back, which forced more fights on the outside of the circle in the later game.
With that said, Erangel, once again, is going to be the next focus for this 3rd game of the day. The first one, if you did miss that game, absolutely insane. If you're on YouTube, you can reverse back a little bit just to see that finish. I recommend you got a few seconds for yourself. You want to check out that move coming out from TSM Entity. It was absolutely mental. But here it is, game number 3. Seeing how things happen in that game, some teams that had a lot of trouble in position.
Don't ask. Nope. Baguettes.
What team do you choose?
Baguettes. Spaghetti.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. But, like, yeah, there are some teams. I wanted to try and see what Godlike can do if they got a better position. Same for Elementrix. 2 teams that did really struggle going down from that southern position up north because they were going downhill. I want to see how they can play around that if they get a decent position, because that circle shift also was pure evil. Come on, in the open fields towards school, you're not really expecting that.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. And it's about how you react to a situation. You know, I talked about with Elementrix, how they react against a team fight that TSM entity put surprise onto them. So when you react in a better way, or when you react in the right way, because you don't always know how to react, but when you do react in the right way, you get the best result from what can be a very tough situation.
Varia, we're going to be dropping, literally, into the game once more. It's going to be on Erangel, of course. Look at that sexy transition, baby. And let's dive right into this one. We're going to be seeing also the plane path popping off right now. There you go on your screen. It's going to be going straight on over from Shaverny/shooting range right down to the area of Novo/mill to power. And definitely a way better plane path than what we had on that first game. Going to allow a lot more teams to get their dropping location under control, hoping to have maybe a little less engagement than what we saw.
But Deadeyes and Hype going for Zarky, that's a little bit interesting. Now, we know Hype, and we know Hype from when we cast them back in 2019, and they are a team that do play a little bit passive, and they play kind of more calculated and go for those rotations. So I don't, I'm not surprised by this drop in Zarky, right? Because it is kind of out on the northwest side of the map. It is out of sight, out of mind. But when you have a team dropping nearby, that does add an extra element of, how do we deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say one thing. Boats, if Hype don't really want to push through Deadeyes, they can just get that rotation through. It really depends on how this Phase 1 circle is going to be popping off also, so we've got to keep that in mind. You know what? Pretty nice circle going to be popping off. It was pretty similar to what we had a little bit earlier, so that's going to be completely okay. It's going to be really easy on these squads, easy to get the rotation point. Stolber's still got a few areas around there that are open, but like really, who rotates in Stolber? Not really too many people like to go there. But Hype close to Deadeyes.
Don't be hating on Stolber. I love Stolber. It's a great area.
We've been casting for a year together, like PUBG Mobile, when you think about it, and we still haven't got Stolber finished. But who's going to be finished? That's going to be Lazy Sir. He's going to be down instantly to the hands of Hype.
At least he can go and be Lazy Sir until the next game as he gets taken out. So nice start by Hype, right? Taking control of Zarky and saying, hey, look, you want to take over Zarky, you got to get through us. And that ain't happening this game. So good start for a Hype. They're going to be able to loot up and focus on what needs to be done in front of them, which is, of course, get into the circle. They have a nice, clean rotation on the north side. They can just stay on the north side of the river, rotate through shooting range, maybe stay on the coastal road. It might not be a bad idea right now. Synergy are in Severny, but I'd imagine that Synergy in the next 2 to 3 minutes will start rotating into the circle from their location.
No, also because the northern side is not really occupied by any teams. There's 3 teams up north up there. So easy rotation point from them. They just got to be careful during the rotation as they get close to TSM entity towards Yasnaya Polyana. Still some occurrence could be happening early on, but I do like the amount of respect coming out from Deadeyes. They're just going to be moving away instantly. They lost that one member. It's not worth taking a fight. If you die on Phase 1, it's very unfortunate. We had that happen on Game 1, but as I said, I do expect a lot more passiveness coming out in this early game for the simple fact that because that was such a bloody, deadly early game that we had on for Game 1. So, of course, these players are going to try and play a lot more respectful and just avoid fights as early as they can until they have to really beat an engagement.
And I'm also overall expecting a bit of a calmer game from TSM Entity, at least in the earlier parts of this game, because unlike the Game 1 circle, this is very much in their favor. They're kind of in the center of it right now. And so in theory, they don't need to rotate as heavily. So when they don't need to rotate as heavily, they're in theory not going to come across as many teams. So I'm expecting a calmer play from them in the early parts of this game.
So Megastars, they went for Novo. If this was EU, Novo will be bullied up by Unique and Footballist. So I'm happy to see there's no fights happening in Novo. So that's cool. Thank you very much, Megastar. But of course, if you get the entirety of Novo for yourself, the amount of loot you get from that position is absolutely mental. It's just like the southern side of George Pole. The loot you get for the entire squad is huge. You're pretty much ensure to get all just tier 3 items for yourself. So that's going to be great for Megastars. They're going to go into this game. They do have to keep into account. They're going to have to rotate. Luckily enough for them, no team set up a bridge camp on the Western Bridge, but you're never too sure. We have the visibility. They don't, so they're still got to be careful of that specific rotation.
Oh, Deadeyes are getting quite close to Synergy right now. They're going to kind of stop near Severny. I think they're aware, right? They're going to look towards that direction. They might look to try and avoid it. They've already lost one player. They do not want to lose any more as Phase 1 is starting to close in. The blue zone moving forward. It's going to be the next 3 to 4 minutes where we will see Phase 2. And, other than TSM Entity having a great spot inside this circle, I also really like how VSG Crawlers have themselves located in between Mansion and in between Prison and basically Shelter.
That is actually a really good point there. I do really enjoy it. The reason why, is high ground, visibility. They see where Team 10 are, they see 18, they see 7, they see 11, they see all the teams around them basically at this point in time, right?
Yeah.
And the fact is they're also in positions where it's easy to rotate between each other. And I can see on the minimap, they all got vehicles, they all got cars. That means if a team gets a little bit too close, just get into the car, straight back over to your entire team. It's a very passive yet aggressive in terms of researching information early on. And, it's going into this, I was kind of expecting some really good repositionings, but that is like spot on, very textbook. But the reason why it's called textbook is because it's so simple yet so effective in the way you execute it.
And also considering the plane trajectory was so heavily located towards like the southeast side of the circle, we're not seeing too many teams around there, right? Yeah, there is VSG Crawlers, you do have Team Extreme, but other than that, like there is plenty of space for Megastars to rotate into the mainland from Novo, and that's a little bit unusual in my eyes. Normally, we would see a team maybe looking to bridge camp Megastars, maybe looking to land or drop in an area where they can catch them out. But you got to say, Megastars have a nice, clean spot to move into.
So we're going to be seeing some teams trying to find a position right now. Early rotations will slowly be unfolding, but I got a sad piece of news, Imperium, which is that Jonathan is not here. I just looked, I was like, where is he? I can't see him. Jonathan got subbed out.
But that's okay, because in the last game, Gatek wasn't playing. So it's I think that's okay. You know why? Because if you're looking at it from, let's say, this isn't a major prize pool tournament for the teams. All the prize pool money is charity prize pool going to charity. So in theory, these can be treated like competitive scrims. And when you have competitive scrims, you try different things. So having a player sub out, look, Jonathan doesn't need to prove anything to anybody, right? He has nothing to prove, but adding that sub in, having that extra level of kind of surprise by, let's say, not having Jonathan in a game, you're building up synergy on your sub, you're helping them prove something to your team, and I really like that from TSM.
I want Jonathan.
Okay.
Nah, it's cool. Like, they do have to support and also change their plays. It is 6 games, so you have to be able to relax also, not just commit 6 games in a row. It can be a little bit much for some of these players going into it. You're going to see your Mamba just going to be just rolling straight to their own compounds. And there you go. Just many teams really aiming for their position so far. A lot of teams still actually on the western side of the circle might have a fight, especially towards George Pole. Like, he got themselves a few squads that are going to be around there. NS is going to be the last team actually able to push through that location towards Roshawk. But I'm seeing the Hype getting dangerously close, actually, to Team Tamilus.
Teams are definitely starting to more heavily rotate as Phase 1 Blue Zone is closing in. You also have Team Tamilus are actually getting caught out by Hype. This is what you were talking about, Carry. And amongst Cam, though, this still isn't easy for Camo, to be honest, because he's out in the open, he's got a little bit of boogie inside. The Blue Zone is going to close in, he's actually going to take him out before he can heal up.
That spray was not too great there, unfortunately, Carry, and he's going to have to move away. Great position from Hypad, you have to say. The fact that they got the high ground denies him from peeking and shutting down K-Mod. And now he's going to be able to heal back up. 75% is still ticking down because of this Phase 1 circle. Bad shift to Phase 2, but it will not be with that much tick damage anyways. And now, Prototype. I love the angle he's taken so far. He's going to try and get it. Great spray coming up from Carry. Can he, when we fall, clutch this move? He's put K-Mod pretty low once more. He's got to try and peek out once again. But you also see Venom in the background. I don't think he has too much information on that current position. And the smoke is buying time also for that one player. But unfortunately, Carry will get knocked away. The attempt was good, but will not be going any further.
Like, if you're going to send a player flanking around one side, you better be damn sure that you have another player in another angle straight away to engage at the same time. And yes, okay, it's paid off for Hype. Yes, they got the kill. But at the end of the day, did they really need to have those players knocked down? Did they really need to lose those players? And right now, as they're seeing, they're actually being engaged on by the rest of Team Tamilus.
I would say if they can disengage would be the better way, because they really can't dictate how this fight's going to happen. They just got to leave, which is they're going to be happening for Team Tamillas. They're going to try and get their 3 members up in a different position. I'm happy with that. That's cool. They're going to rotate up north, which is the safest location so far, but can make your potential rotation in circle later on down the line a little bit harder because you're going to go from the northern side. And some teams are kind of occupying, especially TSM Entity. You also got the hands of Ines going to be around that bridge towards Yasnaya. So it's not set in stone, but are they going to be able to make it to the circle? That's the question to have answered. As Ines in the open,
Yeah, that's what we're going to find out as Deadeyes are looking to catch out INES right now. Grenade being thrown out. That could catch on onto water. It takes him down to about half health. So that's good by Kapshi. But unless he travels forward, unless he has the response from the rest of his team, he could definitely heal up in time.
Yeah, Ines unfortunately going to be a little bit of a harder position to take. You are very dislocated. You've got also Deadeye's guy. Oh, Shifu Sir is going to be coming from the backside into the building. And that is going to be just sandwiching up those 2 members of Ines. The car is going to be in pretty bad shape. That was a great grenade. The Komi might be coming out. We'll have to keep an eye out for it. And the grenade does connect from Waru Sir. That's a great push from them. And they should be resulting in a few extra knockouts. Bedri got knocked away. Be careful. They're still going to spray it down. The cars are now fuming. Not a valid option to rotate. But Machine's positioning alone could save the life of his teammates.
Like I said, because it wasn't able to close out, because the push didn't come through, Deadeyes are able to heal up quite nicely, but Kapshi is still in there. Shifu looking for a grenade. They're actually going to try and grenade each other. That's how, like, kind of how common this is, right? And Shifu gets knocked down. Kapshi was able to get the first grenade off in time as he looks to try and go over the wall to confirm that kill, but he doesn't want to expose himself. And that's it. He gets it, and then he does prone himself down.
Yeah, that was a great grenade. Unfortunately, the grenade from the other side was actually hit the rooftops. It actually didn't go any further, but still the attempt was ground both sides. Oh my god, these grenades! I love it! Elementrix, they're going to get the bullseye on that one. They're going to push us to 14 once again. Can they get the finish on Team Extreme? That's the question to have answered right there. They're going to try and get all in the same building. Mr. Kyozu, he's going to go first. And he's going to get the initial knockdown once more. Going to change focus straight away on Viper. But they're just running around, not ready to commit. Viper's like, please let me alone. Why are you running? Why are you running right now? Come over here. And Viper will get cornered up. Does almost get knocked down, but will not be enough as Elementrix get their 4th kill on the board.
Led by Mr. Hyozu, they took down TSM Entity on a surprise attack last game. But now when they were prepared, they still took down Team Extreme. We also lose Deadeyes. They're eliminated. But this fight between TSM Entity, Neo gets knocked down. Sinners are taking control.
Yeah, be careful. TSM Entity going to get pushed away. But you know what? That's completely okay. Synerge, they're not going to go over aggressive. They see a rotation also on the backside of Clutch Gods. You know what? He's going to get clutched himself. As now Synerge can try and get back into action. They've got to heal up from their wounds. TSM Entity, they're going to be a little bit careful on their peek inside, but here it is. They're going to be losing an extra one, but it's down to 2v2 potential here. And TSM Entity taking a pretty good fight, despite having a hard position to play around, but Neo is going to do some work on the backside also. And they're down to now 1. That's
okay, so it's 1v2. Gallic gets knocked down. Now it's up to Neo. He goes forward and he gets the better of him with a sliver of health left in his hands. He keeps himself alive. But now Marcos wants the third party. They want to clean up TSM Entity.
I mean, he's going to have time to pull off the kill, but unfortunately, he's going to be extremely low upon that res. They're going to be solo 2 bullets, and that will be the end of TSM Entity right there. He's going to try and go for the initial spray, instant shutdown, and there you go. TSM Entity will be taking 13th position. But got to say, what a nice re-engage from Marcos Gaming. They didn't expect that third party, and it worked out perfectly in that situation.
Hey, opportunistic, what did I say? You take the opportunity, you get the job done. But now as a side of Jayamara, they're taking shots, but they get clapped in response, and Extreme has to bounce back.
You know, you scared me a little bit there, Extreme, but he makes it out alive. They'll be still remaining as a full squad for Jayamara. But now also, they got to leave that position. It's high ground for sure. You got a lot of information on where you could rotate to, but this is not a valuable option. You have to leave it ASAP, which they are going to be doing right now, which I do like. They got a few cars under their control, but they're going to send a scout first, you know, which is the safest way of doing it. Even if you do lose a member, you keep 3 members. Is always the safer way to rotate in those kind of tricky situations, I would say.
And with this circle shifting up towards the northwest, that does put Team Tamillas who were in a great compound, but they are on the edge of the circle. And the fact that they're disengaging away to find a better position, and they are sending that scout forward, that's really nice play. But what is it about this location? Another squad fight going on as Mamba looks to clean up Marcus, but Marcus, they're a bit more prepared. They didn't take as much damage, and they protect their land, they protect their area, and they take out Mamba.
8 kills, baby. Let's go. Mamba will be taking out 12th overall. But man, fight after fight, that's a team fight magnet of India coming into this game. Right? So congratulations to, once again, Marcos. But now we've got to focus on the other teams, especially up north, where Megastar going to try and rotate through Yasnaya. But you know what? Hyper around the corner, and they got the perfect building to deny that rotation away from Megastar.
And we both talk about Yasnaya as an area to hold on to. We both agree that being inside central Yasnaya is always a bad idea. But on the edge of Yasnaya, you've mentioned it, and I totally agree, is not a bad place to hold on to because you can disengage a little bit easier from Yasnaya from there.
And the scope, the visibility in all of the southern and also western section is absolutely huge. And because, look at that, the perfect circle for Hype here, because they got information on all of that circle almost. They see which compounds are occupied or not. They can try and move towards the compound next to Ines, but now which team will get priority? So they got great position surrounded by roads. They've got to be careful about Elementrix pushing in the backside. They've got to try and deny it. Also, Godlike will be moving around them, so a lot of rotation. But look at all the teams specified over here on the eastern side. They're going to have to rotate in the fields. I'm pretty sure some fighting will be happening over on the east.
Yes, Solar on the southwest side of the circle during the compound. Like I said, they are a team that really play for the late game, but they're going to have to protect themselves against Elementrix who are coming in from behind, as Megastars are doing exactly the same thing against INES.
Now the shots, this is a location which is actually good to hold on to if you're taking fights from a distance. Got a lot of dips, a lot of areas to actually heal up from. But if you get pushed upon that location, grenades are going to be your main threat. You got to be careful, and other teams will be trying to push, especially I'm seeing right now, Elementary Star going to slowly try and lurk in the background. So, Ines, despite looking good right now in that fight, they're going to be a little bit scary in the time being if the circle does shift a little bit more, or up north or to the east. They got to just try and keep that in mind, and also just scout on the east, on the west. My apologies.
It's okay, it's all good, as VSG, Godlike, they're going to be engaging on each other with Marcos also coming into play, who have already taken down 2 teams. So Marcos, they're feeling confident. They're looking spicy. They want to get more kills. They want to close out this game with a fantastic result as VSG, Crawlers, and Godlike engaging on each other.
Things are going to get more and more sweaty, but I want to see, Hype, the team that I said should rotate a little bit earlier away from Yasnaya because they got so much information, has rotated actually a little bit too late. So the Nepal team might actually struggle to find a decent position because right now they're going to be in the fields, actually potentially taking a fight versus Fnatic. So keep that on the scope. Right now we're going to have a picture-in-picture screen coming on through. Another fight happening on, I believe, Godlike. I can't really see the name.
Yeah, Godlike and VSG Crawlers, as VSG Crawlers pushing back the members of Godlike. We saw that engagement by Godlike that initially worked out, but VSG Crawlers were prepared and they were able to take down a couple of members of Godlike.
I'm a little bit unsure of Ines actually pushing up north here. The fact that they're giving all of the plateau of the forest open to a team to potentially overtake, and then they get gatekeeped if the circle shifts in an unfortunate event for them. I think they should go for maybe a little bit of a 2-2 split if they really want to get information. But back on over, here it is, Marcos Gaming. They're going to have one member knocked away. The dude is out instantly as Godlike. They're going to try and fight for that territory, but Marcos Gaming, they got such a nice split coming out here. They can just surround a nice net and shut down all the teams to really rotate through this segment. So I love their position so far, as Synergy is unfortunately going to be taken out in 11th.
No, those are the teams that have already been eliminated earlier on in the game. I know we get confused by it. It's cool. It happens. I've done it before, but now we are down to 10 teams, 30 players left. That's an average of 3 players per team, but there's still some teams with a full squad up right on your feed. It is Jaya Mara staying and holding on as a full squad.
There was one team that just got eliminated there because we went from 11th to 10th, so I guess that was... I mean, I would love to see a little bit. I'm a little bit unsure because that actually messed up my brain a little bit there. I mean, I'm not very smart by default, but this is actually really melting my head. So it's going to be okay, but yeah, be careful. You got Venom. It's going to be in the background of Hype. He's just waiting. That Smoker's buying him some time, but the Smoker's going to be wearing out. It's just a time factor added up. Great Oh, the snipes coming out from Paradox there with the Scar.
Nice.
And now forcing the heal, but he's going to be in the blue potentially very, very soon, so he's got to move on forward. And the circle goes back on over to the plateau, which is what I mentioned. Ines, they gave that position away. It might get stolen by Elementrix or even Soul in a matter of a few seconds.
Yeah, Elementrix have rotated. They actually rotated around Soul, avoided that engagement, took down it was team. It was actually Team Tamillas that got taken out in 11th place, if I'm not mistaken. So that they held on to the west side of the circle as Mega are pushing back. Hype one by one, just Venom left standing on the cusp of the hill. He's actually peeked up. It means that he's been spotted, and that Paradox gets the end of him, and Hype goes down.
Oh man, that actually scared me. I thought that last bullet was actually not going to connect. But Mega Stars, they get it. That's their second kill. You know, I thought I actually had a little bit more in that fight currently, but they do get some job done. Congratulations to them. Now Marcus going to be going for the engage. Get the nice snipes through with a mini 14. Going to get above damage. You know, like, we're around here. You want to be careful. But they're surrounded by roads and they got a compound. This is one of the better positions, at least for this circle specifically, for Marcos Gaming if they take it under control.
I don't get why Soul kind of pushed in so heavily into the middle of the circle like that, because they didn't have a full squad up, and they paid the price by going out in 9th place. Bit of a bad execution from them. It had gone against them. They had to disengage away from that, and they paid the price as Fnatic also go down. So 6 teams left, 20 players standing. VSG Crawlers eliminated just like that at the drop of a hat.
John Mara, you know, they make it through, but I said it, the compound so far of Marcos Gaming is huge utility. But I like the fact that they tried to reclaim their old territory back for themselves. This is what they need to do. They wouldn't have to done if they really went for 2-2 split. But here it is, Megastar. This is maybe their opportunity to shine. They got 2 kills. They got Vexy already down, so they got 2 down away.
Yeah, but
Megastars.
The high ground by INES and the distance.
They're so good. They're so good, Ethereum.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
Grenades. I love it. But Ines, now they got information also Megastar. The 2-2 split that came out from them is actually pretty good. So now at least they got a position to hold on to. But all the other positions are high ground. How are they going to defend this?
Oh, actually, my apologies. I thought Team Tamillas were out. They were actually still in play. My apologies. One player is left standing for them. He's just proned his way through. He's proned his way through so much to the point where not even we can see where he is, but he has now been spotted. He is going to be on the cusp, on the edge of the circle down the southwest side as Jamara hold on to a tiny brown building as they just try and stay down the south of the circle.
Elementrix, they're going to leave the compound now because it's on the edge, and they've got to move on. We'll have to see where the circle's going to be going. As we see, unfortunately, Megastar taking a big F in this game. They'll be still in 6th position, still a great attempt. But now Danny finds the top 5 teams in this game. NS, Elementrix, John Mara, Marcos Gaming, and Team Tamillas are still in this game. As you mentioned, like Team Attilas, before they were out, but no, they still got 1 player on the board.
5 teams up, 16 players. Jamara just trying to spread out a little bit as a full squad. Marcos, they're on 13 kills already, but they are outside the circle, so they have to push their way in. I can guarantee they're going to put it up a good fight to get in there.
NS, they're already in. They're going to be controlling. This is a little bit similar to actually what we happened on that first game. You know, a little bit in the open, not many compounds remaining at the very end game, so you've got to try and get the position first. That's what happened for TSM Entity. They took control, They took the chicken dinner. Now the team that got that is NS. Potentially, if it does happen just like last game, it will actually be going over to NS, but now teams are going to rotate. Mr. Huge is going to be the YOLO player pushing forward, and they will be getting some work done. But here it is, Marcus going to be joining the fight again. 1 member of NS down instantly. If they eliminate them, it's going to be open room and open taking on that position in the center of the circle.
So 2 different play styles. Elementrix with the higher amount the vehicles, they're going to push in with those vehicles and then use those vehicles as a way to protect themselves. Marcos just going to be a little bit slower moving in, but also a bit more calculated, spotting out who is rotating in so they can play around that. So great play styles coming out from those 2 teams in particular.
I love the position of John Mara. They're not getting involved into the fight, and they yet got a dip to play around. They're not getting pressured, and they're going to leave all the other teams really fight each other currently, which I think is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
So it's also a little bit similar actually coming out from Marcos Gaming. They did the exact same rotation. They got a little bit more high ground, and that means that they can actually take the fight versus John Mara, and that's going to result in that first knockdown resulting in their side. But you got to be careful. Badger is still in the location, and they got to be careful of their next move because that could mess them up pretty heavily as they do finally scout out that last member, and that's going to be unfortunately the end of Team Tamillas taking 5th position in his 3rd game.
4 teams left. It was a great run by Team Tamilas to end up in 5th place. That's a nice amount of placement points, nothing to be sniffed at. But now it's going to come down to these 4 teams, 14 players. Marco still holding on, has 13 kills in their side, in their back pocket. They're going to look to try and push back Jamar, but Jamar, like you said, have the dip that they can play around.
The circle, this is going to be the most impactful circle of this entire game, Imperium. Where might go? The team might actually just secure that chicken dinner. But you know what? Ines, despite having so many teams having an angle on them, still surviving. I'm extremely surprised, but maybe I cast the curse myself. You get the intel. Elementrix after 7 kills. They're looking for blood. They're looking for more. But here it is. You know, Marcos Gaming, they've got to try and roll down. They were trying to take the fight against Giant Mara. But they're struggling right now, and they have to give that position away. But the circle, here it is, 3-2-1, and it goes over to Elementrix. They can take control of this entire game.
Yeah, although Mr. Huzu has been knocked down, so don't be too aggressive, right, Shigar? Pushing back Marcos, that's good, but don't be too impatient. Wait for the team to come near you and push them back at the same time. It's always going to be tough because you've got multiple teams around you. Still another 11 players on the board as Shigar is going to look for the last player of INES.
Granada is going to be coming out. I think it won't get knocked, just a little bit of damage potentially. Oh my god, they see Syria in the background of Marcos Gaming. That's an instant knockdown. I mean, one pixel out of place, they're going to laser that down. They're going to mow it down instantly, just like if it was a piece of grass. But now Machine also got scattered away. Hugh might secure that kill. Hugh will get that extra juicy point. We'll have to wait and see. But here it is, 4 teams remaining, and we still really don't know who can take it. But Elementrix, they're taking control, putting so much pressure with those DMRs.
Okay, so Max Cash, he has to move in right. He has to go down the dip of the hill. The second he disengages away from that smoke, that's going to be him out of it. But all the while, Jamara trying to make a push. But Bad Riv is ready and gets a knockdown.
And he's got the Groza, actually. I don't know if it's from that crate specifically, but man, that Groza at this stage is a clutch, absolute insane machine. As it is, Elementrix up to 12. They're looking for more. And there's going to be Marcos Gaming eliminated in 4th position. 3 teams in it still in play with Giant Mara and Elementrix. They taking control, and they want that dub.
So you got 4v2v1, but Mr. Huzu gets knocked down. Nanji gets spotted out, and that's the end of Jamar. It comes down to a 3v1 between INES and Elementrix.
Really got time. I would say put off the rest before going for the fight. On top's got to... Oh, okay. That was a little bit scary. That jar just about to kill. Bedre of NSB is going to be remaining alive. But as I said, take your time. There's no reason to rush. And you got the high ground too, which is huge. Grenades, if they still have it, could actually end the game here.
Well, here's the thing, actually. Okay, if they have a... Yeah, like you said, if they have a grenade, that's going to be the end of Battle River. But being on the low ground in this very late game is definitely more of an advantage. If Puma Man just gets into you and say, look, I am taking control. I'm going to rotate around. I'm going to give you so many angles that you can't be spotted. But he gets out of vehicle and he gets knocked down. But Bad River gets put down to about 25 health. But now Mr. Huzu on top. They have to engage. They have to take advantage of this.
Yeah, they have to go for the fight a little bit early, but that's okay, you know. Dodge is going to have actually even time to heal himself back up. Wow. And on top, they're waiting. The circle actually does shift in their location. See what? They just got to wait. I would not even go aggressive. Just wait for Bad Rev to really push on your location, and you can just pick it up like it's absolutely nothing. This normally should be game. We all know that clutches can happen. And we do know that, you know, Ines, they've been playing so good on that position. How will he play around this? He's got the M4. He's got 40 bullets. That's enough for clutch in a 1v2.
Believe the top 3 teams have got double-digit kills. That's how nice of a game this has been compared to the first Erangel game. A lot more spread out between these teams who are finding themselves in the top of this game. But now it comes down to these two. Elementrix, 2v1, and he peeks too much. He gets taken out, and Elementrix get their chicken dinner.
The Nepal team come out on top in formidable fashion, and they take the dub on this one. 3rd game, 3 games so far, 3 different teams taking the dubs. I couldn't be any happier. Congratulations to them. Despite having so many teams from India in this game, having a Nepali team actually taking the dub is still always really nice to see. So congratulations to them. You know what? Really deserved. That position control was so good, and they let, like, every time a position was overtaken, one team was trying to aim for the center. Boom, easy shot, easy kills. They picked it up.
It was also the rotational play from Elementrix put them in such a high amount of control coming into the late game, but they get 15 kills, 35 points. But like I said, the top 4 teams all getting double digit in points. Yeah, okay, the top 3 getting double digits in kills, but Mara put in a great show and only 1 kill, but 10 placement points. Won't sniff at that.
And also, Marcos, the fact that they rotated really efficiently down on the south and also a little bit more on the eastern side was really efficient for them. They had the high ground, able to shut down Gianmara. I was actually surprised that they died before Gianmara in that game in fourth, and then it was Gianmara in third. So I think that it's also because the circle did shift a little bit more harshly away from them, so they had to rotate first. Gianmara and Elementrix, they took the opportunity at hand, getting all the frags of that game. As you go over the team statistics of Elementrix, man, like getting over 2,000 damage in these games seems like almost mundane at this point.
It is, but it's kind of what we expect from the teams at the top of their game. I'll tell you why, if more Nepali teams keep closing out these chicken dinners, look, you know, we both know we have a special love for the Nepali teams. I might have to break out the Nepali homemade flag in fairness, but yeah, always have one, man. But look at this, the top players on top, Max Cash, Badrev and Surya, equally on top of each other. Fantastic plays from those four players.
I mean, I gotta say, a lot of props go over to Cash and also Surya of Marcos Gaming. Like, those moves coming out, especially towards the compound south of Yasnai Polyana Fields, they got like fight after fight after fight. They got 4 teams involved there, and they came out on top at the end with all those extra frags, insane plays from them. How many is that total, actually? That's like 14 kills. You know what? They got 14 from that special engagement, and I gotta say, Marcos Gaming, huge game again, like, being actually surprisingly consistent throughout all these games so far. So Marcos Gaming, definitely want to keep an eye out for them, but there you go. That's already 2 games of Erangel. It went by like that. Just snap of a finger, 3 games. What the hell just happened? Half of the day is gone.
I know, right? You just kind of like, you know, like I said, I don't know what it is about this, but there's just far more excitement about these games, about these days. Of course, the fact that we know that $750,000 US is going to charity makes a big difference. But while we wind ourselves down just a little bit, why don't we have a look at the juicy old Vroom Vroom highlights?
Vroom Vroom highlights coming up, of course. Where's your buggy? Here you go. Highlights. You know, a lot to go over. We're going to be actually diving straight into the fight I was just mentioning there in the southern side of the Yasnaya Fields, and that was the fight that was actually taken over dominantly by Marcos. No, TSM Entity, they got a nice team squad wipeout at the end, but then Marcos Gaming like, no, we want all these frags. We're going to get you Mamba. We're going to get TSM Entity. And they just got themselves... So, like, most of their kills actually came from that specific engagement that they had many times in a row. And there was great engagements overall in those fights. So congratulations to them. Despite not getting the chicken dinner, they deserve a really big highlight position.
Such a crazy game. Such an absolute crazy game. I still don't agree with the rotation into Yasnaya by Hype, because when they had to disengage on that circle,
it's too late.
It was just harsh, but they tried it. It just didn't work out. Hopefully they'll learn from it.
Hopefully they will indeed, and we're going to be seeing where Elementrix started taking control. So the last member actually there of Team Tamilis, and then it was looking really grand. But at the end, it was just down to really who got the circle shifts. It did go over to really Elementrix. But you know, it's one thing to say that the circle was somewhat, like the RNG went in your favor, but you also got to seize the opportunity. And boy, they seized it full-handedly, and they took that game dominantly at the very end stage.
Exactly, and from what I remember, Elementrix were 9th in the overall standings, and they were only about 20 or so points from, let's say, 4th and 5th. And look at this, they've jumped up into 1st in the overall standings. 51 points for Elementrix, 49 for TSM Entity, 45 for Godlike. This is getting close.
This is getting spicy for sure. Elementrix, finally, they're making it in #1 position. You know what, TSM Entity, despite that great first game, you're going to have to start to get those consistent results. And if you want to try and take back the #1 position, to share $250,000 US to the charity of your choosing. But at the end, you know, it's still in the air. The dust has yet to settle. This is only day 1. You still got like so many games coming your way, and just can't wait to see who's going to be coming out on top for this event. But of course, you know, talking about this event, Gamers Without Borders, if you want more information, if you potentially also want to do a donation of your own, you can also go check out the link down below. That is where it just disappeared. Bye link at gamerswithoutborders.com. But with that said, Imperium, I say that with the action, that was absolutely mental. We're going to take a very short break, so we'll see you guys in just a few minutes for some Vikendi action. See you there.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through, known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves. To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises. Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired. People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like. I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
The first game we'll be exploring in Gamers Without Borders is PUBG Mobile, which is a personal favourite of mine. We're going to be inviting 16 of the world's best squads to compete from the 2nd to the 5th of May. But to make it a bit easier on the heads of our gamers, we're going to split things into 2 different regions to make things a little bit easier time zone wise. Our first region will be made up of Europe, CIS and the Middle East and North Africa, and our second will be South Africa and Southeast Asia. They'll be playing all 4 of PUBG's iconic maps: Erangel, Sandhawk, Vikendi and Miramar. Now, of the $10 million prize pool dedicated by Gamers Without Borders, PUBG Mobile will see $1.5 million donated by our winning teams. But how much they get to donate depends on where they come in the rankings. So our top 2 teams across the 2 regions will be donating $250,000 if they get first place and $175,000 if they come second, with all the teams being able to donate a portion of money to the charity of their choice, depending on where they come in the rankings. And don't forget, if you're a fan of these teams, why don't you make a donation yourself?
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for waiting. 3 games underway. I mean, it felt like 20 games packed into 3, as I mentioned earlier. Absolutely pure and raw insanity. But no, Imperium, we're going to be joined once again by our guest, Danu D. She's a professional streamer, and she's going to be with us once again to just talk about this situation against COVID-19 and also about the games that just happened and also the games that we happened earlier. But here it is. Danu, how are you doing? How are you feeling today?
Doing great, and you guys?
Doing awesome as always. But no, with that said, before we do dive into the games that happened today, for the SA region, we are going to be panning over real quick of the games that happened yesterday. That's also an occasion for all of you people at home, if you want to potentially, check out the VODs, because we had some insane games for Europe and MENA region. With that said, we had the top 3 teams coming out on top yesterday. Like, what was your just your favorite game that happened on the last few days of EU and MENA?
About the yesterday games?
Yeah.
Probably the most favorite one was the Sunhawk one, actually, where the Unicorns of Love did land to the bootcamp and then managed to win a game.
Something tells me you have a bit of a soft spot for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I do.
Too.
Is it because you love unicorns, or is it because you love the fact that they land in bootcamp?
The fact that they land to the bootcamp, and they actually, the person who was the captain, which gave an interview. Yeah, Pella. He had the really nice t-shirt. They have like black and pink color. Yeah, really nice.
Great fashion sense as well as great gameplay. Because one thing that I absolutely loved was that last game when 1218 just took complete control of essentially their kind of destiny without sounding over the top, in terms of they got 12 kills and Bandita. How, because you being a player yourself, how hard can it be sometimes to control in the late game the blue zone closing in on you and engaging onto an enemy?
This was questioned to me as honest.
Yeah,
it's actually really hard, and you just have to get this momentum, when you are able to rotate, kill, shoot, reload, heal. It's really hard.
Is it the kind of thing where you can't really think about it, you just do it?
Indeed, yeah, exactly.
And of course, your full team, you want to be able to communicate as much as possible in between that. But you know what, definitely. So you're a fan of the Unicorns of Love. I think that me and Imperium, we can also maybe be a little bit biased towards one of our teams. Some teams definitely did some really, really good performances for EU and the MENA region. Let's not forget the top 3, 1218 were in 3rd position. The Real Deal were in 2nd, and then Nadine was Footballist ended up in 3rd. So we got a lot of details, but you know what? Talking about those players, we're actually going to be seeing them again. We're going to have a quick snippet about these teams and players talking about this tournament. So we'll see you guys right after this small clip.
What's your favourite location on any map to have the final circle fight?
My favorite ending zone is when the zone is splitted on Vikendi, half water, half coast. When people need to react very fast, what are they gonna do? Or they're gonna hold the coast, or they're gonna jump into the water.
Anywhere in the open. Like in general, a lot of time Erangel next to prison, where it's vastly open. It's just open field, and you just have to run and gun. Yeah.
I preferred it to be right next to the sea, to watch the view a little bit more.
My favorite location is in Erangel, in the mountain below Pochinki, so everyone can be alive because it is a big mountain and more people can be alive at the end of the match, so that means more kills.
My favorite final circle would be when the water is in half of the circle, so it's pretty funny to see people jump in the water.
Describe the most epic kill you ever got in PUBG Mobile.
Best kill was with a crossbow when I jumped from the house and the guy was landing on the second house and I hit him in in air.
It was probably 180-degree turn on a quick scope with Car 98. Guy started shooting behind my back and I just turned and I just pressed scope in and shooting at the same time. That was luck, fairly though. That was really luck.
My most epic kill in PUBG Mobile was where I killed a guy from 350 meters with no scope AWM.
The most epic kill was when I was driving a car and I saw another car at the end of where I was driving, like 250 meters away from me, and I switched it to another seat, and then I tried to snap him and I got him, and he was so far from me.
So my best kill would be the one that gave me a chicken dinner in the final regional.
Which map is your favorite and why?
I have like some mixed feelings about it because our best map is Miramar, but I hate it. So like I'm gonna say my personal best map is Erangel. It's Erangel. You can see which teams are really smart, which teams know the map good. Because you have grass, you have water, you have ridges, you have houses, you have everything. So if you're smart, you can use it all. Or you can use all of this.
Senok, definitely Senok, because you just land and you take a gun and you start playing. You start killing and pushing. Yeah.
My favorite map in PUBG Mobile are two of the maps. I love Erangel for tournaments and for classic games, and personally I love Sanhok. There's always like grass people who are snaking, and I think this also gives you a chance to train yourself like 360.
My favorite map is Miramar because it's the one I have played the most since the beginning of every map.
So it's Vikendi. I enjoy playing here, so yeah, Vikendi.
And there you have it. Thank you very much to Frankie for that interview. And thank you to the players for their responses. I mean, a lot of great insight for EU and MENA teams overall. With that said, now we're going to be able to move away from that a little bit and focus on the games today for the SA region. Things have been pretty insane, a little bit hectic, a little bit more very aggressive today, way more. Just a little bit. No, way more aggressive. But with that said, Danny, I'm going to ask you a question. We had 3 games so far. We had 2 on Erangel, 1 on Sanhok. I'm going to ask you, which is your favorite game you've seen so far and why?
Of course, game 1. That was so entertaining to watch the TSM ethnicity action and dragging so many teams out, which is like, yeah, just see game number 1 was just really awesome to see.
And with you being part of TSM, does that mean you're kind of supporting TSM entity, a little bit biased?
Kinda, yes, but at the same time, I did ask my community which team do you support, and a lot of my community members did support Team Seoul, and I told, okay, if you support Team Seoul, I'm with you guys. So I do support TSM entity and Team Seoul.
Yeah, how am I not surprised that Seoul are supported all across the world. They're absolutely huge, and that's kind of led by Mortal as well. So that's like incredible stuff. Is there anything kind of stood out from you in let's say the other two games, the second and third game? If it felt a bit kind of calmer and a more balanced, but is there anything that kind of stood out to you?
I was expecting Sanhok game to be more intense, as I did see the game 1, and there was so many action happening, and I thought this game number 2 was going to be more intense. But it was actually a little bit more chill, I would say, than the game number 1. But yeah, so far from these 3 games, definitely the favorite one was the first game.
Which you're not really expecting, to have like a Sanhok game more passive in a way than an Erangel game. Like, that doesn't happen very often. Maybe Miramar, we're going to have like 10 teams dying on phase 1. We'll have to keep an eye out for that, of course. But no, with that said, we've got, once again, 3 games coming up today. And it's going to be insane to see. Like, we've got Vikendi coming up, Erangel and Miramar. But Vikendi is going to be the next point of focus, okay? We've got all these teams coming together. A lot more passive, a lot more restrained coming into this game. And I want to ask you, Daniel, a little bit of a question, because I like to ask evil, just naughty questions about, like, which team would you support about potentially taking the win on Vikendi here?
The TSM team. And you guys, by the way, I would like to ask you, which team are you cheering
I fell
for?
into that. God damn it. You know what? That's fair. I mean, they did play really aggressive, but like I think that TSM and Tati, what they need to work on is maybe a little bit more consistency. So far, they got most of their points like coming out of that first game, right? It was a great game, absolutely awesome for them. Now they've got to try and just get those consistent point results. Even if they just get now 10 points per game, I'll be happy. That's all they.
But Max, you're not answering her question though.
Indeed.
See, you're being very political about it, Max. No. We're not letting that slide, young man. You got to pick your team.
Okay, if I had to choose a team, I'm going to say Marcos Gaming. I love their rotation.
I was going to pick Marcos Gaming. Okay.
Marcos Gaming, their rotation that we saw unfold, especially on Sanhok and that last game of Wrangle, was on point. The circle did shift a little bit in their disadvantage later on, and Elementrix were able to take it. But I think what they showed in the early to mid-game stage in terms of rotation and taking control of good points of pressure, I think is what could lead to them potentially getting not a chicken dinner, but like at least a good top 5 again on Vikendi.
I'm going to go for Fnatic. None of you guys have gone for Fnatic, especially you, Max. I'm disappointed with you being a Fnatic fanboy. But I'm going to go for Fnatic Scout. OP is going to live up to his name and be OP. No. You don't deserve that hat anymore. No. Put it away. I'm going for Fnatic. I'm going to be the Fnatic fanboy from now on.
No, that's not okay. I'm not okay with that. Also, hey, I'm going to ask Danny, can we get some TSM merch, please?
Jesus Christ!
I can on stream. I no shame. I want some merch. Okay, I want it right now. But like, no, of course, like they got some good stuff coming up together. But like, no, it's not because we have also these two big. Stop it! Okay, hey, okay, I'll reslide in the DMs again.
Such a typical French person,
Hey, we get everything we can, okay? If it's available, we'll try and branch out eventually. But no, what I really do like is the fact that despite having like 2 of the biggest esport orgs in the world, like you having TSM entity coming together, also Fnatic, the fact is that like all the other teams are like not really like, orgs are maybe on an international scale, but still coming together and getting some great results. Like Elementrix, like there are not many teams on the POW, but coming in this third game, taking a chicken dinner dominantly, nonetheless, is just such nice to see. They're just a little bit of a smaller represented community in these games, and actually taking a dub here is huge.
True, but like kind of going back to memory lane, kind of, and you know this, Max. Daniel, when me and Maxman first casted the PUBG Mobile Club Open last year, the Nepal teams were in the wildcard region, and in the chat for the streams, a good 90 to 95% of the people kind of, talking and chatting, giving the support of their teams, were all Nepal supporters, and it was so easy to kind of get behind, the Nepal teams because of the support. And that kind of leads me on to a question. How important do you think having fan support is to teams if they're doing good or bad?
I think it's really important, because you feel that you have a big army behind you. People are believing in you, cheering for you, and it motivates you even more.
So basically, guys, if you have a team you're supporting, spam in the chat. But with that said, just going to refocus a little bit more on the event once again. Game Without Borders, a charity tournament for PUBG Mobile, and also a bunch of other games which will be coming over for the next few weeks. We'll be coming together to share $10 million of charity prize pool between all of the different charities involved. You can see them a little bit down below. With that said, we're going to have another interview of Frankie coming straight up. So we're going to be diving straight into that cool snippet.
Hi, my name is Cormac Wyatt and my alias is Imperium.
So my name is Maximilian. Max is completely fine. Maxman30 on social media, just Maxman is also fine. And I'm a professional esport caster and student.
Hello, my name is Frankie Ward and my alias, it used to be Get Frank, but pretty much now everyone knows me as Frankie. I'm a full-time esports host. I do a lot of interviewing or sideline reporting at events, and because of COVID-19, all of my calendar has completely changed, so sadly no going around the world to meet and talk to players in person. But instead I'm doing broadcasts from home. I've just produced and presented a series for a tournament organised around Counter-Strike players, which was really, really fun. And I've also started full-time streaming, so when I'm not recording broadcasts such as this, I'm chatting to the community and I'm trying to get better at the games that I'm used to presenting instead of watching other people play them.
I'm able to now just bring content to the general public, like through Twitch, through these kind of events, which is a great opportunity, and I'm really happy to have this. But of course, I still do miss being able to go out at bars with friends and also see my family. That's something that I do miss pretty heavily.
What do I like most about staying at home? It has to be gaming, right? It has to be just being in your own space.
I can get a lot of things done by staying at home, and that's quite nice because I spent about 7 months of 2019 away from home.
Staying home really is to be able to play games and just watch my favorite content on Twitch and YouTube, and also I'm a weeb, so going on my favorite anime platforms is going to be my main focus to catch up on all my seasons I didn't have time to do before.
What do I dislike most? On the same spectrum is not being able to go outside, right? Having that freedom in some way taken away.
I miss the most, really, I'd have to say, would be to really interact with people, like mainly my family. I haven't seen my mum and dad in a few weeks, even month now, because I've been studying in another city. So of course that's something I'm missing a lot right now, is to be able to see them and joke around with them.
You don't have to be alone if you don't want to be. So even if you are on your own, we have so many different ways to video call people now. Social media can make you feel even more alienated because you see what other people are doing. But if you can talk to your friends and family, and if you can stay in touch with them, that's such a good way to stay connected with the world. There are apps where you can play games with each other. There's obviously gaming in general, and there are video calling apps that you can use. So find the one that suits you and your friends and family and start doing things. If you need something to occupy you, why don't you write a quiz or create some kind of activity that you can all enjoy together, and just do something that makes you feel like you're doing something worthwhile and you're doing it for other people as well as yourself.
If you live with other people, if you live with housemates, don't isolate yourself in your room all day. You want to stay safe, but if they're in a position where they're working from home, go down, have a conversation for half an hour to an hour. It just really gives that extra feeling of freedom, even though it's within the confines of your own house.
You should definitely not try and just enclose yourself in your own bubble. Just really try and branch out to people. You got like amazing tools, like on your phone you can also use Discord, WhatsApp. Just really talk to as many people around you as you possibly can, because I know that for a period I had a little bit of a weird time like a few years ago where I just stayed on my own and not really branched out to anyone, and it can be really frustrating and sad. So really you want to try and talk to your family, to your friends, to people online, just play games with them also. Just don't stay alone. There's no reason in this day and age really to stay alone and to not communicate with people.
We're in an amazing position as gamers and fans of esports at the moment, because more and more people are discovering that we were the cool ones all along. We have this amazing esports scene that is able to go online with our favorite esports. We can still see our players doing well and support them, and we can still communicate with each other about what's happening in the games.
It's a great opportunity to show the world that esport is such a great way to entertain people, which I personally really enjoy to see. Just people being like, oh, I didn't know esport was a thing. It's actually really entertaining. And I just able to talk to even my parents that didn't know too much about esport at the very start. They're actually watching it on their main TV right now, which is definitely a huge opportunity for just esport.
So if you're living with your mum and dad and they don't know what esports is, but they can't watch the sports they would normally watch, this is your opportunity to get them into esports.
Once again, thank you very much, Frankie, for that too. Man, 2 interviews on one. We're lucky fellas, right?
I know, right?
Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff coming out once again from the EU and MENA region players. But you know what? Just real quick, the recap on this event. We're coming together once more to fight versus COVID-19. It's just awesome to be here. It's an absolute honor to be able to cast these game myself in Imperium. It's absolutely awesome to be here. Thank you also to everyone in the chat for checking out today's broadcast. Also, if you do want more information, down below, gamerswithoutborders.com for all the extra pieces of juicy detail you might need. But I want to ask you, Danny, real quick, what's your favorite thing of, what's your main reason and why are you happy to be really part of this global event?
I'm really glad to be part of this amazing event because, first of all, how gaming industry and this specific tournament is supporting this charity and helps to people who actually need it is just amazing, and I absolutely respect it really a lot.
And if you're in a position to give the 250,000 US dollars to one of the charities, do you have a preferential choice on which charity you would give it to, or is it the kind of thing of you just want everybody to have a share of the pie and once everybody's kind of getting help?
Of course, I would like to share to everyone, but to everybody, but still the priority one would be direct relief.
I think Direct Relief has been getting a lot of support recently. Definitely a really good organization fighting for the better cause against COVID-19. But you know what? With that said, we're going to have now still 3 more games coming up in Imperium. Like, definitely the 3 games we had so far, absolutely insane. A chicken dinner for TSM Entity, Godlike, Elementrix, and we've still got 3 more to come. And literally, what we've been seeing so far, any team can still take the cake, but are there any teams maybe you want to, focus on a little bit that might actually take the cake in this one and do the comeback? Because so many teams so far showed, like, that little spark of having the opportunity of making a comeback.
Honestly, I'm actually going to say TSM Entity, believe it or not, because even though they had a disgustingly good game 1, their next 2 games haven't really been on the same level, right? And that's something where we talk about a team could be great for 1 game, but if you're not consistently good, you're going to fall down the hill, you're going to fall down that slope, and that's something that the TSM Entity need to think about coming into these last 3 games, because it's not just 1 game. You're talking 12 games in total. You're talking 6 games today, and kind of go towards you, Danu. Is there any team you kind of want to see bounce back after in these next 3 games?
Except TSM. Choose another one.
Yeah, except TSM.
I mean, of course, I'm gonna join and I'm gonna tell the TSM. But as I mentioned yesterday, by the way, I'm always cheering mostly of the time for those teams who are in the bottom. Because I feel them and I want them to perform good. So let's hope that some bottom teams will gonna show some good plays right now too.
There you go. Underdog stories, we all love to see them. We all love to see them.
We had a few actually yesterday, to be honest. Like, Unicorns were able to just climb back up at the very last moment, overtaking power. That Twitter war was actually pretty damn fun, I do have to mention.
I know, right?
But now, there you go. Got to say, that was definitely a lot of extra piece of information. Danny, you're currently streaming. Also, if you do want to go check out Danny on Twitch, it's going to be at twitch.tv/DanuD. She does some content, like almost daily streaming right there, and awesome content. Awesome to see you coming together also for this fight against COVID-19. I hope the chat's having a fun time, and apparently you like the beatbox, so we might have a little bit of a beatbox session a little bit later on in the game. We'll have to see. But a little bit of a dedicast up there.
We can't have a beatbox battle, because you'll actually whoop my ass. I'm terrible at beatboxing, but
no. Hey chat, if you want to see some beatbox later on in the game when nothing happens, guys, hashtag beatbox right now. We'll see if it goes trending on the YouTube chat. We'll do it. I'll do it for you guys. Let's go.
Oh man.
Yeah, well, with that said, thank you very much, Danny, for joining us. We're going to see you again tomorrow. It was an absolute pleasure to have you once more. Do you have anything to say before we do say goodbye?
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. That's all we needed. Thank you very much. If you got good luck from Danny, the day couldn't be any better. Thank you very much. Hope the stream goes awesome, and we'll do our best to bring some great casting for the 3 remaining games. Bye-bye. There we go. The Imperium. Let's focus. Just like last time. Let's get right into it. Okay, now we're going to get into Vigendi. We had a little bit of a conversation on which teams you think could be coming out on top. You mentioned Fnatic. I mentioned Marcos Gaming because I love their repositioning. We'll have to see how that's going to be unfolding, because Vigendi is very different from the games we had so far. Very slow-paced action focused on Erangel. A lot more... Well, I say slow-paced. It was not slow-paced on this game of Erangel, to be honest, but it's supposed to be slow-paced. And then you had also Sanhok, who was going very, very aggressive. Vikendi is going to be the map where I think we're going to be seeing a lot more different playstyles coming out from these teams. And I think there's a lot more in the air as to which team can potentially take it. So far, as I say, we've got TSM Entity, Godlike, and Elementrix also killing himself one chicken dinner each. But really, because of how different Vikendi and also Miramar later on is going to be, really, even though we did mention which team we think might take the win, really, anybody can take it at this stage.
It really can go over to everybody. The main aspect for me in the Vikendi is obviously how well you rotate throughout that map. I do think Vikendi is probably the easiest map to rotate, and the reason why is because with the snow, the land area is generally very easy to rotate through. You can go in between little compounds because of that snow, so it's not really rough and heavy like Miramar is. But the most important thing is because there's so many compounds in play, you don't want to go for always hard rotating shifts through or into the circle. You want to go compound to compound, get information ahead of you, around you, and then make that reposition when it needs to be done. Because otherwise, and we've seen it time and time again, you can rotate and you get into a compound that already has a squad, you get wiped out.
I think also what we were talking about earlier about like what team we think has a chance of taking a win, we were talking about how they're going to pull off rotations, but like compound breaches are so omnipresent when you go in Vikendi, right? Compound breaches are what make the difference between you live in or you die in early game. And I think that here teams that might actually have a good opportunity of taking that might actually be also Seoul, taking really good fights, a little risky fights sometimes, but you know what? Because it really relies on compound breaches, I'm going to say, you know what? Seoul has a team that has a good potential of taking really aggressive fights on this map of Vikendi.
Plus, they've rotated really nicely throughout the first 2 games. They've been very much about playing for the late game. In my eyes, sometimes a bit too passive, but that's okay. In Vikendi, when you're in a compound, you're able to push teams back from a distance. That can really help you. Another team, which you saw them pull it off in the last game, Godlike. They breached a compound of VSG in the previous game. They could be in line to get another fantastic result if they do similar things to the teams in Vikendi.
Like, they were great at engaging compounds and also defending at the very end. Like, they're one of the only compound remaining. All the teams trying to push on that location. They got it under control. Able for them to get the chicken dinner on Sandhawk. So another, like, basically at this stage, like, we're mentioning teams that we think could get a win, but basically any team. Like, really.
I know.
We could just say, who do you think's going to win? But everyone. See, if I could say everyone, I would.
It's our job to kind of speculate, right? It's our job to kind of nudge and make hints based on what we've seen and based on what we generally think personally. Even though we try to be super unbiased, we try to be calculated on what we see in front of us. There's always going to be that little bit of extra specialness to our own personal choices. Another team, which I know they're kind of the new rising stars when it comes to PUBG Mobile, but Megastars, they've yet to really light themselves up. They had good rotations on game 1, they had good positioning, but they just couldn't really execute and get the job done when they needed to in the late game.
I've been laughing a little bit right now because I'm seeing the chat. We got a little bit of a delay coming up here. Like, okay, so you know what? I mentioned if #beatbox goes trending, we'll do something about it. Well, I think that right now I kind of just shot myself in the foot. Everyone is spamming beatbox right there. So in the early game of Vikendi, we'll do a little beatbox.
You have to beatbox us into the game. When that plane starts flying, I want that beatbox to start flying.
You know what? I'm going to do the background music, and you're going to do the, the lines of us actually diving literally into the game. I think
no.
Come on.
No, just beatboxing, nothing else.
Okay, you know what? Fine, I'll try and do the hype beatbox size. You asked for it. Thank you very much for all of that response. I was not expecting so many spam coming out in the chat. I was like, okay, I won't have to do it. They're going to forget about it. You guys did not forget about it, obviously. It's okay.
Honestly, that's what I love. Even though we're all here from around the world against the fight against COVID-19, we're all coming together. Like I said, $750,000 for charity, 1.5 million in total for PUBG Mobile, 10 million in total over the 6 weeks. What I absolutely love about the South Asia region is that the community and the chat, they just come together. It's amazing to see that chat. Just people commenting, putting their support in, spamming beatbox, #beatbox when it's requested. It's just the immersion that the players, that the fans put into the chat is absolutely incredible. And it's really rewarding for us as casters, but it also must be incredibly rewarding for the players because, like we talked about with Danu, that fan support can be really a big difference maker.
Can be a big difference indeed. Like also, if you do want to support your favorite team, once again, spam in the chat. But if you do want to support also this charity event, you want to support Gamers Without Borders and try and help in this fight against COVID-19, you can go over to the link, which is gamerswithoutborders.com to do a donation of your own. We appreciate it. But Imperium, it's about time. You know, I haven't stressed this much in quite some time, but you know what? Beatbox Maxman 30 is going to be in the place, baby. It's a long time since I put the sunglasses out, but we're going to have to beatbox our way into this game. It's going to be Vikendi, baby. We'll have to see how that's going to be unfolding. Of course, one team will be coming out on top. Game number 4 of the South Asia region will be coming here. We're going to be jumping.
I've never felt like such a boomer in my life. Watching my co-caster with glasses on about to beatbox his way into game, and there's me thinking, back in my day, you know?
We didn't beatbox on stream.
What
is this?
Oh
okay,
my
lord.
lord.
That said, Imperium, the plane is about to show off, I believe, so I'm going to go. We're getting literally into the game.
And it's in Vikendi, the snowy mountain terrain.
There you go, I'm just flexing. I can go really fast, boys. There it is, Vikendi in the game, and it's going to be awesome. And now I'm going to go jump out my window.
It's okay. While you recover from that beautiful beatbox section, let's talk about how these teams are beautifully going to drop out of the plane and get into their looting spots. As this phase 1 circle is not so beautiful. Max, I need you back here. Because look at that. No more.
Water, 50%, yes. Every time Vikendi phase 1 circle has got 50% water, these teams are like, well, I mean, this is their first attempt on Vikendi. They don't know, but we do know that every single time in this tournament, if we got Vikendi game, phase 1's going to be 50% water every single time. Teams have got a good position. NS is pretty good. Also, you got Mega is going to be decent, but like otherwise, you're going to require a lot of early game rotations because even having the river into play, that's even less landmass into play here.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, what makes this circle also incredibly harder in my eyes compared to other areas of the map, you know, being 50% water and other circles being 50% water, is the fact that Hot Springs and Kantra is right pretty much dead in the center. Playing around Hot Springs and Kantra is, in my eyes, worse than Ruins, worse than Watertown, worse than Yazai. It's just so difficult because you've got multiple levels around Hot Springs and Kantra. You've got kind of the deep coastline, which is very down on that line, and then you have the high ground by the bridge, and it's just really hard to play around and disengage from, and also even to engage in Hot Springs and Kantra is also very difficult.
Teams could really aim to rotate actually towards Cement Factory. Like, there's a lot of room currently.
Yes.
I mentioned boat rotations, right? But the thing is actually because teams now, they know there's not a lot of landmass. They're aiming for the coastal line. And coastal line, if it is main focus of a lot of these teams, that makes your boat rotation really hard to pull off. Reason why? One, they're predictable on the movement of a boat. You can't just steer easily like you would with a car.
No.
And also, if you get, also, you lose your boat, but you're in the water and you're going to get instantly flushed out, and the blues then will take out on you too. So it is a really, really big risk. If you want to do a boat rotation, you can do it, but you need to do it like right now.
And also another note to that is that it's also considerably slower boat rotating as well, because the boat just isn't really that fast. So you think, oh yeah, great, a boat rotation, but next thing you know, you're only halfway to your spot and the blue zone is closing in. So it's something that teams should always think about when they're taking boat rotations. But I don't think that's going to be the case in this Vikendi game, to be perfectly honest. Another great spot to hold on to would be the mountain down the south of Cement Factory. Would be a really great place to hold on to because it gives you great vision of the teams that are kind of down the south side / southwest of the map, and it just gives you great positioning and vision on preparing for the next phases.
Man, like I'm looking at the string at the same time. My casting section, my beatbox section is about to start, and I'm stressing. I'm just hope you guys enjoyed it, okay? Because I'm not too sure. But I'll have to wait and see. But anyways, like my hands were shaking there. That was man. That was the most stressful I've ever been in my life.
Knees are weak, arms are sweaty, but on the surface you feel calm and ready.
But I want my mum's spaghetti.
There you go.
I'm actually hungry. I only got cookies though, but you know what? That's fine. We're going to see a few rotations coming out a little bit early because we're going to require a lot of early game rotations here. Fnatic, you know, they got Villa. All the loot in Villa, if you have it as a solo squad, is actually really, really good and is uncontested. So also the rotation point around Villa, because you've got such a small amount of compounds around, is like easy to rotate from there. So that should be a nice entry point for Fnatic.
Beatbox OP, Max. That's all I'll say. Beatbox
Okay,
OP. You can breathe a sigh of relief, but I tell you who can't breathe a sigh of relief. That's Hype, because Camdo is on his own once again. Yes, okay. You know, you do have another member of Hype flanking around, but when he's on his own, that's going to make it incredibly difficult as the members of Deadeyes look to engage onto Camdo.
You know what? Now that everyone enjoyed the casting, or the beatbox, I don't know, how you casting, beatbox, same thing. Who cares, really? There it is. Great nade on top on K-Mod, but he's going to reverse the steam, and K-Mod is going to say, you send me one nade, I'm going to send it straight back as a 10-hit smash, baby. But K-Mod's going to have time to heal up. Luckily enough, he's got already 3 first aid kits in the early stage, and he's going to be able to heal up because of that first one. So that's great to get yourself early in a Vikendi matchup, because you don't know when and for how long you can get pinched in these open scenarios.
It's going to be up to everyone to really kind of provide that level of support and vision to really push back the members of Deadeyes with those bullets if they get too close to K-Mod, to be perfectly honest. But we know how powerful roof plays can be, and that's exactly what Deadeyes are trying to get onto that extra level of high ground that a roof supplies to get that information.
Information is key as you play on Vikendi, as we all know. So if you can get there early, that'll be great. But you know what? K-Mod ready. If he doesn't have any smokes, if he doesn't have his team go for the push here, they're not going to be able to save him. That should be a dead K-Mod, unfortunately. But you know what? It's never over until it's over. He can still make his way through. If they can get the knockdowns from the other compound a little bit higher up north, they could still try and just swoop in, pick it up, and leave.
But here's the thing, right? These teams are outside the circle. And with such little landmass on this phase 1 already, you got to think, how much time are we wasting? What's the point? What are we gaining from being here? That's exactly what Deadeyes need to think about. They need to disengage the hell away, or just execute the engagement like that. They're just taking too long. K-Mod gets a knockdown onto Shift, sure, but their clapback comes down onto K-Mod.
Yeah, they're going to get K-Mod. It was pretty sure to happen eventually if they didn't have the resources to go help, which they did not have at this stage. Going in the open, I think it's a little bit risky actually to go out there for the flush and especially punching him out. Okay. I mean, they do get it at least, but like that could have been a member of Hype just picking the snipe and getting Wandy serve right away. But luckily enough, that won't happen for them.
Okay, so Soul, they're on the high ground down the side of Winery. They rotated quickly, doing what Soul does best, rotating, thinking about the late game. And that's exactly what we want to see. Great in-game leading coming out from Mortal in the early parts of the game. I know we're only 7 minutes in, but I need to highlight it because when you highlight a good move, it will help encourage teams to make it more moves like as now they're going to engage onto the members of Team Extreme.
I mentioned the fact that Soul, they're good at compound breaches. Now you have to prove yourself, my friend. They're going to go straight for Saga on the backside. They're going to get him instantly knocked away. And now they can just focalize on the other members. They have Mortal knocked away, but can still serve as giving information away from that backside position. They don't expect it. They didn't go for the flush. This is still a huge opportunity for Soul at the time being. They're still being calm. They're not being overly aggressive. They're getting information and then pulling the trigger. Gets the information for a split second, but Viper's not going to go alone, especially through the window, because when you do that animation, you can't fight back, you can't shoot during that animation.
Now Grenade is going to try and disengage away Viper. Now Rialtos can look to react, get closer towards inside the building to get that engage onto Viper, but close it out. So you're wasting time. Get the job done.
Going for it here it is. How's it going to be going for Team Extreme? Oh, well, he's looking pretty good. Viper doing some work, but unfortunately it's going to be too much for him to deal with. And that's going to be Soul still remaining. They can put the res back up on Regaltos. But where's the other member, actually? I can't even see.
It's, he's on the east side of the river, outside Volnovo.
Yeah.
So he's kind of on his own, and Team Extreme went for a 2-1 split. It didn't pay off, but nice engagement by Soul in the end. That calmness from Mortal, even though he got knocked down, as IGL, it was always going to be important that he kept the motivation high on his team and let them do what they did best, which is what they did. They close out the kill.
Exactly. I mean, I mentioned it, right? Their engagement on compound breaches, we saw it happen a few times in the last few games, and on Vikendi, that is key when you have to rotate and find for positions, and it's specifically because of this phase 1 circle shift, right? You had so much water into play, you had to be efficient on those compound breaches. Oh, some room kills about to happen, baby. TSM Entity is going to be getting close to God, like 2 teams. The God Chicken dinner so far how will that fight actually occur? Because it seemed like TSM are trying to almost corner them next to the coastline, so they come into the compound and they get it first.
Yeah, okay, so they're in the compound first, but at the end of the day, Godlike strikes first and knocks down Jonathan, but the clapback comes through as both teams have a member down, but they're both going to be able to get the revives off.
You know what? That was clean. Like the way they just like kept pushing them towards the coastline, so they had less and less room to play with. I got to say that was such a smart play from TSM Entity. So why is he going out there? Okay, go back to the compound right away. I was not too sure what the idea was there, but good luck. You know what? They pulled off the res on their own ally. They still got a few cards to play around, but really, also they got the edge of the circle. Like they got the coastline of this map, I should say, for Kendi.
Yeah.
This is great position for TSM Entity. Just hold on to it. Now Godlike got to find another compound. The one on the other side of the road is spot on perfect.
And ahead of them down on the coastline, you also have Fnatic and INES, although INES have decided to go into Kantra. What?
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 Oh my god, so Team Tamilis went in and took out Seoul.
Okay, well, you know what? I was not expecting that, that's for sure. And I think that not many people were expecting that going into this Weekendy game, but that's okay, you know. It's a game of PUBG Mobile. Every game is different. And you know what? Sometimes you might lose your favorite team in the early stage, but that's completely okay. They still got a lot more games to come. And I'm sure they can make a comeback. We still got like 8 games for them.
Yeah,
they're going to
exactly.
definitely have some good performances.
Yeah, I think it was just the fact that we didn't see it on our feed other than literally just going solo eliminate. It was just kind of like, what the hell happened there? But now as TSMNT disengage away from Godlike, as they disengage from one team fight, they're going right into another with Fnatic right close by their side. Godlike are still up towards the north of them. The blue zone is closing in. Marcos coming in from through Podvoso. Now they're going to go through Cement Factory. Still nobody on that really high ground towards the southeast of Cement Factory.
Yeah, it would be a good position. It is very close to the edge of circle, so it could be a little bit risky, but because so much water, you can expect it to also shift up north. But here it is. That's going to be team number 17, Team Tamilis, going to be trying to catch out Elementrix. They did have 2 members knocked away there, so a little bit unfortunate. But still, they've got to try and clap straight back. They're going to try and go for the flushes, but on top. I mean, he's on top of the mountain currently, but they're not on top of that fight, that's for sure. They need to try and get back as a full squad, because that might actually be, well, that's going to probably result in them losing 3 members.
This is the same compound that they took out Solon, and now they're getting the better of Elementrix. Yeah, okay, on top is still in this game, but I doubt he's going to be able to re-engage onto the members of Team Tamilis. So really great job from Tamilis as TSMNT trying to hold on, and this is we're going to see on our kill feed, but Jonathan knocks down Haster.
Oh, I just realized Jonathan's back here. Feels
Yeah.
nice, man. He's going to be back into this game with Clutch Gods. So.
You can now fangirl.
I'm going to fangirl, oh my god, yes.
Oh, Jonathan! My name's Max and I'm such a big fan!
Stop it. Stop it right now. Stop it! Okay, no, it's fine.
Yes, Max man. Yes, my Maxi Poo. I'm also a big fan of yours.
Oh my god.
Sorry, man, I had to. I'm sorry, dude. I love you, but I had to. But anyway, grenade being thrown out. I think it was a grenade by Jonathan. Connects onto Scout OP.
I do prefer the position of Fnatic in this specific scenario. The reason why, they got the water right behind them. They only have to focus really on TSM, whereas GSM, if there's a team that comes high up north, they could get somewhat third party to engage to steal that compound away. So, like, really, technically speaking, not in terms of team fight, but just like purely later game position, Fnatic have the advantage.
True. And I also like the fact that with the knockdown that went onto the member of Godlike, that actually said to Godlike, look, it's not worth us staying in that position. So they've actually repositioned as a full squad. Yes, they're now getting close to Umumba, but at the end of the day, being able to disengage away from that potential fight against TSM Entity is just really wise play from Godlike.
Are you going to have to push this? I mean, they don't really have to, per se, but they can give it an attempt. They're going to scout, you know, existence, try to get a little bit of information on Umumba. I might be getting a little bit... Yeah, okay, I was like, don't go too far. I just want to get information first. I like it. Also, it's a 2-2 split, and I got to say, my favorite way of playing on these type of games is to go for a 2-2 split. It's the better way, and they get information. You're like, okay, well, we got 2 compounds. Which one is more worthwhile? We got Umumba just around here. We're going to go to the compound that's like a little bit more isolated from other teams.
Talk about isolated. Phase 2 is going to be closing up, and we're going to see Phase 3, which will make the teams a little bit more isolated close to each other. Where is it going to go? Still a good 50% of the water in play. Will it still shift down south, or will it go up towards the northwest? The northwest shift would definitely be the most prominent and best kind of shift for these players, because if it goes northeast, you still have the river in play. It does indeed go northwest. That will breathe a lot of a sigh of relief for the teams in the north side of this circle.
Tamilis, VSG Crawlers, and also Didai's Guide. Now they know that they can commit for the eastern side, right? So they're going to have to push through the riverside. There's not too many teams really gatekeeping that segment. So, I mean, there are a few, but like not in really overwhelming amounts. So it's still possible for them to make their way through. So we'll have to keep an eye out for those kind of rotations. As Elementrix, that last member who we knew was there, was on top. Wizzy MP5K going to get surrounded by Didai's Guide. But did they have the information? They might just leave and allow him to survive.
That's fine, right? Because Deadeye's played for the position and play for the rotation. The fact of the matter is that they were outside the circle in Winery, so why stay there? There's no point. You got a minute and a half or so to get into the circle, get information, go a little bit closer. But now, as Marcos, they're going to go right by Umumba. Umumba has stayed in this compound since they first rotated there. You got to think, how much information do they actually have of what's going on around them, because they're kind of isolated in that compound.
That is for sure. But no, being isolated when you are playing on the Kendi is somewhat okay. And also, especially during these times when you know social distancing, you want to stay isolated as much as you possibly can. That's also good in-game as of out-of-game. But Godlike going to get scattered a little bit by Marcos Gaming, taking a few shots, not going to result in too much. And even if it does result in a knockdown, I'm pretty sure because of their position, they're not going to commit. They're just trying to use really some resources from the opposing team at this stage.
Marcos, like I said, made clean rotations from the north side of this map, going through Bacado, going through Cemetery Gate. Now they find themselves in a nice, solid position because of that circle, shifting up towards northwest on phase 3. But this is what I talked about. The positioning inside Hot Springs and Cantra is so incredibly hard to hold on to, and Team Tamilis rotated there, but they have INES right in their building.
Tamilis, they're knocking on their door. Can they have Puff and take it down? That's the question to be answered. But Evil Eye, I love that position behind the staircase. You don't really expect that to happen. It's very unusual. They do push on through, as unfortunately that's going to be one member down for Tamilis. That nade from Evil Eye. Oh, I'm seeing it get cooked up. It might be perfect. Can he get the knockdown on spray? Puts him a little bit low, but finally he's going to get rushed up. Evil Eye, but he's going straight back there. He was like, okay, yes, I'm going to commit. No, I'm going to be going straight back to my teammates. Not really worth it. But you know what? Respecting that scenario, I'm okay with it, but I'm surprised that didn't result in a knockdown, to be honest.
Nice recovery all the same, as Capshi and the rest of our INES team hold on. But as you get through the blue zone closing in on phase 3, you gotta think, is it worth one of these teams staying there? Like I said, I find Hot Springs and Cantra incredibly difficult to disengage from, especially as you get later into the game. So you gotta think, are these two teams pinching themselves in a hole by staying there for such an elongated amount of time?
That could be the case. It really also depends on the next circle shift. It's about, actually, I mentioned it, about to pop up. So we'll have to see that in mind. It will definitely have a huge influence. Like towards phase 4/5, that's when things start to get really set in stone as to which teams have a better position. You still got 15 players in here. But you know
15 teams.
Phase, 15 teams. Yeah, sorry, 15 players. That's way too many. 50, like you're going to have way more teams than compounds remaining. Oh my, what? There's so much
I think
water.
that's a good 60% water. And here's the thing though, Max. Even though it's shifted towards Hot Springs and Cantra, I still don't like a team being there. It's a bit better for Godlike, because a little bit like Yas9, Godlike are on the edge of Hot Springs and Cantra. So that's an easier way to disengage. You're going to be able to catch out a couple of teams rotating around. But for any team, especially these two, you gotta think, how long is this going to last for? Is it worthwhile? Because of the fact, like you said, there's still 15 teams left in this lobby.
I mean, right now what we need is all the teams up north. They're going to have to try and wrap around, potentially go towards the position where TSM Entity are currently localized. That could be, for example, Marcos Gaming, Yumumban, also Extreme. They're going to be taking a big bat. Even Synerge are going to be getting involved there, but we're going to be seeing, of course, Tamilis taking a few shots. They're still controlling a nice high ground position, so visibility is key for this team. Well, NS is still just lurking in the shadows, but if they can avoid each other for as long as possible, I mean, good for them. They're just going to play more passive and basically will apply more pressure on the eastern side, western side.
True, but look, I'm talking talk about lurking in shadows. Deadeyes are lurking in shadows. You also have the teams rotating in from the west side of the bridge over and over as they're just pushing through. Megastar trying to punish the side of VSG Crawlers.
Megastars, they want to be the start of the show. PSG Crawler just going to be making their way through. No, they did lose all their ways of driving their way back into the circle, but at least on the coastal line, which is currently maybe one of the better positions because there's still like so much water involved that you just got to focus, as I mentioned earlier, a little bit earlier in the game, right? You just got to focus on the landers in front of you, which is good, but they don't have compounds. They don't have great positions, and it's also just a very big slope, which is not great to take fights from. So I'm a little bit skeptical as of how good that's going to be unfolding. I'm just, for their current position, if the circle shifts, down south a little bit more over to the western side, it could help them out tremendously.
And here's the thing, because VSG Crawlers are kind of focusing on Deadeyes, that's giving a little bit more space for Megastars to shift up towards the north side of the circle and find a bit of an entryway in there as Blue Zone is closing in on phase 4. Still 47 players left standing. A lot of teams still have a full squad, but there's still the 3 teams with 1 player left standing, trying to find a good spot and a good position in this game.
Hype, they got remember actually lurking background over on the western side, so we'll have to keep an eye out. But Synerge, finally, they're going to try and slowly get involved in this fight. They got a position which is really nice up north, and also they got visibility on all of the south towards Hot Spring and Gantra, because there's a road in front of them. This is giving them so much, like, just a really good scope of the entire map.
So, Hype get eliminated, but look at on top. That's what I'm laughing at. He's swimming through the water. That's it. See, you wonder why I'm laughing, but now what we can't laugh about, this is the engagement between Umumba and Marcos, because Marcos, they're on the edge of the circle along with Umumba. Umumba, like I said, has stayed in this position for quite a long time. Are they prepared? Are they ready to fight? Marcos have been proactive in this game so far, so maybe they're just a little bit sharper on this engagement as these teams are going to fight for the edge of the circle.
I got one thing to say, tick-tock, and here it is. The time of Phase 5 has been wearing off, and the Blue Zone is going to be pushing these teams potentially in a fight, or they could just really wrap on the other sides and avoid each other, but I don't think that any of these teams are ready to give that fight away. They don't want to get backstabbed. This is the fight that they're both going to be forced into taking. Also because Synerge, on the lower side, they're not going to allow any teams to like basically play this one passive, so they need to go on the outgoing war. Let me see it. 420 OP, going to get himself into that car and try and rotate his way back. It seemed like they have an intention of going passive in your approach, or at least trying to wrap around a little bit lower towards the direction of Synerge.
So Marcos, they're going to edge their way towards the inside of the circle, but they still got to think about the fact that Umumba are still there. So it's getting that balance. It's like balancing between the Blue Zone and an opponent. That's what it's like for Marcos Gaming right now.
Hello on top. Just saw him there for a quick second. Just chilling in the water. And having the time of a lifetime. But, we're going to lose an actually extreme up there. Girl eliminated in 14th position. 13 teams in this game. I'm still surprised. This is like the most passive game. Like, it was the least fighting I've ever seen on the Kenny so far. And it is required because there's a lot. You don't want to really take that many fights early on, and there's not many compounds, so they're going to hold on to it and delay as much as possible. But that means we're going to almost obtain and get towards a breaking point where there's going to be fights happening every single side of the map.
Oh yeah, things are going to pop, and when they pop, they're going to get crazy. And once you pop, you just can't stop.
Oh, circle. Ooh, we're going to have not really Spring or Contra, but we're getting there. But all the teams are going to have to rotate. I'm really godlike. This is their game to control. They got dead center, they got the few buildings under control, but that means there's a lot of teams that are going to be eyeing that location like, we want a piece of that compound. Can we get it, please? But they shouldn't allow it. But we all know that's going to be extremely hard for them to hold on to. Communication is key for Godlike.
True. And for Deadeyes, as we look in their perspective right now, they actually have probably one of the easiest rotations into circle because they can stick along the coastal line on that south coast and rotate in there. As they do take down a member of Deadeyes right now, VSG just going to try and find a spot. A grenade is going to be thrown out as Lazy Sir tries to hold on, gets any kind of information. As we also have the fact that Team Tamilis are coming in as well. So this is a couple of teams down on the southwest side of the circle.
Hey, it's party time over here in Contra, that's for sure. They spawned in, and the party's about to end for someone in this location. Who might that be? We'll have to wait and see. As Lazy Sir, he's got a nice little bit of a sneaky angle there. Could deny push potentially from the other side of VSG Crawlers, but they're still waiting for the circle to close up, and that's when all these teams going to have to leave it. Some backstabbing and third partying will be happening in the upcoming 15 to 20 seconds.
I don't like that. I don't like when you wait for the blue zone to start closing in, because you just pinch yourself so much more. You actually take away focus on your opponent because you're thinking about the blue zone. I don't like it at all. Just having a run through of the teams who have been eliminated so far. That's Hype, Soul, and Team Extreme.
I heard it for a second, but back over to Synerge. They are trying to do their rotation. They had to eventually, and there's not going to be many teams making it away from the northern side. Reason why, there's the road. They're all going downhill. There's only going to be potentially one team. Here it is. Look at that. Synerge getting absolutely battered. Austin Bot X will be remaining in the background in that little bit of a shack. No, that's a little bit very overly aggressive, I would say, from Yumamba. Going in the open to go for those flashes. I mean, it's worth it. They get a few kills from that, but they could also get reversed engaged by Austin himself.
I think I know Destro, on a side note. I think I know him, but anyway, as Yumamba tried to hold on and take down the members of Synerge while fighting against the Blue Zone, they also have to cross the road. It's all kicking off down on the southwest side as Team Tamillas are going to go up against Deadeyes. But knockdown comes down on the Shifu, but it claps back.
Oh no, it's Tamillas. They're going to be losing one. They're down to two members. That's going to be Striker and Carry in this game. But that little wall there is actually giving him so much room to actually potentially heal up and get sprayed back on his feet. But Deadeye's guy, they don't want to allow that to happen. But let the Blue Zone is forcing them potentially away from that fight. They need to try and find a better position, because otherwise other teams are already aiming pretty central, might actually just get the better of them and third party them and shut them down really early on in potentially even 11th position.
And that's exactly what's happened. INEs have come in and third party Team Tamillas right now. Now we see Yayamara have been eliminated. Just Strikers left standing for Team Tamillas.
Evil Eye, that nade, will it connect? It's going to be on the rooftop, a little bit off, but it could have still railed down on top of Illusion Sir. Now they have to go a little bit down south. They know that there are many teams, especially in it. So that's their main point of threat. They want to avoid it as much as possible. As Synerge, we knew it was not going to work down the northern side. They were going to die eventually. They'll be taking 10th position. 9 teams in this game still going to be on board. As Innes still just going to be lurking, waiting, and praying for potential kills to come around and just pick them up one by one.
Yeah, in a matter of 4 minutes, we've gone from 15 teams to 9. Just like that, the drop of a hat has got like trying to hold on and protect their center circle compound, as it still did shift up a little bit towards the northeast in the favor of also Yumamba, who've been able to hold on, but it's not over yet. You got 30 seconds until this blue zone starts closing in, but still with the majority of the teams on the south and the west southwest side of this map. You gotta say it gives a much better advantage for the teams inside the circle.
I do have to say, I love Bishma's position for Yumamba. Right? I absolutely love it, because the fact is, despite being the one-man army and he's also in a grasp position, he can actually just stay prone there. Oh my god, what the hell is happening between Godlike and Megastar right now? Things are getting sweaty. Even Innes is good for the third party here. So some big action is going to be unfolding as on top doesn't get scattered. Elementrix still in the background, just waiting. Potentially get the huge backstab on Deadeye's guy, but now they're going to chuck some mollies, chuck some nades. As Young will be held on by Sir. They will not do anything. Lazy Star going to be instantly knocked away and potentially flushed out. And the end open. This should be the end of Deadeye's guy. But no, how is he able to push so close to that building? He's put low, able to get a nice potential knockdown on Scout OP, but it does not result in anything, as what he says is going to be the last member standing of Deadeye's guy. He's going to go for the final push. He's getting shut down, but actually look at that. He's still able to push. Gets one knockdown, and he still has the entirety of Fnatic to get rid of. Where's Uzi? But unfortunately, Fnatic are too good as they get Deadeye's guy eliminated in 8th position.
But you gotta think, have they put too much hurt onto the side of Fnatic that they can't make their way into the circle as Yumamba get shut down? Megastars, this is their time to shine. They're holding on, but Godlike are ready to punish them from the south side inside the circle. Smixy is coming in. He's gonna throw a grenade. Vex is just holding on for now behind this tree as the blue zone's gonna close in. Paradox into the vehicle. That's a bold move, but it's going to pay off. And like I said, Fnatic get eliminated after taking too much damage.
You know what? That's still a great one. Elementrix. Hey, you know what? I gotta say, despite the fact he was just making his way through the water the entire time and getting prone, he got 5th position. That's a big W in my books. I gotta say congratulations Telemade TX taking a 5th position after that last chicken dinner on Orangle, but now it's gonna be on Megastars. They gotta push into the compound of Godlike, but they're holding strongly. I mentioned it, if they communicate properly, they can take this chicken dinner. This circle is there to secure and to control, and is looking good so far. They only got now 3 more teams to focus on. This might actually be the first double chicken dinner for one team in this entire SA region for the Gamers Without Borders event.
But we can't forget about Neo from TSM Entity. He's been very quiet down here on the northeast side of the circle. He stayed by the coastline, the last remaining player of his team, but he's put him up into the top 4. You also have one remaining player via NES, Evil Eye, looking to be the eye of the beholder. If he can punish Godlike from behind, that could be definitely a tough play, but it could work out. All the while, Mega just holding on the northeast edge of the circle, but the blue zone's closing in. Neo's being punished. He gets taken down, spot by Aster with the Groza. Now we're down to 3 teams.
The intention there was really to try and deny that point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, so that'll still be an extra one for Godlike. Another one. Look at that. The synergy, the communication, the amount of control coming out from Godlike is indeed absolutely godlike. And now it's going to be down to the members of Megastars. They do get a nice little knockdown onto Jill. And they'll be turned to 2v3. They're going to go for the push. They need to overtake the compound. Mavex is going to get in his footing. Can he get another one? Yes, he can. Paradox doing some work with the Orb. That's a great weapon to have in a clutch situation. He gets even Smixy OP. And this is going to be turned into a 1v1. But as I say it, I'm talking to you soon. Jill is going to be back on his feet.
Okay, so Haster has to respond. Jill is going to look to get the revive onto his instant. Haster sees him right by his side. He sees his head. And that's the end. Godlike take 2 chicken dinners. What a finish.
And there you have it. Godlike, the first team in this Game of the Without Borders event, going to be taking 2 chicken dinners for themselves. Congratulations, just rolling in epic style with a double dub. There you have it. They were looking already so consistent and so good in the overall rankings. I think I could almost call it there, because of this game specifically, they're going to be going straight back in #1 position. We'll have to wait and see, of course, we'll be seeing the overall rankings pretty soon.
Again, the difference being is that Godlike positioned themselves on the edge of Hot Springs and Cantor, which means that when the circle shifted up north, who had easy disengaging, who had easy access into the circle? Godlike, boom, job done. 28 points in total for themselves, but we can't take away from what Megastars did. I told you they're the rising stars of South Asia PUBG Mobile. They got so close. Paradox put up such a good fight, knocking down 2 members of Godlike.
Megastars, you know, they're really consistent in the tournaments and the scrims in which they get involved. Like the last scrims of PMPL, they got the position. So you know what? Once again, showing up really good. But I got to say, this is the first game we had today where actually the kill counts are actually, you know what, pretty well distributed between most of the squads. Not big teams just like, you know, taking all the kills for themselves. It's actually a lot more even, because I think it's also because fights are so dislocated. There's not a lot of third man partying in these kind of like, you know, early to mid game circles. And that's why like you see a lot more kills divided between all these teams.
Exactly. You kind of see players being picked off left, right and center. Were a couple of obviously early game squad wipes coming out, but in the end, you look at the total damage of Godlike, 2,500 damage, 500 heal, which is always an important factor to take into account, with 8 knockdowns and 2 juicy headshots.
Those headshots are looking really good for them. Of course, you know, if you can connect them on a game like Vikendi, like Miramar, also is going to be some huge impact overall, but there's still some great stuff. It's going to have the top 4 players of this game, 2 members of Godlike. I mean, I was surprised, like, not really, even though the kill count for, like, you know, those 2 players are not insanely high. Like, the amount of damage they got is huge. The main reason why, they just put so much pressure and denying extra pushage. Like, they were just saying, like, they're trying to push on our position. We're going to take shots. Even if we don't get a knockdown, we're going to just put the pressure there, and they cannot push on us, and they're going to fight each other out before pushing on the final compound.
And again, you know, I can't help but back up my previous point of team Tamilas and Deadeyes. Yeah, okay, you know, they had individual players in the top 4, but what result as a team did they actually secure by staying in deep within Hot Springs and Cantor for so long? Realistically resulted in not that much.
Just writing down godlike. First team was 2 chicken dinners. Once again, congratulations to them. We'll see the overall rankings pretty soon. But you know what I recommend? We had a lot of action, especially in that late game actually happening. So you know what better way to actually see what actually happened that game? If you did just miss the action, there was a nice vroom vroom highlight. Oh no, vroom vroom. I'm so sad. I called the vroom vroom, but it's not going to be coming up. That's completely okay.
It's still a vroom vroom. It's the
vroom vroom highlight, of course. But like we're going to see the fight there. That was a great breach coming out from Sol. A little bit risky at some point, pushing in that one building in that one door case. But at the end, it still paid off, and Sol got the early fights. But then they actually died pretty soon after that.
They did, and that wasn't caught on camera, which is a huge shame. We just saw it in our feed, and it was just like, boom, down goes Sol. And that was Yumamba really holding on well against Marcos and against Synerge. And in the end, they actually got the better of Synerge.
They did. Like, Synerge definitely struggling on that rotation. They had a good position, but until they had to actually move away, they had to go downhill and also across that roadside. It was going to be hard, and there was going to be only one team making it through that northern section. So, of course, we knew what team that was going to be at the very end. That was Yumamba. Was that one member remaining at the very, very late stage. He got scouted out by Godlife because their scouting was absolutely on point. One pixel out of place, boom, headshot. You're dead, my dude. You can't push on our compound. And that's the fight with Fnatic.
True, but then again, you got to also think that maybe Fnatic were a little bit sloppy with that protection towards the edge of the circle where they took too much damage. And that's the reason why they kind of got taken out. But in the end, Godlike got the win, got the chicken dinner, and that's going to give them a juicy 13-point advantage over TSM Entity, who did bounce back with overall a better result in Game 4.
Definitely a lot better. They got 4th position, 3 kills only, but you know what? You're not going to get 40 points every single game, so that's completely okay. But the consistent results I was expecting for TSM Entity did definitely come on through in this game. So I'm happy if they keep on like this, they can stay in top 3 for a pretty nice long period of time. But Godlike, there you go, 2 chicken dinners in 1 position. Not surprised.
And you kind of look at TSM Entity, and this is what I kind of mentioned about even before this game about TSM Entity. They have 30 kills at the moment, and you go, look, that's great, 30 kills in 4 games, nothing to be sniffed at. 22 of those kills were in 1 game alone. So realistically, when you think about it, not to be too critical, but I expect a little bit more consistency from TSM. I don't want another 22 kill game, right? But being able to perk that up a bit more would definitely help them.
Definitely, Imperium. That's already 4 games played. We've got 2 more remaining today, 6 more tomorrow. So you know what? We're not done just yet. With that said, let's also recap on what's happening right here. If you do not know what Game Without Borders is, it's an event to fight versus COVID-19 with esports on 6 different games for 6 different wings. The link just went away, but that's fine. GameWithoutBorders.com for all the information. And also, if you do want to potentially do a donation of your own. Myself and Imperium, we're going for a very short break as always. And we'll be back for game number 5 on Erangel in just a few minutes. See you there.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
The first competition in Gamers Without Borders will be all about PUBG Mobile, and it's going to take place from the 2nd to the 5th of May.
Of course, we'll be going every single map you guys all know and love for PUBG Mobile. That's going to be, of course, Erangel, Sanhok, Vikendi, and good old Miramar. And $10 million. This is what these teams are going to be fighting for throughout all the different games. But for PUBG Mobile specifically, it will be $1.5 million. They will be shared between all of the top 8 teams of their respective regions. So for first position, it's going to be, of course, $250,000 going towards a charity of their choice. Slowly going to be trickling down to 8th position, where it will be $12.5 thousand. Still a pretty hefty amount overall.
It's going to be a total of 750,000. And then, of course, fans can make their own contributions to the charity of their choice, right? Because this is all about raising money for those charities. So if fans want to get involved, you can 100% donate to those charities.
Thanks so much for waiting, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, Twitch, and also Facebook. Didn't forget about you guys. Imperium, we got 4 games ready, done. And we're about to dive for the 3rd game of the day back.
3rd game?
The Green Pastures.
Yep.
No, the 3rd game of Wrangle. Let me finish my sentence, Imperium. Don't do this to me. But like, yeah, Wrangle once more so far. We had the first game that was won by TSM Entity, another one by Elementrix, but like, I gotta say, most of the teams seem extremely consistent on that map.
Man, I'm just, honestly, I can't get over. We were saying when we went to the break, like how intense these games have been. It feels like I've gotten 5 rounds inside a boxing ring from that point of view. These teams are really giving it their all, and it's great to see. I absolutely love it, and I know I've mentioned it already, but it shows the evolution of the South Asia region between the Indian teams, Bangladesh teams, the Nepal teams. They're all really improving each other, and it's absolutely fantastic to see.
I think the last time I screamed this much was when we were in Berlin casting the prelim finals of Spring Split 2019. And my throat is dying right now, but that's how much action there's unfolding. Yeah. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far, because I'm losing my throat so far, okay? But it's fine. No, if you guys are enjoying it, that's what's important at the very end of the day. But now, back to Angle, like, we had the great last game from Godlike. Once again, secured himself 2 chicken dinners so far on this first day. And what a great show-off so far they have been doing. But, like, now we're going to have to see which team is going to potentially take another Wrangle, the last Wrangle game for today. Because, really, it's anybody's game once more. As we mentioned, even the underdog team that Daniel are supporting, like, they can still make a comeback. It's anybody's game, I got to say again, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and really, like, when you're looking at how the teams have been playing, the teams that prepare themselves better for the circles and for the late game are overall 9 times out of 10 doing a better job. That last game in Vikendi was, of course, considered to be unique, even right from phase 1, with the circle being so heavily involved with the water. But even that strategy of preparing yourself for the late game still needs to be done in late game, because again, Team Tamilos and I think it was Dead Eyes, who were deep within Hot Springs and Cantor, because they didn't disengage away from that location early enough, not only did they actually put themselves in a worse overall placement position, but it also put TSM Entity and Elementrix in a better placement point, because they were able to hold on the very, very coastal line for as long as they could, and they actually got a better placement position. So that snowball effect, you know, yeah, okay, you might think, I'm fine where I am now, we can stay where we are. You have 3 minutes down the line and you're toast, my friends.
Exactly, like the fact that they were all like so cornered up in that spawn location, and they were just taking out each other, really, it was helping out the teams that had decent position.
Yeah.
Right, because there was like less opposition to really take care of. You had less teams to really just try and shut down on that rotation. So at the end, it worked out perfectly well for like Godlife, for the teams that were a little bit more central. So, you know, at the end, good job from them. It worked out perfectly. They got themselves that chicken dinner. Once again, their 2nd so far. But no, here it is. Going to be going straight back to Wrangle. I'm not going to say which team do you think is going to be winning, but like how things have been going so far, like, do you think I maybe speculate like some teams that have what it takes, really?
Mega
it's like the
stars.
same.
Mega stars.
Okay.
Just away. Yeah, they got 2nd last game. They've also gotten pretty close over the last couple of games. Paradox, that's he sparkle in his eye for me of what he did in that last game, knocking down 2 members of God. Like, it was only because he just was in that firing line with the tip of the top of his head on that player of Godlike in the end. That was the only reason why he really got taken out at that point in the late game. Other than that, I can easily see Megastars getting a chicken dinner by the end of the day.
I think Megastars have definitely shown like through and through every single time that they know how to take fights. I mean, they definitely do. Like, they got third position in the PMPL scrims, for God's sake, like just a few days ago. So of course that's a team you want to keep an eye out for. Really got to keep an eye out for every single team coming into this tournament.
True.
If it's a team from India, if it's a team from also Nepal, we haven't forgot about you. Awesome community out there. It's going to be intriguing to see if they can make a comeback here and try and just climb back up, because we're not even 50% done with this event, right? And this is just also PUBG Mobile. If you guys like, to watch esports in general, not only PUBG Mobile, this Game Without Borders event is going for the next 5 weeks after this one, with another 5 games other than PUBG Mobile. So if you want to support a great cause and watch some good action at the time being, you definitely want to go and follow, subscribe to these different channels so you do get notified for all the future events to come.
That's it. $1.5 million donated over this PUBG Mobile 4-day event. $10 million in total, guaranteed to go to charity and bringing fans, players, people all over the world together to fight against COVID-19. And like we said it before, it's an incredible honor to be a part of this. It's an incredible honor to be able to tell these little stories, to be able to kind of share the excitement and bring you this high octane level of entertainment to your screens.
Yeah, an absolute pleasure to be here, but it's also an absolute pleasure and honor to be able to dive literally in his next game of Erangel. Going to be here once again, as the playing path is going to go straight from Zaki, straight down to Sonovka Island towards military base. So you know what? One of the better playing paths we potentially had. If you like to go to a Stolber, it might be a little bit harsh, but what we've seen so far, no teams really go for Stolber.
What's interesting is that Hype have decided not to go to Zarki this time, even though when they did go to Zarki in the last Erangel game, they got the better of the majority of Deadeyes, but they're deciding against that drop spot. And I'm actually okay with that, right? Because I'm a huge advocate of teams having different drop spots, of deciding to go in different locations. And it's okay to give up a spot. The only thing I fear is that I know a couple of very strong teams do land around the Gaka and the west side of this map, in particular Seoul and New Mumbai.
I want to see an opportunity for Hype to really shine, because they struggled a little bit in these games to really get some decent positions, so I'm hoping this one will be okay. Phase on circle, I mean, game one on the Erangel, it went over to the western side. The one before that was on the east. Here we're going to have a little bit of a mishmash of that. We're going to have it almost pretty dead central. A little bit high up north, you're not almost sure. You're sure 100% is not going to be military base, so that's also good to know early on that you won't have to potentially play around these bridge and river sections.
Honestly, this is one of the cleanest phase on circles we've seen in the whole of these 3 days, to be perfectly honest, and it's great to see. Of course, the river can come into play if phase 2 does shift heavily up north, so that kind of river can divide where these teams want to go. But realistically, there's still a bit of space on the east side of this map, on the northeast, specifically around Mansion, Yasnai. But then again, we know that TSM are going to go to Yasnai. We know that Jaya Mara are going to head around the prison area, prison mansion area. So really, a lot of places inside the circle are going to be occupied by these teams.
You know, TSM Entity, south of George Paul. Interesting to see them shifting things up a little bit. Pollyanna. It's actually Ines that went for Yasnaya this time. I think it's because of that plane path is a little bit too far. They didn't want to potentially have to drive and maybe lose members in the open, which does unfortunately happen eventually every once in a while. It's pretty rare, but it does occur every once in a while. So they just went like, okay, you know what, scrap that. We're just going to go to another dropping location on which they're pretty familiar, and it's going to be the south here of George Paul. They got the location under control. There's no teams around them, and the loot from this specific area, I mean, all of George Paul, the loot is mental for solo squad.
It is, but it's also quite hard to disengage from at times, especially it will be for TSM Entity. If they go down south, they're going right by Hype and Seoul right now. If they go up north, they're going to be going close by to Team Tamiles and even Deadeye. So it's not going to be easy for TSM Entity to make a very clean rotation into circle. It might be better off them leaving and waiting until even the blue zone of phase 1 starts closing in before they look to really rotate. But even then, they will have to think about the fact that there could still be a good few teams hanging around on the edge of that phase 1 circle.
You know, maybe sometimes you want to try and delay. It depends on also your playstyle. If you're aiming for center, if you're aiming for the edge of the circle, you've got to keep that into account, of course. Godlike, you know, they're now going to feel really confident. I mean, the only team so far with 2 chicken dinners up in their back pocket. They're going to take over Pachinki. The loot is going to be once again really high for that, for an entire solo team. And also the rotation points that offers Pachinki is pretty damn good. There's not really too much of pressure. You got like the basically Pachinki heal that's a little bit over to the western side. It could be an issue, but really no teams are there currently. So I'm going to say a lot of great rotations potentially coming out for Godlike. It depends really of how the circle's going to go. But currently the team with the better position is actually going to be here. Team number 11, that's Marcos Gaming. And Dead Center, Rozhok, they got school and apartment under control, and especially the mountain of Rozhok could be great for information gathering.
True, but you also don't want to be too split right because teams are going to start rotating in, and if you can't manage that, that can make it particularly hard. Mumba instantly rotating to that compound just towards the south of Ruins, which is a nice spot to hold on to. Fnatic, another team to have a great entry towards a center part of the circle. They might even shift up north towards Potato Hill or even go a little bit more north to one of the compounds by the side of the road. Could be really nice to hold on to. So Fnatic looking pretty good in the early parts of this game.
I mean, yeah, like they got the river a little bit beside them. They got great visibility because of that road and the high ground. So I think Fnatic, they got themselves that early game in the pocket in terms of like also gathering information, which I keep talking about like gathering information, but like for people that maybe play the game on a more casual basis, this is maybe your first time, watching an actual tournament of PUBG Mobile. Taking fights is good. But most important than all is actually setting up your rotations by getting information with high ground, with compound breaches, holding on to compounds so you can actually get information from those locations. So here, the fact that Fnatic had that compound under control early on is great purely because of the information it gives you.
Information is power. Power means kills. Kills means prizes, means points, and that's exactly it. It's a snowball effect. When you have information, you are in control over where you go when you have the information around you. So yeah, that's why we talk about it so much, because it's such an important aspect of competitive PUBG Mobile.
I'm still surprised actually that no teams has yet went for Potato Hill. We had a lot of finishes for the EU/MENA region side of things over there.
It hasn't been popular though in these games. I've noticed that compared to EU and MENA, where we see 2, 3, 4 teams in Potato Hill, nobody really tends to go there.
It's really interesting to see like the meta shift between all these different teams and players of different places around the world. So what is okay, but I mean Potato Hill, I personally enjoy it. It's some pretty good also scope in terms of visibility that some teams could aim for.
It's named after me, so like Imperial, of course I love it. Potato Hill, no, not Imperial, just I am a potato, so it's named after him. But I like the fact that Mega are being a little bit careful about how they're rotating into the mainland, because there is a team bridge camping them. That is Team Extreme, baby.
Oh no, things are about to go downhill from here on out. So far, Megastar there, I haven't seen anything. I think they're actually not going to commit. It seems like, they are leaving. You know what? I like that. They're not going to overcommit. They went to scout. They might have saw like just a pixel out of place. And if you have the slightest doubt of a team being on the other side of this, never go for the push, because it's just a narrow-ended location and you're always going to get flushed away.
I was thinking, is he still like connected? Yeah.
Is he here? Hello?
It's just kind of like, okay. Maybe he's just kind of like, wait. Nobody can see me,
A little movement is fine, but also you don't want to get kicked out of the game because you go AFK.
True.
Would be very unfortunate. Why did you lose? I didn't move for like too long because I was bridge camping, so big F. But otherwise, Godlike, they started moving on the edge, because I actually really like that, because we talked about it many times. Going center of big compounds is a little bit harsh, but going on the edge side allows you to rotate a lot easier if a team wants to get involved, and also you do apply pressure on that respective section of the entire compound, which in this case would be North George Pole. North Pachinki.
So, for you, Mumba, I like the fact that they've been very proactive with their rotations. They did initially go to that compound towards the south of Ruins. They've got information now. They've rotated closer towards in between Pachinki and School. They're thinking it's more inside the middle of the circle. They're getting information going little by little. Makes it so much better and prepares you more as Encore is going to knock down nearly Mr. Huzu. He gets away with it.
He hits 1 or 2 bullets Encore, but there's not going to be an Encore after that.
You're proud of yourself for that one, aren't you?
Yeah, kind of, really. Also, I'm a French boy, so Encore's like a French word if you didn't know that, actually. But
I was aware of that.
Oh, that's cool. You know what? Every day is a school day, but you know what? Even though the circle could be shifting over to school, I must stop. Please end my suffering. I don't know. Where they go from here on out. Circle shifts centrally, but Skull's still in there.
Okay, anyway, it's me and Mario. Actually, no, I'm going to start you off on that.
Yeah. I won't say it. It's fine. Don't worry.
Wow, Luigi. Wow. Okay, so we saw phase 2 shift up towards the north with the river still in play. That's an important aspect. Yes, the majority of the river is out of play, but it still is a factor in terms of how these teams will look to rotate as V, SG, and Giant Mara engaging on each other.
A little bit of a mistake on CG, like peeking like that without moving whatsoever. You're going to be an easy really frag coming out and gonna just like, well, he's not moving. Easy shots coming on through 3 bullets, and that was game over from the get-go. The Vichy crawlers are like, okay, we're in the open. Don't really want to take this. We're going to try and just fall back a little bit further. Cross the road right now because they could get potentially even shut down by teams localized in the south because they have their backs open to any kind of damage.
Talk about damage, a 3-squad fight, a trifecta of squads engaging towards each other. Umumba, Godlike, and TSM Entity. TSM Entity rotated from the South George buildings. They got themselves in the kind of mountainside. They were able to take down, I believe, 1 member of Godlike got confirmed, but then Umumba did clap back getting a knockdown onto TSM Entity, but that revive has come through successfully, and Godlike have got to hold on with Gil and Existence inside those buildings.
Hype actually going for a position that I absolutely love, but unfortunately, you're going to have to fall back. That position's overtaken by a squad already, so they're going to have to leave it. Jamara putting the pressure, making it known that they are in this location, so no one tries to push on that position. It's great stuff on both sides. You know, a lot of respect coming out from Hype, and there's a lot of pressure and just like pure really domination, trying to really give information that they're here, is also coming out from the side of Jamara. So good reaction on both sides, I do have to say.
Synerge, they're hanging towards the kind of south side of this river. So I like the fact that they're positioning themselves in a way where if the circle once again shifts up towards with the river in play, they can react to that effectively. The only thing I fear is that they're not in a compound for now, but they seem to be rotating in that direction as they look to engage onto the side of Deadeyes.
Be careful, Shiffy sir, gonna have to move his way through. The Nurge, they got the information. You know what? There's no really a reason for you to push that. Also because there's a compound where the other members of Deadeye's guy are. So now if you do go for the push a little bit too far, you might actually open yourself for taking damage from the remaining members of the team. So I do like it. They're going to push also Azzy a little bit on the other side to try and assist him. Maybe to try and rotate their way back to their own compound, but it seems like they're not too interested in leaving. They might actually want to take this fight.
Plus, if you look at Synerge, they've gone for a 2-1-1 split. However, one of them is still inside the vehicle, so you gotta think, what are they actually doing? But that 4th member of Synerge is kind of flanking on top of the hill. That could definitely punish the 2 members of Deadeyes that are in the compound that Synerge want to take over.
I'm seeing in the picture. Action. Yes? Action. Let's go. They're going to pick it up for themselves. It's still early days, so the Orm could still have a really, really big impact here.
Oh my god. This one is talking about the circle shifting up northeast. Yes, it could be a juicy, crazy Roshawk finish, but like I said, the river's still in play. Will a team commit to a north side of the river spot?
I mean, this is great. Like, they have the potential to just try and get for the high ground. I mean, the teams are currently very close. There's going to be Umumba is very close. You also got yourself Marco's Gaming and TSM Entity. Even you can have Elementrix going for that position. But actually, Elementrix, as I mentioned them, getting towards Watertown, and they're going to take a fight with TSM Entity. They already got himself a really good fight here early on the first game. They got himself a lot of cracks. This is not a fight you want to take versus TSM Entity. Elementrix down to a few members already. Things are not looking to go their way, but you know what, TSM Entity, they seem like they want to commit. They're getting in the cars. They might try and just roll upon Elementrix, which they are indeed going to be doing.
Okay, so Shigar, he's going to be the last man standing along with on top. Shigar, previously of Trust the Process, now with Elementrix ready to try and clap back onto TSM Entity, but it's going to be really dangerous. They are going to look to disengage away, go into runes, but I don't like the fact that a team is in runes. I get that you're pinching a point where you have to go in that direction. So that's nice by TSM Entity, but don't stay in Watertown for too long, guys.
I'm okay with what Elementrix are doing actually here. It's a little bit, unorthodox in the sense, but you can actually just go over to the western side, go over through the water and up north, because you're pretty sure that at this stage not many teams are going to go up north. There's actually only one team up there, which is Ines. So I think it's okay because you don't want to take TSM Entity a fight that early on. So it's, as I said, it's a little bit original in the attempt, but I think it's okay and it could be rewarding if executed properly.
That's true. That's true. So VSG Crawlers and Jayamara, they decided to occupy Rozhok, but what I like about their position is that they're on the edge of Rozhok, so having to disengage will be a little bit easier. They also have a couple of vehicles, which is going to be really good for them. The team that I kind of worry about a bit is the side of Team Tamilos. Yes, they're on the east edge of Rozhok, but there's a good few more teams around them that they're going to have to worry about as the shots from Evo do not connect.
Uh-oh. Okay, I thought I muted myself for a split second. There's like, are people hearing me? We are. I am indeed here, so that's completely okay. Not going to be missing any of the action of Rozhok. You know what? You have so far the high ground hold so far by Giamara. I would say, really, there's no reason for them to really go over aggressive. There's no need. What they need right now is information. We saw this kind of finish happen, actually. It was yesterday in the last game of Rango, if I'm not mistaken, for EU/MENA. And the position in which, especially Chala is positioned right now, is huge. If you can control it, it gives you a lot of information, and it's really hard to breach, even though Fabliss were able to breach at the end.
Oh, Max, Megastars, they're going for a north rotation on phase 3. Will that pay off on that phase 4 circle shift? We're going to see it right in front of our eyes, and I do believe it has not worked out. The circle has shifted back down south, and Megastars are left in a position, well, of where the hell do we go from here?
I mean, they got to try and move. They might also get somehow pinched by Elementrix because they're still holding to the western side of that river. I'm going to be seeing a circle.
Like, look at that.
Rozhok is still in there. School is still in. I mentioned School. Apparently the joke works, and it's going to be getting right on top of it. And Apartment's still a little bit involved, and teams are going to try and swiftly overtake all those buildings of or School or Apartment, especially Apartment for Fnatic and Hype.
Okay, so Seoul, they're instantly engaging, repositioning, should I say, but they're out in the open. That's not looking too good for them. You have Regaltos being punished by TSM, and these two teams getting very close to each other as Kushkan gets the shots off, but they don't connect.
Man, the fact that they stopped on the slope like that, I'm genuinely surprised they only lose Regaltos from that. They should have lost potentially 2, even 3 from that, or even completely died. You know what? TSM Entity not quite able to catch that opportunity. So we'll be continuing as the 3-man army. That they can feel extremely lucky of that move.
Yeah, but Seoul are far from out of the woods. They're going to go for a really hard shift into School. And, it's actually the swimming pool. But I'm kind of okay with that. As a grenade takes out Mortal. Gonna leave Sanwan and Viper left standing. The Sanwan is gonna look to reposition as Viper heals up. Another grenade by the members of Marcus as they look to protect this school compound.
Sangwan is going to be pretty close by. They're still going to go for the res, so he's going to try and use that PLs. He wants to try and get every single health he can back before going for the fully commit. But that's also allowing Marcus to actually get himself back into this building section. And now they're going to take a full outgoing war with Sol. And the rest comes on through. They're back to 4 members. And Sol, really, this is a fight that if they can avoid it, but really they're locked in place here because there are so many teams also over on the western side.
Yeah, there's another team fight going on down in apartments between Deadeyes and I believe Team Extreme. You also have Fnatic in apartments as well, but they're not really engaging so much as just finding a spot inside the circle. You have 2 members of Fnatic on the high ground towards the south side of the circle, and now they will look to rotate in. But this fight, Soul are still trying to hold on. A grenade is going to be thrown up by Marcos. Will that connect? Viper was knocked down. Sangwon has to disengage away. He's being spotted out, and he gets clapped from behind. And down goes Soul in 16th place.
I mean, there was no way for him to escape from that. He was just cornered up in a corridor. He was just getting surrounded by the entirety of Team Marcos Gaming. I mean, that was so clean. Gotta say, really happy with that move. But now we're going to be going back to the 5 apartment you just mentioned. As Deadeye's guy, they are going to be on the rooftop here. This is going to be hard for them to disengage away from Team Extreme.
Especially because you've also got Hype hanging around on the southeast side. You've also got Fnatic. So 4 squads, 1 small area. Blue zone of phase 4 is closing in. Where's phase 5 going to go. If it shifts away from apartments, that's going to be incredibly difficult for all 4 of these teams. If it goes in that direction, they can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but it's still not going to be easy.
I have to see, will there still be compounds remaining in this one, or are they going to be cut away? Phase 4 is going to be shut down. Phase 5 about to show its head. And it did shift, and I can see on my screen, but you guys can't, but it actually shifted over to the southwestern side, which is only have 1 compound remaining, which is the compound of Umumba.
Wow, Umumba have really said their prayers, eaten their vitamins, and they've been gifted. The circle from the PUBG Mobile gods. However, Elementrix, yeah, they're out in the open, but they are on the edge of the circle on the west side. I don't know, have they actually been spotted by TSM Entity? As Umumba are shooting up towards Jonathan, but Jonathan is spraying, pushing back the members of Umumba.
No, he's just trying to get some really suppressing fire, not really intending to get any kind of knocks. It's just trying to say, okay, we're here, you've got to be a little bit careful. Elementrix trying to avoid detection, but this is the kind of circle where TSM Entity took that first game. Let's not forget, so they are used to playing in these kind of areas, and they're so good actually in those kind of locations, they might get a dub, but as we saw, Megastars unfortunately taking the L, 15th position. That was the first team that got eliminated in the past, like, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, Seoul as well. So, like, we didn't really lose a team for quite a while. It wasn't until Phase 4 that team went down, and now we've lost 2 Megastars. They were punished on that north rotation earlier on in the game, and now we also lose Giant Mara at the hands of both Synerg and TSM Entity. Also, I believe Elementary are being punished on as God are looking for hype.
Kiki OP. Kiki, do you love me? He's going to get some shots with his Scar, but of course going to have a rotation coming out from Extreme in the dead center. It's going to be a little bit risky, but they do get that position under control. If they set up their cars in a good position, they can try and hold that position for a pretty long, elongated period of time. You know, I do like the fact that Fnatic, they gave up early apartment. That was the move to go for. If you rotate too late away from apartment, you're going to get gatekeeped, and it's just so nice to see they were so reactive on that circle shift. Here it is, I talked about it, right? Extreme, they got a little bit more central. As Elementary gets scattered out on top, is going to be seen by Jonathan, and he's going to be the last member. This might actually be the end of their endeavors in this Iran group.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to find out. But Jonathan being very careful. He knows how dangerous on top can be. They saw what they did earlier on, but in the end, with a grenade, down goes Elementrix. And now Jonathan can join up with the rest of his team and push on into the members of Umumba as they hold on in that compound inside the circle. The blue zone's closing. You also have Fnatic, as you pointed out, did react very well and disengaged away from apartments. This is going to be 3 teams in one small area as VSG Crawl Roach gets knocked down.
Yeah, and that's going to be instant flush. You know what? TSM Entity, I mean, I said it right. They're used to this kind of circle, and they are godlike on it. They already got 13 frags. They're looking for one. They got also the edge of this mountainside to hold on to. VSG Crawlers did indeed get eliminated by that move in 10th position, but now they've got to move forward, and there's this flat terrain in the center.
Yeah. It's flat terrain. It's going to be incredibly hard to deal with. The only thing that these teams in any way might have on their side is if they have a couple of vehicles. But again, you got to time that rotation perfect. You got to time that moment perfect, because if you do too early, okay, you can be in the position where you're being hit from literally 360 degrees. But if you leave it too late, you're still going to get punished, so it's really going to be important. Of course, I love the fact that one member of TSM Entity has gone forward to get that information to try and scout out where the other teams are. We do also lose Team Hype in 9th place.
Man advantage is going to be huge, and you know what? TSM Entity, they're going to be the first team to take control. Even though they're up north, they're still going to be on Scott. Yep. That's going to be Synerg, trying to get some nice knockdowns. They actually can get the shutdown of TSM Entity here. They might be the main reason why they go out this game, as Ines is going to be eliminated, unfortunately, in 8th position, as 420 OP going to be joined up with his squad, and they're going to try and push upon TSM Entity. The team to control this area has direct line of sight to get into the circle. With Fnatic, they might try and go for the third party, but seem like they're more interested in the circle as they make their way through and completely avoid this fight between Umumba and TSM Entity.
Yeah, Deadeyes have been taken out by the side of Marcus, and down goes Team Tamillas as Umumba tries to hold on against Jonathan and the rest of TSM and DT. Nice free fire come out, and Grenade is going to be cooked up. Will that connect? Jonathan gets knocked out, and now Grenade is going to take down Clutch God. Surely! No, it does not connect.
Yeah, and you know that Jonathan is not going to get res back up. You know they don't want to allow that to happen. Get a little bit more damage down on Clutch God, as the push will be happening nicely done on their side to get the knockdown away. Instantly executed. And now TSM Entity down to 2 members in the center of the circle. Clutch God should get flushed away in a matter of a few seconds, especially by Bishma. But it is Fnatic. They're going to try and send their members forward. They need to try and take control, but still, you got to say, Synergy are still up there. And they are just denying so many teams from positioning themselves in a central position. They might be the team to take the dub on this one.
Man, Marcus Gaming have put up such a good showing after he rotated through this game into school. They protected that compound very effectively. Umumba being contacted onto by the members of Fnatic who have played this game so effectively, rotated in key moments where it's needed. And now they're in the top 5. They're still as a 3-man squad. Now they want to try and close out this game, but Owens gets knocked down and Neo takes down 420.
I was like, is he really going to be allowed to just walk his way past that entire field?
No way.
The team's fighting over to TSM Entity. That was not going to happen. But now they're trying to go back for the res once more. Not going to be able to get Z-Gob. He's going to get another knockdown. Nicely done from Neo. And that's going to give him even more time to pull off that res. But now the circle's going to be shifting once more. TSM Entity are pretty damn close, but once again, it's in favor of side of Synergy. And they're going to take control as the dude of Marcos Gaming going to see the information on Umumba. Does get an instant flush out. They're up to 11 kills so far. Another team with double-digit kills so far.
And TSM Entity, 14 kills. This is their map. This is their game once again. After a fantastic first game, now they want to close out. Umumba are eliminated at the hands of TSM Entity. But Marco are flying high. They're riding high. They want to close out this game as Neo is going to spot out a member of Marco. Down he goes.
TSM Entity making it happen once more. They showed they could do it on game 1. They're about to do it on the 3rd game of Erangel. What a better way to close up this Erangel adventure for day 1. We still got 3 more tomorrow. Let's see if they can do that. But let's focus on this once more. Synergy, Marcos Gaming, and TSM Entity is 2v2 closing on. But there's a member knocked away on the side of Marcos Gaming.
Plus, Synergy are actually inside the circle. They have 2 different positions. Strider can really play an exceptional part. However, because it's out in the open, they have to stay prone down. So it's going to be so important that they find every single goddamn pixel of their opponent that they can before they in any way engage. I like the fact that Ted is moving a little bit more forward, staying quite safe, but it's not over yet. It's not safe for Synergy. They've got to try and find the right moment to engage and push on to TSM Entity.
TSM Entity right now, the issue they're going to have is when the circle keeps on pushing towards a location, it's going to push them above that lip of the hill. And that's when teams are going to have easy shots, especially headshots upon TSM Entity. So they've got to be very careful. I would even go for a little bit of a 1-1 split to get multiple angles of sight. But you want to delay that push above that lip of the hill as long as you possibly can, and let potentially, Synergy and Marcos Gaming take the fight before getting involved and going for the third party.
As Neo just trying to jump up, see if he can see any kind of pixel out play. See, that's the thing. The good thing for TSM entities, they know that there's players ahead of them, right? They don't have to worry about what's going on behind them. And you could say it's the same for Synergy and Marcos, but the difference for Synergy and Marcos is that there's more chance of players being to the side. TSM, they have that little dip of the hill to their advantage that they're able to dance around and look ahead of them with.
Things are definitely calming down a lot. I mean, these kind of snake finishes are going to be interesting. And the circle did shift over to the position of Synergy. Really now, Marcus are going to be the team with a little bit of a troublesome position. But really, these kind of position, what you expecting with these 3 teams remaining at the very end is to see which team goes for the fight first. Which team takes the fight the last can actually go for the third party while the other team is recovering. And that's how you take the chicken dinner. But I love the fact that TSM Entity still have some utility. That's going to make up for the fact they have to go above that lip of the hill and get a decent position.
But here's the thing. That's also alerted Ted and Strider to a team being in that location. That's something to think about. They could still be punished. It's not over yet. 3 teams, 2v2 as TSM Entity now climb their way up on top of the hill. Out in the open they go. In the prone position, the snakes are flying high in this game as we get down to the bottom 3 teams.
Going to see a few of the teams that get eliminated indeed. I mean, oh my god, TSM Entity, they got scattered out through the smoke. The smokes are wearing off. It gives information away. Zedgod's going to be the next one in suit. TSM Entity will be out in 3rd. And that's going to be all between Synergy and Marcus. And it will be over. there you have it. Marcus Gaming finally coming out on top. You mentioned them earlier as a team to look out for, and they'll be finally getting themselves their very first chicken dinner of the Gamers Without Borders event. Congratulations, securing himself the last game of Erangel for today.
And it was, I feel bad for Sinners because they engaged first on the TSM entity. They had to, right? They saw their chance. The opportunity struck. But the second they struck onto TSM entity, who struck onto Synerge? Marcos. And they close out the win. It was a great ending to that game. Incredible job done by all those three teams as we once again see the standings of the last Erangel game of the day. 13 kills, 20 points for the chicken dinner, 33 in total for Marcos Gaming.
I talked about it, right? Like last Vikendi game, all the teams had no decent amount of kills for each of them, like very even between all the squads involved. Like here, Marcos Gaming, TSM Entity, Synerge, just like basically hoarding all the frags of this entire game for themselves. And I gotta say, I'm really, really happy with the performance. You know, Marcos Gaming, we knew they could do it, but like finally got that chicken dinner. It was about time.
But I'm also incredibly proud of you, Mumba and Fnatic, right? 7 and 6 kills each. They reacted, both teams reacted really well to the circle shifts. Fnatic especially, like they disengaged away from apartments in the right time and they were able to focus in a much better spot. Yes, they didn't have to worry so much about you, Mumba. They did take down a team, I think it was maybe Godlike, I'm not exactly sure. But they really played very effectively in that late game.
Really, the teams that made the better rotations were the teams that had the better timing. Like Fnatic, they had the great timing to leave away from apartment and make their way through. But here are the top players of this game. You know, one player actually going to be coming out of Marcus Gaming and also of TSM Entity. Of course, is Jonathan of TSM Entity. That man is an absolute beast. 10 kills for himself. What an absolute... He's not a player. God damn. But Synerge, they got 2. They got Strider and they also got S-Getted. So those are 2 players also you want to keep you out for. And the fact that they had the northern section for themselves, once again, the scope that they had over the entire team trying to aim for the position, they just scoped and picked up so many frags along the way. That was great repositioning from Synerge.
And I feel sorry for Mega Stars, because they had made a bold call, a bold move to rotate up towards the north side of the river. They were kind of putting all their eggs in one basket. It was a really clean rotation, but you gotta think maybe they should have just sent 2 players up there, right? Maybe they should have kind of not committed full. They should have had 2 north of the river, 2 south of the river, but then in the end they tried to get in through the west side of the circle, but they were punished by the likes of TSM.
Now we see the buggy, you know what time it is. It's Vroom highlight time. Going to go straight over the replays. We've got to say, this game was a lot more, you know, let's say relaxed compared to the game we had so far. This is maybe like the most chill game we had for the day.
Yeah, we didn't lose a team for a good 18 minutes of this game. And I think that makes sense because even though these teams are used to playing against each other, even though these teams are used to scrimming against each other, when you get into a fresh set of games for, let's say, a fresh tournament, there's always that little bit of wanting to get off to a good start, wanting to run out of the gates on a high note. So we saw the first 3 or 4 games to be very, frantic and very kind of, spectacular. But now as you get through these games, there's a lot more level of calmness to how the teams are playing.
That is for sure, like definitely a lot more chill game, which always happy to see, just a lot more cultivated kind of gameplay at the end. But oh my god, I mean, that gotta say, that third position coming out from TSM Entity allowed them to claw their way back up and finally pole position in the overall rankings with 86 points so far. God, still with those 2 chicken dinners, they're looking really, really good. But the games on which they don't get chicken dinners, they gotta try and just claim a little bit more frags and overall positioning points, but that would allow them to potentially get pushed in #1 position. But still, Marcos Gaming, because of that chicken dinner, pushing himself in 3rd position, really deserved in my opinion.
The biggest thing I've noticed right off the bat with these overall standings compared to other regions, especially EU, MENA, and CIS, is 3 of the top 6 teams either have the same amount of kill points as placement points or more kill points than placement points. Look at TSM Entity, 46 kill points and 40 placement points. Marcus Gaming, 32 kill points, 32 placement points. Synerge, 27 kill points, 25 placement points. That level of aggression, while still being calculated to get the placement points, I absolutely love it from these teams.
I mean, definitely, like, aggressiveness is the name of the game when you do watch these teams coming together in an epic battle. So, you know, I gotta say that so far, TSM and T, the two games they got the most kills from were like game number 1, where they got that insane chicken dinner, and also the last game they got like just an insane amount of kills from that game too. So, you know, once again, consistency is what we're going to be aiming for, but still, like, the fact that they get these huge results just brings them so high up in the overall ranking.
It does, but I still would like to see them be a bit more consistent in the games that they don't win, right? You know what I mean? Like, and that's something that I always think about as you get through these last games.
Well, after watching that first game today, you know, very aggressive, it was interesting, and I was like, how are things going to be happening on Miramar? But you know what? We're going to have that question answered in a few minutes. Miramar is going to be the next map coming up. So, guys, stick around for a few short minutes, and we'll be back for some Miramar action to close today.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them. The opportunities of health and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
Gamers Without Borders is a global community that's united in the fight versus COVID-19.
Gamers Without Borders is a worldwide competition with a $10 million prize pool, all for charity.
There's a different game each week, with the best teams from around the world being invited to compete, and the winning teams get to donate prize money to the charity of their choice.
I'm really excited to be part of this because I've seen firsthand what COVID-19 has done to the world, as have we all. We're all in need of giving something extra, of doing our part by staying at home, and we can literally do our part for this by staying at home, watching and supporting our favourite teams, and even by donating to the charities ourselves. So here's just a few things that your donations will be useful. Putting in place more activities to track and understand the spread of the virus, ensuring patients get the care they need around the world, buying and shipping essential supplies such as masks, gloves and protective wear for frontline workers in areas affected by the outbreak, and providing food, trauma medication and supplies to relocated people in conflict zones.
And bringing international communities together through that is what I'm really most excited about. The way I'm going to be able to excite people and help bring a smile to the face to people in this situation that can, of course, be extremely tough for those around the world.
So what excites me the most of being part of this project is, of course, to be able to bring great content to all of you people at home that are in this confinement situation just like us, and to hopefully give you guys just something to think about. It's a little bit different about this global pandemic, and at the same time just watch some good esports and PUBG mobile action.
boy,
Since
oh boy,
1948,
time flies by,
Direct
that's for
Relief has
sure.
sent a lot
4
of
games, well,
boxes.
5 games actually, you know what, I can't even mention it. Just 5 games already played off. Great performances so far from the teams involved, but we've got one more about to come straight up, and that's going to be, of course, you can see my background over there, it's going to be straight over to Miramar for the last game to close day 1.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long old slog of games. What has been 5 amazing games has certainly felt like more, just simply because the action has been pretty incredible. Some teams, some players really showing up, especially Jonathan from TSM NT, the guy just doesn't stop bragging out. It's incredible to see that when he gets onto the battlefield, when he gets into the heat of the moment, the guy just finds those shots, finds those angles, and it's incredible to see.
I've already knew that like he had a pretty big fan base going into this, but I was like, having never casted Jonathan's games, I was like, well, you know what? I'm going to say and just prove to myself like why he deserved the fan base. But you know what? I understand now. The guy is an absolute legend of a player right there with TSM Entity. So definitely some good stuff from him. But you know what? TSM Entity, a team that is coming out on top, pretty consistently and trying to get some good results. But you know what? I was actually eyeing out the chat a little bit. Yes, I am watching the YouTube chat. I see you guys right there. Hello, how's it going? A lot of people were saying, you know what, Fnatic on Miramar are a team that have some really good potential of taking it. I love the timing they showed so far on Vikendi on that last game of Wrangle, and that's why I think like the tools that they're going to need and require to potentially get a win on Miramar.
Yeah, I remember that from back in November. Fnatic looked always the strongest on Miramar. They got their best, pretty much the guts of their best results on Miramar, and I'm expecting it in this game today. They rotated really effectively in the last game, right away from apartments into a better spot. They were able to play for that late game, and we know in Miramar that is such a huge element with the lack of compounds, with really high ground taking over. You've got to be able to control the area that you surround yourself on. The only thing I worry about with Fnatic is they do have a tendency to lose one, maybe two players early on than they should.
Yeah, even like mid-rotations really, so hoping they can hold on because man advantage on Miramar is extremely important. You can hold on to it for the late game. You might actually just have the tools to take yourself a chicken dinner. With that said, Imperium, before we do dive into the game, I'm going to take this last opportunity to remind you people at home, if you are new to the broadcast, you just arrived, what this event is actually all for. So of course, this event is called the Gamers Without Borders event to try and just bring us all together, despite what country you are in, to try and fight versus this global pandemic of COVID-19. This tournament is going to be ongoing for the next 6 weeks. We've got 6 games, one of those being we are playing it right now and actually casting it right now. That's PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is for $1.5 million for charity. And overall, the entirety of this event is going to be $10 million straight directly to these charities involved. You can see the name a little bit lower over here. And also, I'm just saying it like that, but if you do want more details on this organization, on also the teams involved, on the tournament itself, and also potentially, you never know, want to do a donation of your own for this cause, you can go over to the link down below, gamerswithoutborders.com.
It's an incredible cause, incredible fight against COVID-19 that everybody's coming together. And, gaming was always popular, right? It's always been popular, but now in this time more than ever is really showing itself to be a force of good in the world, a force of bringing people together. I'd said it over the last couple of days. One thing that I'm not going to say one thing I've loved, but one thing I've found is that we've always had it easy in terms of being able to fly here, fly there, fly pretty much wherever we wanted to. But in this lockdown moment, in this lockdown time where nobody can really go anywhere outside their house, I've actually found myself being more connected to other countries and friends in other countries simply because I found myself naturally asking, how are things going for you in your country? How are things in around where you are you okay? And that level of extra awareness is just a small silver lining on what is an incredibly tough time around the world.
That it applies for Imperium, it applies for also all of you people at home. If you are maybe living alone or you're a little bit separated from family and friends, don't hesitate to just reach out. We've got great tools. You've got Discord, you've got your phone, you can use also WhatsApp if you need to. Use those tools to try and just communicate with people, avoid staying alone, of course, because being surrounded by people in this time of need is definitely extremely important. And also, what's extremely important? To wash your hands. Definitely don't forget that, otherwise I'm coming straight for you. So of course, don't forget that. But there you go. Also, washing your hands when you're a mobile gamer is really important, even more important than anything else. I know, right?
It is. It's funny because they say that your mobile phone is probably one of the biggest breeding ground for germs, and there's been a good few videos out there, even TikTok videos, as your young people use it these days, on how to wash your phone and just getting a disinfectant wipe and just wiping your phone down. So 100%, keep your devices clean, gamers. Make sure that when you are gaming for long periods of time, you are keeping yourself well hygiened and well settled up, because you don't want to get yourself into a spot of bother.
No, don't do like me. Like one time I put my phone in the washing machine and it died. So definitely that's not the way to wash it. Okay, watch tutorials on how to wash your phone. It's completely okay. But yeah, anyway, as Imperium, we talked about this Miramar game. A few teams that potentially can make it through. I talked about Fnatic. Is there maybe one you want to mention before we dive into it? Because there are a few seconds before we do dive onto the desert map of Miramar.
I'm going to say Seoul. You know why? Because Seoul have gotten, you know, a little bit of a bad rap so far in these games. They've had a hard start, but I also know in the chat that they are very heavily supported, and people believe that they can rise above in not only this last game of the day, but over the next 6 games tomorrow. So I'm going to put my bet on Seoul.
That's completely fair. They definitely need a good position this far. But here it is. Let's going to drop right into this game once more. Literally, I forgot that word, but that's completely okay. As we're... Oh, that's not a great plane path. Going to be very focalized down the south. Going to go straight through Chumacera, starting towards Puerto Paraíso. But of course, you know, Miramar is known for having some decent and consistent car spawns. If you know where they're going to pop up, which I'm pretty sure is the case for most of these teams and players, they can get into that car and easily rotate to the compound of their choice. So if you respond accordingly, this plane path shouldn't really impact you too heavily.
It's one of the most individual aspects of Miramar is having those vehicles, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then also how you utilize them, how you rotate throughout the map. But we know it about Miramar. It is very hard to rotate through the mountain, through the areas of the map that is not main road, unless it's a completely flat surface. You know, you're going through the bumps. It can take you quite a while. And when you're slow on a rotation through the bumps in the mountainside on Miramar, unless you know where teams are, you can get punished for it.
Gonna have this phase 1 circle, popping up. He's gonna be going mainly over to the western side. I mean, mainly gonna go completely over to the western side. Not gonna be a really bad circle. The teams that are on the eastern side, there's a really good rotation potential. That one is, of course, going to be to go up north and rotate from the northern side of the circle, because seeing how this circle and how this plane path actually occurred, if you read the circle accordingly, you know the north is going to be pretty much unoccupied, or at least it's going to be a very slow or very low occupation. Wait, no, it's not going to be many teams up there, basically. I don't know why I was trying to say that. There you go. That's the word. That's the word. Okay. Words are complicated, right?
Words are big.
They're words.
Words are words. I'll tell you what else is not words, because that was a terrible transition. You Mumba gonna rotate up towards El Pozo. INES are close to the west side of them. You also have the side of Elementrix heading towards Prison. Godlike are gonna head towards San Martin. So they're gonna stay in Pecado.
I love it. You know what? Not our words. Remember, they're not words. They're not words. They're players. Yes. Indeed. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. I just found it.
Were you trying to mock me?
Maybe. I don't know. Take it as you want. I mean.
But you ended up mocking yourself.
Yes. Yes. No.
The
be careful, Viper. Viper is going a little bit too YOLO here. I'm a little bit scared. They hear the footsteps. I mean, Carrier's up there. He doesn't have the information.
Oh, no.
And he's going to say,
Viper.
I hear someone around here. Yeah. He's going to run away. Closes the door right behind him, but they get the intel for a split second. Going to go for the spray. Was keeping him so damn low, but Viper is still going to run away. But nice surrounding position coming out on the other side. And that's going to be Tamilis getting himself their first kill so far. Actually, the first kill of this entire Miramar game.
Hey, look, way to kick off inside Los Leones. And now Team Extreme are going to have another player knocked down, putting them down to 2. And they're going to have to get the hell away from Los Leones. And what I find surprising is that Los Leones is such a big, vast city. Why the hell were they so close to each other?
I mean, you know, Los Leones is prone to early fights, really. What you want to try and do, if another team's going to be dropping there, you want to try and split the pair in half. Just having one team on the west, one team on the east, or, north or south, can kind of divide it like that. That's completely okay. They get into the car, they're going to leave. Losing 2 members early on, we talked about it at the start of this game, right? The fact that you need your man advantage consistently throughout the game from start to finish is extremely important, and the fact that they lost already 2 is not looking good for their late game stage. And for them to take a chicken dinner is going to ask even more efforts coming out from this team.
I like this start from Tamilis. Their team, who I actually see a nice sparkle in their eyes. I would love to see them get a very strong result, like a second or third with 8-10 kills, in their back pocket from that point of view. Because I see something in them, but they've yet to really show up so far in these first 5 games. Maybe Miramar will be the Miramar on their wall.
Who's the better of them all? Hey. Oh, is that Snow White reference?
I believe it's
It is.
I think it's a Snow. Even see, I'm not really a Disney person, so
Yeah, no.
You know.
You haven't watched Moana. I'm still.
You're still salty about that, aren't you?
Yes, I mean, dude, you were so salty because I didn't watch Karate Kid. Like,
Yeah, but that's a
I see it in
classic.
French. Jesus.
That's a classic.
You know what? Fair enough, but like, stop it, Imperium.
I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Hey, but anyway, so looking at the teams that are rotating really effectively, Megastars have a nice clean area from Monte Nuevo. They rotated down south towards La Gelera, which is going to be high ground and easy access on the central part of the circle. But you Mumba and INES both rotated into El Pozo and both engaging onto each other.
Yep, definitely want to commit. Those nades to get the initial knockdown is going to be extremely important. If you get it, that allows your team to push. But I don't think they're really in there on a position to actually take this fight. They're in a position to get knocks, that's for sure, but to commit and get the flushes, not quite. So you got to wait for Capshi and also for Evil Eye to actually get back towards Badrev, and then you can go for the fight, or just completely disengage, which is what Badrev is actually going to be achieving to go for. Great spray from Bishma, but you know what? They actually avenge him, and he doesn't even get the knockdown there. That was such a nice move coming out on the responsive side, and Yumamba now going to have to go for the rest of their own. But I think that this is a fight that both teams over here are not really too interested in taking early on.
Even though Yumamba have been knocked down early on, in my eyes, Yumamba actually have the advantage, because if you look at one of their players is flanking around from the side, plus you have Destro inside the dome. So in theory, they have more angles and more point of contact onto the members of Ines. Whereas Ines, they're kind of more in a straight line and they don't have as many perspectives.
That's for sure. Like, they're locking themselves up basically in those buildings. So it does also make your scope a little bit harder. And also disengaging from those positions can be extremely harsh if Yumamba feel like, you know what, we're going to take this fight versus Ines. So really, this is a fight that can be easily avoided, and I would recommend, like, really both squads, as I said just a few seconds ago, like, just really leave it. Like, Ines seem like they do want to disengage. They're going to be having Evil Eye actually seamlessly scouting a little bit further away, and I think that shows an intention of them trying to leave. They're going down the buildings, takes them a little bit more time, and they're going to just swiftly try and leave the scene as swiftly, as fast as they possibly can, but
nice.
Destro gets the info, and he gets Capshi down, and now might actually be forcing Ines to take the fight to potentially can get Capshi back on his feet.
That's what I was talking about with Yumamba, right? They had better angles, better perspectives, and Destro inside the dome was able to punish Capshi. But now Badrev looks to try and get the revive. Evil Eye has indeed gotten out of the side, but he does see Evil Eye. Destro going to be very careful. One away for the rest of your team. And now in comes the cavalry. Try and provide that level of support. But with all the small little buildings around them, it's not going to be too clean and clear to get that engagement.
Yeah, I do like it. I really thought that for a second Destro was going to go like just absolutely fine, go for it. Oh, though he's going a little bit too far, Kiki, and that's going to be a nice headshot for Evil Eye with the AK. That's going to give them an advantage over to them. Is Swiffy going to go for the flush? She's tried to hide behind the bush, but you know what? That's a little bit underrated sometimes, and he's still going to give it a try, but it will not pay off. As now Yumamba down to 3. Yeah. This might be the opportunity for them to disengage, but why do you have members in the building up top? This is weird for Yumamba.
Well, now on top of the roof, so 420 does get a knockdown, but a nice grenade is going to take down Destro. You just be shot down, my friend. Ines going to take control. 2 kills for them.
I absolutely love flank that was coming up from Destro and Kiki too. But like the 2-2 split, there were 2 members that were really well positioned and 2 members that were like, what are we doing here? And like they don't have an angle because that building win, which is actually that other member, which is actually Machine, like they couldn't shoot from that angle because that building's actually just cutting out their visibility.
Because they weren't able to react quickly enough on the knockdown, not only were Inez able to reposition, but also all those little buildings that were around Destro, you couldn't get the information.
Okay. I mean, Zed God's out, that's for sure. TSM Entity going to be down to 2, actually. Jesus. Okay, I was not expecting that in the early stage, but you know what?
What, they're down to 2, Jesus? No. I know what you meant. But now, as this blue zone is closing in, Phase 2 is about to show up, and indeed it does. It shifts more towards the west, and god damn, that takes away a lot of landmass available, Max, because that little guitar shape on the western side of the map, that is not playable area.
Yeah, and you got to know that this, because of the competitive settings for the next like phase 3/phase 4, it will be taking away a lot of that like little guitar shape you just mentioned, right? So actually for the next few phases, you can't predict where the circle's going to be going. There's going to be seeing, oh, this is not looking good. VSG Crawler going to reverse strike back, and that's going to be CG getting the knockdown. Going to try and get the double flush as they do get things done right there. Nicely executed. You know what? Lazy says just like, well, that's an F for me. I'm going to get away from there swiftly and surely and make his way back to a potential compound in circle because they're ticking down pretty swiftly.
Okay, so the teams that are rotating very well are great, but you got 4 teams in a line towards Wessela, Drillera, Megastars, Soul, Hype, and Synerge, and then you have 2 the east of them on the other mountainside. It's Fnatic, and Fnatic are looking really good in their position.
I mean, they got high ground on literally all the teams on the west right now. And they can't get replicated unless like some DMR/bolt action comes on through and they get nice headshots or body shots and get the knocks. That's the only way for them to fight back against Fnatic's position. But so far they are taking control, and they were calling like the chat by all of you guys at home as the team to take this Miramar game. Will that happen? Maybe you guys are better, you know, analysts than we are because you guys called it.
In some way, you know, obviously the viewers and community, they are well within what the teams do in this scene. So yeah, listen to them. Calling Fnatic as really the big boys in Miramar. Definitely a high level of truth through that, but they still got to try and close it out. And because we're still only 11 minutes into this game, anything can happen. Regaldos with the grenade. That does knock down Prototype. But how are Hype going to respond? Gurkha, he's got to push forward. They can't let that kill be confirmed, or they might just look to try and disengage as another shot comes through. What accuracy from Regaldos.
So they need a good game over here on Miramar. Prototype and Venom will be normally a kill instantly. Be careful, can he make his way through? I mean, the car is streaming, it might explode. He's going to try and jump out there, and that's going to be a nice shutdown. So finally picking up a great fight and shutting down Hype in 16th position. And Imperium, I got to say, these grenades we saw the entirety of the day. You know, you take ASMR, you put that in like a visual form. Those are the grenades for me. Yeah. They're
100%.
ASMR to the eyes.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with that. In fairness, incredible accuracy by a lot of these grenades throughout the day. It's also nice to see Soul being calculatively aggressive. I did say the fact that there was 4 teams in a line on the high ground, that there was going to be a higher chance of a clash, and that's exactly what has happened. Unfortunately, Team Hype were the victims of that, and they have been taken out. It does create a lot more space for Soul up on top of the high ground. You do still have Megastars towards the north of them and Sinners towards the south, but Phase 3 is about to show up.
Yeah, and here it is. The teams are going to go for their rotation. Phase 3, where it might be, we'll have to see on the minimap right there. But NS are trying to leave El Pozo as swiftly as possible. You remember, they did move a little bit down south. But actually, the circle, you can't see right now on your minimap. But, like, geez, it actually went towards, like, you know, that, like, the pimple? It's a little bit weird to call it like that. But, like,
the curve of the guitar. The curve of the guitar is one of the biggest areas inside the circle. Plus, look at that really flat terrain right in the dead center of this circle is out of play. It's going to be so hard. The only thing these teams can really hold on to is the high ground towards the northeast, the southeast, and even the edge of Monte Nuevo. But look at the amount of teams coming in. This is going to be so hard. We're going to see a cluster of kills popping up on the feed in the next 5 to 6 minutes.
This is not PUBG Mobile anymore. This is Racing Simulator. The first team to get the position will take the game, potentially. I mean, I'm calling that really early, really, but it is the case here. All the teams are trying to get themselves to the position first, and if they can get that, they will be taking control of not only information, but aggressiveness on teams around them. Things are going to get sweaty. I was going to see now NS. They tried to rotate early from El Pozo. They did get to a pretty decent position, but things are not over just yet. We're going to be going over to the fight of Megastar, really close to Soul just yet.
Yeah. So Soul pushing forward from the more of a south side high ground above La Drillera, but so did Megastar, so there's a little bit more space for Soul to get closer to Megastars. We've also just lost Deadeyes, guys, unfortunately. But now as someone gets into that tiny little building inside the circle, I like that from Soul, but they gotta be very careful.
Oh, TSM Entity, they were down to 2 members earlier. They might lose a third. The spray comes on 3s, put so damn low, but still does not result in a knockdown. How is that allowed to happen? But it is now. They're going to get a little ball push. Easy shutdown on the other side. And that's going to leave TSM Entity down to 1 member. Jonathan, he's a man, he's a myth, he's an absolute beast of a legend. And he's going to be left alone, but we do know he can make it work out. Can he still pull off the res? I think it might actually happen.
He just took out Roach from VSG crawler, so you might even be able to get the revive as well. But Soul were engaged on by not Megastars. This time it's actually Team Tamilas.
I'm seeing Giant Mara. They're going to be trying to disengage, but be careful. You got a squad behind you. That's Tamilas. The spray will be coming out from OP. Not going to get too much done, unfortunately. Mainly trying to get maybe to pop off a wheel there, so he can't really move too much. But still, they got such a nice spread angle there above this compound, but yet not resulting in a knock, which I thought would be happening really easily from that position.
Here's the thing, because it goes out of your vision so quickly, the Giant Mara is able to get into that warehouse, into those buildings. But at the end of the day, that's a short-term solution for Giant Mara. It's an incredibly pinched position to be on the edge of the circle. Unless the circle does shift heavily down south, it's really not going to be looking too good for them in the later stages of this game. They're also going to get little to no information. But I'll tell you what, this information between Synerge and the side of Marcos Gaming.
He got himself a chicken dinner last game. Can they make the first back-to-back? That's the question to be answered. Here it is. They're going to go for the push. Randomly through the smoke. Max Cash will not get anything to connect. But here it is. He goes for the re-engage. He's going to get the knockdown instantly, turn into a flush. And well, he's just, okay, Austin's like, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm going to be leaving the scene entirely. I do not want to fight for the South, especially known as not in circle upon phase 4. Because as I said, right, Imperium, the circle, you can't predict it because of this edge being actually in there. And it did completely shift over to the eastern side. And teams kind of tried to predict it, but there's still so many players and teams remaining that it's so hard to find a decent position in this game.
So the good thing is that the corner of the guitar was essentially taken out of the circle, completely shift up towards the northeast. You only really have the high ground that Umumba he's holding on to, in the compound that Elementrix has in their playstyle is inside the circle. The edge of Monte Nuevo still in play, and Giant Mara have reacted effectively. But look at this on the east side. Godlike have nowhere to go, being taken out one by Innes.
Got the gross off of Badarev, but you got to be careful. He's still got that one member of Godlike on the backside, and he could still go for the backstab. You know, he has a high ground, which is extremely valuable on Miramar. But here it is, Fnatic gonna finally get involved into a fight. It's gonna be against Synerge. They get the first initial knockdown. They were down to 2 earlier, so we do know this is gonna be not too good. And there it is. That's gonna allow the knockdown for Austin. Can he shut down Fnatic out of one-man army play? The grenade's gonna do a little bit more damage, of course. But he puts so down low, and Ronak of Fnatic will get the shutdown on Synerge as they get eliminated in 13th position. A close call, but Fnatic will get those frags.
And more importantly, they'll be able to revive Ash, keep up as a full squad, which is going to be so important coming into this late game. The Blue Zone is already closing in on phase 5. Marcos, they've disengaged away from Synerge. They've made their way in towards the edge of the circle. Soul holding on so far as a 2-man team. Sanguine and Viper left Sunday. They still have Team Tamilas looking their direction, still picking on them one by one. But Team Tamilas, they've had one player knocked down, so that's going to push them back a bit.
Soul, they got the compound. They're still looking strong with Fnatic. Also, oh, here it is. Marcos, they got himself for the first time in this game in a pretty scary position, I have to say. Gonna have 2 knocked away. Fnatic, they're not letting them rest. They're not letting them any more time to potentially pull off their reses. The smoke's buying them a little bit of time, but really, things are not looking great. We might actually have to say goodbye to Marcos there because of that position. It's very hard. You couldn't really expect a team to be on that location there. But you know what? It's still going to be rewarding for the time being for Fnatic, but you can somewhat expect of a circle to shift mainly over to the eastern side. So Fnatic will potentially have to rotate really soon.
Yeah, but Fnatic can't commit because they are kind of peeking themselves really heavily in the open, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing people shoot at them from a distance. Team Tamilas have been eliminated. That does create a lot more space for the 2 remaining players of Soul as Ronak looking to snipe the heads off the players of Marcos Gaming.
Actually able to heal up pretty... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. He was not moving. That was like, okay, he's a scarecrow here, trying to scare away the enemy, but Fnatic finally going to try and get a spray. Can they get another knockdown on the dude? I mean, gets into the smoke in time, and he will make it away. And now, you mentioned it, right? This is hard for them to commit because Soul have an angle, Megastar have an angle, and it shoots straight back, and that's actually going to be some nice shot. One actually headshot, Kar98 engaged coming out from the player Fnatic. But here it is now, again, back on over to the side of Monte Nuevo. There was barely in circle we mentioned earlier, but TSM still have 2.
You know, has he been spotted? I think they have an idea. But phase 5 shifts towards the west. Elementrix inside the only compound. Umumba don't actually have a bad spot. But of course, if the next circle does shift towards the way in the west, they will have to go downhill. But so far, so good looking for them as Neo and the rest of TSM Entity try to hold on against Giant Mara, looking to take down the rest of TSM Entity.
Giant Mara doing some good work of TSM Entity. They're going to be down to 1 member. Going to try and heal himself back up with the first AP. He gets back up to the empty 5%, but they just don't know where he is. They're trying to just wrap around. They want to get the information first. Almost about to flush his ally right there. That's not possible in game. No friendly fire, but it's going to be too much for TSM Entity to deal with, and they'll be taking 11th position. Great engage from Gianmara. Congratulations to them, taking down TSM Entity.
But now, how do the likes of Ines and Fnatic hold on? You also have Marco coming into play. Nice by Fnatic, just taking it step by step. They try to shoot on towards Ines. Ines as they get into the cars and they just try and disengage away. Smoking, vehicles smoking. Guns as Fnatic are being spotted out by Elementrix.
Guns blazing everywhere. Scout OP will get normally res back up by Ash. Question mark should be happening, but the circle's going to be upon, well, the blue zone's going to be upon him in a matter of a few seconds. As John Mara, despite taking down TSM Entity, they'll be the next casualty here on this Miramar game. And now we have less and lesser teams, and there's still this road into play. And I think it's all going to rely on which part of the road this circle is going to be shifting on to see which team might actually take this game.
And if it stays in the direction of Seoul, they have to dip in the hill. The side of Mega trying to hold on. They're on the east side of the circle. They have you, Mamba, looking at them, but they're shooting in the direction of Ines, who are getting out of their vehicles. 420 OP on top of the hill, overlooking the likes of Swag, Paradox, and Vex.
You know, this position for you, Mamba, is good in terms of like information and also potentially taking some bolt action shots in a distance. But if it does rotate away from you, going down that position, you might also suffer some damage. We know the Elementrix, they're going to take you down instantly if they can do so. But now 9 teams, we're going to see NS finally trying to go for their rotation. One of the teams, I've got to say, are absolutely up their rotations. But now, with the war, is going to be outgoing, and they're going to get clashed up on Bond by that remaining player of Godlike. I think they're not looking too good for them.
But he rotated in towards Ines. How did Ines not respond? He was caught napping, and Godlike take advantage of that. Ines still trying to hold on. The blue zone is closing, and phase 6 is going to be showing up. It's Chronic being spotted by Evil Eye, but Evil Eye speaks too soon and takes damage in return.
Phase 6 is going to be here. We'll have to see. Does it shift central? Does it go to a specific side of the road? Viper taking some shots with the M16, but unfortunately he's just way too well covered. And the circle goes over to Elementrix, and the high ground is still potentially good for Yamamba.
It's Elementrix, dear Watson, that this circle has shifted up towards the northeast, and you called it. You Mom will have a nice spot, but Megastars get taken out by the last remaining player of VSG, who's held on for so long outside the circle, closing in one by one, and he's taking advantage of it. But now that gives a chance for you Mamba to focus on the likes of Seoul and the teams who are on the west side of this map, trying to find their way in.
I want to see it. So, can they make it out alive? I'm not too ssure, but we'll focus on Fnatic for the time being. Frankie and Ronak were knocked away. Frankie actually confirmed out. Scout is going to be still in this game. Ronak was raised back up, but he's still going to be 2 members down. Fnatic, they've got to move away as soon as they possibly can. And on this slope, taking the damage of Elementrix, they are just putting down so much pressure. Fnatic, they have to rely on all this smoke, on all this utility at this stage, which is a little bit scary to use it so early on. But here it is, Shaga going to do some work with the Scar there, going to get some long distance shots. Scout OP will be the next casualty. Fnatic down to 1 member. We knew it was not going to go well if he did shift over to the side of Elementrix, and it does happen for them.
Here's the thing.
How's Viper there?
Elementrix has allowed Viper to get so close to that compound. It's not over yet, but he's gotten in there, which in turn will give them a much better chance of an overall better placement position. And you gotta think, do they know he's there as Fnatic have been taken down? It was a tough call on the west side, but they held on for so long. Marcos Gaming, similar story, similar ending. They go down in 6, 5 teams, 8 players left.
I'm just going to go on this again, but how the hell is Soul still alive? How was that allowed? Every single team literally had an angle on them, and Viper's just like, I'm just going to run my way through to the compound that's actually even occupied by Elementrix.
I know.
And survive that. I have no idea. If he gets a chicken dinner from that man, they are all going to bite their nails like, oh my god, how did we allow that team to make it through? But you know what? Now he's just going to stay prone. He's in a circle, in the building of his own. Elementrix will not pose a threat because they're more focused on all the teams, especially the teams currently still on the eastern side.
Well, you know what? When we look at how popular WWE is in India, you look at the Viper, Randy Orton. Let's see if Viper from Seoul can hit an RKO out of nowhere. And the RKO in this case is going to be a chicken dinner. It could happen, but he's got to get through these 4 other teams and 7 other players. It is 3v1v1v1, and Mr. Huzu gets called out by the remaining player of Mamba.
It's so sad, right? Because it was looking somewhere, there was literally no teams. There's literally no one over there, so he just got knocked away for nothing. But I think they got a little bit of intel about Viper being localized in that location. And this circle does shit. It's actually going to be going downhill. So now, Mamba, they're going to have to leave it. And that's going to be a little bit scary for them because that should be easily picked up by Elementrix if they get a little bit of intel. But look at that! Why are you running in the open, Elementrix? What are you doing right here? That's going to be 2 members potentially flushed away and all in the hands of On Top. On Top, don't do it too! Go back in the building, boy. Run, run, run. He's back inside. Holy, oh my God, I'm scared.
Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. Show me the way to gun, Bishmouth, because that's some incredible spraying on top of the hill. And the good thing for Mamba is that they actually can dance down the hill through the rocks, and they've done enough damage on the Elementrix that Elementrix are now scared. Viper isn't going to be moving unless he has to. Avi, last remaining player of VSG, isn't really going to move unless he has to. So that gives so much more space than usual to the 2 remaining players of Mamba, but they've got to start making that push in now because the blue zone is closing in.
No, please don't. Please don't. This is a mistake. Don't do it On Top. Please just don't. Let Mr. Hosu just go.
Let him go down. Let him go down. Let him go down.
Let him rest. Okay, he's done enough. He's done good. They're going to secure the kill. That's fine. But On Top, you don't want to die to try and get that res back up. Sometimes you just got to let it go.
So 420 OP is going to be last player standing. On Top did take down Bishma. That's something to think about. And I do got to think that maybe that was a little bit discoordinated from Mamba, right? Because they should be pushing in together because as soon as somebody peeks a takedown, but now it's going to be Viper coming in on the blue zone. On Top will have heard the footsteps, but Viper is losing health second by second. On Top is on top in terms of health, but now as he dances around the building, can On Top take down Viper? Can Viper come in to try and get the shot done? But oh my God, it comes down to 1 health. He put in such a high effort, but it was just too much. Great effort, Viper.
And now Hugh might just take... I mean, Elementrix, they were the team that were potentially going to secure this game, but now because of that mistake of just running between the cross-sections of that specific compound, they're down to only On Top. We saw what he can do as a one-man army on that Vikendi game. Can he repeat a good potential game here to try and get his team in, maybe top 2, even maybe top 1? That would be an opportunity, but now Mamba, they are the next team they're going to have to push on down. And so far, the fact that the building is going over to the side of Elementrix is huge, but the circle goes more central.
Yes,
no team are in circle currently.
Yeah, no teams in circle. In theory, the advantage is on Elementrix because when you're in the late game, being on the high ground is actually a disadvantage. And he can use a little dip of the hill, and that's what you see happen. 420p does go down. Bishop was revived. That's a good thing. However, a well-cooked grenade could be barbecue time for Mamba.
Yeah, it's going to go for the boom boom, but the boom boom shall not connect. Well, Avi, he's been in this game for so long.
I know, right?
He shut down. It was
It was Megastars, I believe, and even Team Tomatoes got punished by him. But now, as On Top is going to look to go On Top, he takes Ambition down to about 50 health, but it's 2 against 1, and the 2 against 1 wins, and Elementrix go down, and now it's Mamba against VSG Crawlers.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go straight away after that knockdown, because if he wanted to commit to that play, he would have gone a lot earlier, but now it's going to be a little bit risky. Avi's up there, going to try and get the knockdown, but it doesn't work out! And there you have it, that's going to be Mamba finally coming out on top and getting a well-deserved chicken dinner to close things off. And that's going to be nicely done from them. The kill count's going to be at 9, not double-digit, but still great game on Miramar, because again, double-digit kill counts on Miramar, it's pretty damn hard, but Mamba, holding to that position, we knew it was going to be hard, it was going to be a gamble, but the circle kept on shifting in their direction, and they just hold on to it. Really well deserved for them.
But then again, Elementrix did kind of throw that game away, right? They weren't really being aware of their surroundings, not even aware of where teams need to be. Use your common sense. The high ground is still in circle behind you. Know that there's a really high chance, especially with the circle being on the west, that there's going to be people there. Come on. But either way, they still got a good result. 5 kills, 10 placement points, 15 for Elementrix. But VSG Crawl is a one-man army. Avi got his team into second place in a juicy 19-point game.
Yeah, and Avi also got like most of the kills of this team right there. They got 5. And you know, it's a little bit like the Kendi in the playstyle in the sense that like the teams got a lot more average kill counts. There's a lot more dispersed between all the top squads. So it's a little bit like the Kendi. I was kind of expecting it going into this, but 9 for Mumba is absolutely huge. And of course, you know, the damage is racking up pretty high because they had the high ground. High ground is extremely, extremely important. And the fact that they held onto it for like such a high amount and long amount of time in the mid and late game stage allowed them to get not only pressure on the teams with damage and frags, but also information. They didn't even need to use the information because the circle just kept, you know, slowly crawling his way back to them, and they just held onto it like an absolute bunch of champs.
But look at this, 420 OP and Bishma. 2 of the top players speaks for themselves. 5 kills for 420 and 4 kills for Bishma. 9 in total. Got the job done, got the chicken dinner. But now they roll on through to the Vroom Vroom highlights of what was a pretty crazy Miramar game.
And Miramar will be also closing up tomorrow's games, so it's going to be interesting to see how these games will be unfolding. But you know what, like from start to finish, before we actually went into this game, we talked about how potentially Fnatic were going to take the game, and I've got to say, how they pushed on the western side of that road, on the very, very western side of the map, was actually huge, and I've got to say, absolutely loved how they played this game. It was going to be hard for them eventually to cross the road, and that's what eventually did shut them down because they were playing on the slope. Really happy of their performance anyway so far in this last game of Miramar.
Yeah, it was similar to Megastars. I really feel sorry for them in this game because they rotated effectively. They were a full team for quite a while. If they had to close out that squad wipe onto Marcos, I believe it could have been a far different story for Fnatic. But the reason why they couldn't is because there's so many teams around, essentially around them. They were kind of out in the open that they could only really peak so far. So they still did an absolutely fantastic job and got themselves into a well-positioned result for that game.
Yeah, that was the moment when Viper just jogged his way through to the compound of Elementrix. Like, I have no idea still how the hell that was allowed to happen. But you know what? He made it through, and that allowed him to get some decent position overall in 4th, so their best potential game so far. And that was like the mistake of Elementrix. Like they knew the information was given over by Mr. Hyozu, right? That there was a team up there, but they still tried to rotate.
And you got to think that surely they would have had a decent amount of utility. Why did you start moving without throwing that utility in? That was definitely a bit of an amateur mistake, with all due respect. And plus, why didn't On Top move as soon as he got the knockdown? Why did he wait for the revive to come through? So definitely a couple of, I would say, in my eyes, disappointing mistakes or decision-making from some of these teams.
Yeah, but going into tomorrow, those are things that they can just rewatch of the VODs and also say like, okay, that was definitely a mistake. We've got to communicate more. I think that communication was definitely lacking in that late game for their side. As we go over the overall rankings, after day 1, we still got 6 more games coming up tomorrow, but so far it's going to be TSM Entity in #1 position, not breaking the 100-point bomb just yet, but still is 91 games. TSM Entity being the better team of day 1.
And we do see Umumba jumping up to 5th place overall and standing 70 points. Marcus Gaming holding on to 4th. Elementrix still with the good result, have held on to 3rd. And then Fnatic so close. They are in 6th place on 66 points.
What I'm happy to see is compared to EU and MENA, right? These point differences are like not all that huge. It's easily... so many combats are possible for every single team involved, even the teams that are currently in last position or close to that area overall. And I mean, Danny would be really happy to be here because she loves those underdog teams to potentially make a comeback. But it's still literally anybody's game. And at the end of the day, it is, I'm going to say this might be a little bit controversial, but like it doesn't really matter per se because we're still going to have that $750,000 of this event of Gamers Without Borders going straight to charity. And that's the most important thing of all this, to try and make the world a better place against COVID-19. And of course, you know, for this event, we're going to be ending the broadcast really, really soon. But you know, during your free time, if you are interested to go and check out more details about Gamers Without Borders, you can go to the link down below, which is gamerswithoutborders.com, to or do a donation or get more details about this entire event.
Exactly. Get information, really inform yourself of what the charities are doing, what's being done across the world. Contact a friend, contact a member of the family, see how they are doing. But also, get prepared because we have 6 more juicy games coming up for you tomorrow.
Exactly, it's going to be the exact same schedule, kicking things off with Erangel. 50% of your games on Erangel will be closing also things off with Miramar at the last game of the day. With that said, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching the broadcast. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the beatbox too. That was definitely a little bit different for our side of things. But yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to bring you the action today, and we hope to see you all tomorrow, same time, same place, for some more Gamers Without Borders action. See you tomorrow.
Norman Mitchell standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from direct relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.